Chapter 304. Zhang Zhong, who was on the boat, was also excited. He knew what his parents were thinking. They were waiting for him to pass the exam, but he suddenly became the top scorer. The top scorer could be born every year. In the future, the Zhang family would become a big family. He was already the top scorer, so Xiao Bao didn't have to worry at all. Or they could have a few more children in the future and let Xiao Bao teach them. Even if they couldn't compare to Xiao Bao, they wouldn't be too bad. There was also Cuckoo. When they grew up and had children, wouldn't they be even more powerful? Two people teaching one child, and they could also teach one child. The Zhang family would no longer be the same as the Zhang family that had to sneak back when the imperial court was in chaos to get a wife. The villagers opened their eyes wide and controlled their breathing. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that they would blow up the top scorer. The people of Zhangjiazhuangzi were the most proud, especially the old men. They had watched Zhang Zhong grow up. They didn't expect that the naughty young master from back then would become the top scorer. The people of Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi were also happy. They didn't expect that the new master of the family would become a manor just by going around the capital. In the future, when they went out, they could say that they were the top scorers villagers. That feeling, wouldn't others die of envy? The Wang family and Zhuangzi villagers also had reason to be happy. Who didn't know the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family? The Zhang family was the Wang family, and the top scorer was everyone's. Under everyone's expectations, Zhang Zhong's boat sped up and stopped at the shore between the clouds and the water. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for the boat to come to a stop. He jumped onto the boat and knelt down in front of the old master without saying anything. "Father, your unfilial son is back. Father, you don't have to worry about the Zhang family being unable to make a name for themselves." The old master narrowed his eyes and smiled, but he couldn't control his eyes. Tears flowed out and down his cheeks. The old lady also wiped her tears and went forward to help Zhang Zhong up. "Zhong, get up quickly. Go back to the ancestral house and kowtow. The Zhang family has produced a capable person. All the ancestors are happy. Husband, I knew that you were very capable. Back then, when my family objected, I followed you here because I was waiting for this day. Before you came back, my family gave me hundreds of bolts of silk. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also gave me longevity locks. They finally recognized you as their son-in-law. No one said that this concubine is a fool anymore. They all praised this concubine for her good eyesight. Husband, this concubine thanks husband. In a few days, this concubine will have the status of a noble lady." At this time, the Jiangwang clan came over and spoke to Zhang Zhong with deep feelings. Her family had sent many gifts over in the past few days. At that time, the Wang family clearly knew that Zhang Zhong had gone over. After sending people to pick him up, they didn't care. They thought that even if he passed, he would only get AB grade. At that time, they would help to mediate and become an official. Then, wouldn't Zhang Zhong obediently go over? Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong would actually become the top scorer? This was not only because of his talent. Without some power, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to become the top scorer. Because of this, the Wang family was anxious, seeing that Zhang Zhong had the ability if they didn't go and express their goodwill. When the time came that he would ignore the Wang family, many people would laugh at the Wang family. It was just like the saying that one shouldn't bully a poor young man. In a short 5 years, Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who didn't dare to refute. He was no longer the person who had to secretly take a wife with him. It was only in the past 2 years that the Zhang clan had transformed from a manor that barely made a living into the current Zhang clan, which was rich and famous. Yes, with a scholar who was the top scorer in the Jinshu examination, the Zhang clan could be considered a clan. After hearing his wife's words, Zhang Zhong's eyes turned red. The sullenness in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to look down on him? Zhang Zhong. Then, would the servants of the Wang family dare to say to him, "You are not worthy of my wife. Give up." Letting out a long breath, Zhang Zhong said to the Jiangwang clan, "Ciao, You have been wrong these past few years. I, Zhang Zhong, will definitely fight for a higher title for you in the future." After speaking to his wife, Zhang Zhong said to the old master and old master, "Father, mother, let's go back to worship the ancestors. At noon, I will have a good drink with the in-laws." Wang Wan's family was also watching from the side. They were also gratified by Zhang Zhong's success. Cuckoo would have a better life in the future. Knowing that they were going to worship the ancestors, they didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Zhang Zhong's family returned to the main courtyard. After placing the incense, they began to kowtow and worship the ancestors. They talked about the unfilial descendants of the Zhang family and how they had done today. After a few words, it was considered that they had finished worshipping the ancestors. After that, they began to deliver things to the villagers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought back things to be delivered. They also took out the things in the main courtyard storeroom. Everyone was happy. Even the villagers of the Li family and the Gu family in Zhuangzi received a gift. Zhang Zhong went to find Wang Wan's father to drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to between the clouds and the water to see the old man. The two of them had to persuade the old man to plant cotton. When the old man saw Zhang Zhong upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he really didn't enter the top 3, he didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had already promised them. "Grandpa Bai, did you plant the white fold seeds that we asked people to bring back?" Zhang Xiaobao asked the old man when he saw him. "Yes, I did. I didn't plant them in the muddy ground. I found another place. The muddy ground can't be planted this year, so I have to turn it over." "Xiaobao, tell me, why are you raising so many flowers?" After the old man saw the flowers that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bought, he didn't have a place to plant them, so he put them in his nephew's field. Some of them died, but there were still more than 6,000 flowers left. It was quite a lot. "Flowers?" "Oh yes, flowers. Grandpa Bai, those flowers are different from other flowers. We usually stuff cotton wool in the bedding. When the flowers bloom and bear fruit, they can replace cotton wool in the bedding. They can also be woven into cloth to make clothes. It's much better than cotton wool." Zhang Xiaobao explained to the old man. Wang Wan also said, "When the time comes, the price of silk will drop. More people will be able to wear silk, and more people won't have to worry about not having clothes. That cotton can be plucked. Oh, it's the white fold seeds. Put it in a pot and steam it. If there are wounds on the body, use that to bandage them with medicine to make the wounds heal faster." "Oh, there's such a thing? I've never heard of it. I'll listen to the two of you this time. If it's really that useful, I'll submit a memorial to let the emperor know and plant it in some state capitals." The old man had never thought that the white fold seeds could be used to make clothes. In the past, he had always thought that it looked good when it bloomed. "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. It will definitely be useful. It's just that it will take some time to remove the seeds. Xiao Bao and I will think about it and make something to press the seeds. When the time comes, it will be convenient. The first bedding we make will be given to Grandpa Bai." Zhang Xiaobao promised the old man. The old man only thought that this was taught by someone else. He thought about using the white fold seeds as a bedding in the future, but he didn't know how it would feel. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the old man had agreed, they bid farewell and went to find Li Sun. Li Sun also followed them back. He didn't want to stay in the capital. When he came back, he also brought some things. There were more than 100 watermelon seedlings with mud wrapped around the roots. This was his housekeeper's cold melon. It was an ornamental thing in the imperial gardens. Occasionally, people would eat it, but no one used the seeds to make melon seeds. Zhang Xiaobao had asked him what was in the gardens. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other things. When he heard Li Sun describe the watermelon, he became interested and asked Li Sun to get some to plant. This thing was easy to raise, and it was better to put it in the sand. When the time came, he would get some iced watermelon to eat. The seeds could also be used as snacks. The watermelon seeds tasted better than sunflower seeds. The layer inside the watermelon skin could also be used to cook. He could fry melon slices or eat cold. When the time came, he and Wang Wan would each hold half a watermelon and eat it with a spoon. The taste was really good. Li Sun planted these watermelon seedlings in his home. He specially chose a place with a lot of sand to plant. He didn't feel that this thing was good. It was just a little sweeter in the mouth, and he often had to spit out the seeds. It was strenuous. I planted it. It's all here. Take a look. I don't know why you are willing to eat this thing. Why don't you eat some peaches? When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looking for him, he knew that it was about the watermelon. He took the two people to the place and pointed to the watermelon seedlings. Well, when the time comes, I will make something good for you to eat. You must have not eaten it before, especially when it ripens in summer. You can use it to relieve the heat. You can't eat it directly. You have to throw it in the well town. When the time comes, I will make cold melon slices for you. It's not worse than cucumber. In the future, when you have time, you can go to the garden and have a look. If you find something strange, you will find it. Zhang Xiaobao began to promise Li Sun again. He also asked him to go more often in the future. If he found something that could be used as food but was treated as ornamental plants, wouldn't it be a crime? Then I'll wait for you to make some kind of melon slices. If it's not delicious, I won't take anything out for you in the future. Li Sun said with some doubts. He didn't think that this thing could be delicious. If it wasn't from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he wouldn't have any hope. Well, leave it to us. There's one more thing to discuss with you. Can you lend some of your guards? Not many. 20 are enough. Lend them to my father for a few months, and then return them to you. My father is a new county magistrate there, and some things may not be so easy to do. Zhang Xiaobao finished talking about the watermelon and began to ask Li Sun to get more guards. Chapter 305. Zhang Xiaobao's original plan was to bring some local yamen runners over, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. There would definitely be conflicts between the yamen runners from both sides, which would make things difficult for his father. The local yamen runners would feel that the new county magistrate looked down on them, which would make things difficult for them. After all, the local yamen runners were the ones who knew the most about the local affairs. Those from outside would need some time to adapt to the local affairs. Li Sun's bodyguards would not have such concerns. Li Sun's bodyguards had a higher status, so the yamen runners would only think that the new county magistrate was capable. As for the specific situation, there was no need to think about it now. He would think about it when he encountered something. After some preparation, Zhang Zhong was about to take office. Originally, he wanted to bring his family with him. Zhang Xiaobao considered that the yamen there would be very shabby and could not compare to Sanshui County. He planned to take a look at the situation with Wang Wan and his father first. After laying the foundation, he would let his family move there. At that time, Wang Wan's family would also move there. He couldn't possibly let Wang Wan see her family all the time, right? There were also some farmers. If possible, he could also arrange for them to leave a person in charge here. Anyway, the two counties were close to each other. It wouldn't take more than a day for them to come over and take a look. On the third day after Zhang Zhong returned to Zhuangzi, they set off. They drove a few carriages with some daily necessities on them. Most of them were gifts for the yamen runners. The population of Huayuan County was not less than that of Sanshui County. In fact, it was even more than that of Sanshui County. However, there were only 67 bailiffs in the whole yamen. No wonder someone dared to stop a boat at the river. Try it in Sanshui County. As soon as you stopped a patrol boat, you would be scared to death. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers for each of the 67 yamen runners. Now, the cucumbers in the normal fields had not come out yet. He would first send these things to the yamen runners to see their reaction. If they knew how to be grateful and know how to know their place, then he would treat them well. Next time, he would send them fungus and tremella for their family to try. If they took the things and still scolded the new county magistrate behind his back for not doing his job properly and always dragging things out, Zhang Xiaobao would let them know what it meant to be stupid. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and put on his official robes. He had to go to the other side to get them. This was his first time being an official, and he was already a county magistrate. It wasn't a small position. He didn't count his previous position as an official. Other than being able to provide some food for his family, he didn't use it at all. The only thing it was useful for was to let the people from the inner court go out and say, "How's my manner?" Zhang Zhong was recalling some of the things that County Magistrate Cheng had told him. County Magistrate Cheng had taught him step by step without hiding anything. He had told him everything he knew, including some techniques for solving cases and so on. It was all based on his experience. For example, if you were to encounter some cases where you couldn't find the relevant information in the law, you could only rely on a certain one. If you didn't have a good relationship with them, who would teach you such a crucial thing? This was the ability to make a living. First, you have to accept the seal. Then, you will officially be in office. After that, you will have to solve cases in the Hall of Life. Who knows what kind of cases are waiting for you? Be careful. Brother Cheng had said that sometimes when a new county magistrate is in office, there will be people who will deliberately make things difficult for him. For example, the Zhang family's melons are planted in the Li family's garden and can't be taken out after they grow up in the jar. Also, the Wang family's pigs are mixed up with the Song family's pigs and can't tell which one belongs to which one. All these can happen. Well, the former one should be soaked in salt water and the latter one should be starved. When the time comes, they will go home to eat. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and muttered. He was already prepared to face what was coming. He couldn't hide from it, so he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. In fact, for officials like him who were sent out for the first time, they would start from the position of registrar official. The registrar official had fewer things to do, and he didn't need to take on too much responsibility. He would only continue to be promoted after he had figured out the ropes. But Zhang Xiaobao couldn't wait any longer. The registrar official's authority was not as high as the county magistrate's. He just needed to spend some money to get a position as a county magistrate. He was also a rank 7 official. Originally, he could be promoted to rank 6, but Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to suppress it. After all, Zhang Zhong had contributed a method to grow vegetables in winter and was also the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Giving him a rank 6 official was not high, but Zhang Xiaobao knew that there was no such thing as a rank 6 official. Except for the 2 county magistrates who were rank 6 officials, the rest were all rank 7 officials. Some county magistrates were even rank 8 officials. If they were rank 6 officials, they would not be able to go out and be a county magistrate. Rank 6 officials were usually civil servants who did some things in Beijing. Xiaobao, can you tell me your original plan now? Why did you promote Sanshui County to Shang County? Why did you tell me so many things about the child? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also sitting in the same car. She was still thinking about that matter. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to smile reservedly. After his face was pinched by Wang Wan, he said, I promoted Sanshui County for 2 reasons. First, our family's business needs more people. Second, I did it to show Huayuan County. When the time comes, my father can write a notice saying that he wants Huayuan County to be Shang County, like Sanshui County. This is good. It can divert some of the people's attention. It can also give the people some hope. In the future, when my father does things in this name, the people will be willing to support him. It is like an inauguration speech. At least it can let the people know that he is a responsible official. Also, when they know that Sanshui County was promoted by Zhang Zhezhuangzi and that the new county magistrate is the head of the Zhang family, the people will naturally feel that this matter is reliable. If they can promote one county, they can promote another. At the same time, the deputy secretary, the deputy magistrate, and the bailiffs will also know the benefits of being a Shang County. It can reduce some of the pressure on my father. Of course, Maybe some people are too ambitious and want the position of county magistrate. Then, they will have to rely on their own methods. Once my father makes Huaiyuan County a Shang County and becomes an official in the capital, how can he not be a vice minister? He can sit in the vice minister position for a few more years. He can also sit in the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of Works. When he is familiar with them, he can become a minister. He can also sit in 2 different positions. My father is still young. He can't be promoted too quickly. After all these are done, he can compete for the position of Prime Minister. Without Li Linfu, can An Lushan sit in that position? Even if he is lucky, with my father holding the power in the court, we don't have to be afraid of living in the abyss of suffering for the rest of our lives. Wang Wan nodded as she listened. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she said, "You are quite far-sighted. Do you think it will work?" "How do I know if it will work? I can't not think about it, right? When the time comes, I will deal with it as I see it. Anyway, this is how the county magistrate is now." Zhang Xiaobao was also not sure if his plan would succeed, but he had to work hard. "I know. Xiaobao, you're indeed not ordinary. What about the children?" Wang Wan asked again. "Children? This is simple. It is to have my father specially train a few people like this to take care of the children. For example, setting up a nursery or something. Every family's children have to be taken care of by their own people. This will reduce the time to do other things. With a fixed place, a few people can take care of a group of children. This will allow those with children to worry less. At the same time, it will also free up the labor force. We will pay for this. It won't cost too much, but we will gain many benefits. As long as it succeeds, then in the court, my father's method will be valued. This is another contribution. It will give my father an additional layer of insurance when he enters the capital in the future as an assistant minister. The problem of children has always been a serious problem since ancient times, especially in an era where children are prone to die young. Whoever can make children live better lives will be respected. Children represent hope and the future. Zhang Xiaobao said this matter in one breath. Wang Wan listened and stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face. She nodded and said, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have already admired you many times, but this time I have to admire you again. You really have a long-term plan." Then, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell me about the other rings. What other rings? Zhang Xiaobao was at a loss. Don't play dumb with me. Zhang Xiaobao's actions have always been linked. I don't believe that you will do things so simply. I want to know the other plans and arrangements. Wang didn't buy Zhang Xiaobao's tricks at all. A person like Zhang Xiaobao couldn't be treated as a normal person. She had to be vigilant at all times. Even if it was a small matter, she had to think about what he was planning. Since you asked, then I will tell you a little bit. In fact, it was just an idea before, but now I have decided to stick to it. Zhang Xiaobao finally said again. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with an expression of sure enough. Well, if we gather all the children together, we will specially make some uniform clothes for them to wear. I have seen the children here. The style of the clothes they wear is monotonous. They even run back and forth naked. We will dress the children up and make them cuter. He can sell clothes in the future. Every once in a while, when others learn to imitate, we will update it. At the same time, we will promote our brand. We will brand toys, clothes, and so on. The children will be used to our things from a young age. When they grow up, as long as they see the same brand of things, they will choose first. I just thought of it because of the cotton. When the cotton comes out, we can ask the old man to plant more. When the time comes, we can make clothes for the children first. Pure cotton clothes are comfortable to wear. Before others react, we can have the advantage of time and make a lot of money in advance. Zhang Xiaobao voiced out his thoughts. Just like what he had said before, he was always able to discover things around him and then connect a few things together. He had just discovered cotton ball, so he came up with this plan. Wang Wan shook her head. I hope that Huaiyuan County's department registrar and county deputy magistrate know what is good for them. Otherwise, they will not know what kind of people they are facing. Chapter 306. In the spring breeze, willow catkins stick to the carriage. Half a li away from Huayuan. How many people are coming from afar? Zhang's team finally arrived at a place half a li away from the county town of Huayuan after a bumpy journey. There was also an earthen wall made of mud and grass. In this season, there was also a spring rain, so there were weeds growing on the wall. Zhang pointed the monocular clairvoyance that Zhang Xiaobao asked for at the three people standing outside the city gate. Two of them were wearing the uniform of yamen runners, and the other one was standing with his hands behind his back. They must be the people who were here to pick him up. There were only 3 people. Compared to when Jia Shang arrived at Sanshui County, there were fewer people. Well, just a little. Zhang put down the clairvoyance and hesitated whether he should send someone to inform the 3 people or go directly to meet them. It was impossible for the 3 people not to see such a large team from half a li away. Why didn't they come over? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this kind of thing. Less than 300 meters away, he had already seen the 3 people. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the people outside, "Continue to move forward." The team, which had already slowed down, returned to normal. This short journey only took a few dozen breaths. When the team arrived outside the city, the 3 people looked at each other, and under the lead of the person with his hands behind his back, came forward to welcome them. Is the person in the carriage the new county magistrate? His surname is Zhang, Lord Zhang. I'm the Huayuan County's Kangji officer. My surname is He. Due to the busy affairs in the county, I was sent by the deputy county magistrate and the chief minister to pick you up personally. Thank you for your hard work. The person with his hands behind his back came to the front of the carriage and said to the carriage with the most obvious sign. When Zhang heard this official position, he felt a little helpless. They actually sent a 7th-class Kangji officer to pick him up. Thinking of what county magistrate Cheng said, Zhang still walked out of the carriage. So it's Heatsong's plan. It doesn't matter. My home is nearby. It's just a few steps away. Since the county is busy, we should go and hand over everything first. It's faster to have more people to do things. While speaking, Zhang didn't take the carriage anymore. He directly walked forward. The 20 borrowed guards immediately surrounded Zhang, frightening the 2 yamen runners who wanted to approach him. These 20 people were all wearing leather armor, with knives on their waists and leather bags on their backs. Without opening the bags, one could tell that they were crossbows just by looking at the outside. The 2 bailiffs were secretly shocked. That He Kangji was quite knowledgeable. He smiled and said to Zhang, "Darren, the bodyguard of the Wang Mansion, is really different. There are some things in the county that are not easy to deal with. With such a brave warrior, I think the county will be much more stable." Oh, could it be that there were bandits here? The yamen runners in the county are not easy to deal with. Zhang showed a surprised expression and deliberately exaggerated his question. He Kangji quickly waved his hand. "Darren, what are you talking about? The new policy of the dynasty is peaceful. How could there be bandits near the capital? It's because there are too few yamen runners. They can't travel fast enough. The deputy county magistrate and the secretary are discussing whether to hire more yamen runners to listen to Darren's orders." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also got off the carriage and squeezed beside Zhang. When they heard He Kangji say that they were hiring yamen runners, they looked at each other and smiled. They thought of what happened when Jia Shan came here in plain clothes. The yamen runners used one move and spent the last bit of money. Could it be that Huayuan County also wanted to learn this? Zhang also thought of this point, but he didn't care. If he had money, he would spend it according to the way he had money. If he didn't have money, everyone had no money. He wasn't like Jia Shan, who relied on the yamen's money. He had enough money at home. At this moment, Wei nodded and didn't say anything about this matter. He Kangji also didn't mention it at the right time and talked about some trivial things in the county. Zhang Zhong listened as they walked and occasionally asked a few questions. He learned this from County Magistrate Cheng and never talked too much about things he wasn't familiar with. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao followed with their little eggs and looked at the situation in the county. The spring plowing in Sanshui County had already ended, but there were still a few people working here. Although it was not as prosperous as Sanshui County, there were still many people. There were shops and stalls on both sides of the street, and the sound of hawking could be heard from time to time. When the people in the county bought things, they bartered. Unlike in Sanshui County, they could carry a few coins with them. There was also a difference in their complexion. They were not as rosy as the people in Sanshui County. This was not only a matter of food, but more of a matter of mentality. It's not bad. It's easy to get results in this kind of place. We just need to improve a little. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lips. Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same. What we need to solve now is the problem of team unity. It's more convenient to do things when the government is unified. It depends on what the original people want. They sent a mediocre official and 2 absent-minded yamen runners to welcome us. How can such yamen runners want to do things? Maybe there are people who are willing to do things. Wang Wan looked at the bright side. Who cares? Only a fierce dragon will cross the river. Since we're here, we don't plan to start everything smoothly. We'll go to the yamen later. We'll live behind it and repair the house. As Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old child holding a chicken. He stuck a straw stick on the chicken and left the crowd. He jumped over and asked, "How much is the chicken?" The child looked at Zhang Xiaobao first. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, his eyes lit up and said, 70 coins. I won't sell it for less. 70 coins is a bit expensive, but this chicken seems to be able to lay eggs. Why are you selling a chicken that lays eggs? Isn't it better to keep it to lay eggs and sell them? Zhang Xiaobao was not like other rich young masters who didn't know how much things cost. In Sanshui County, he could give an accurate price according to the quality of things. A chicken like this in Sanshui County was usually 58 to 62 coins, depending on the size. Wang Wan also came over and asked, "Yes, keep it to lay eggs. Is it because this chicken doesn't lay eggs? It shouldn't be. Is it because it lays soft eggs? Don't worry, go to the river and get some river snails for it to eat. The eggs will be hard. My mother is sick. I'll sell the chicken to buy medicine for my mother. 70 coins can buy 3 sets. I'll buy some meat for my mother with the rest of the money." The child gently touched the chicken's neck with his hand. The chicken cooed twice at its owner. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the child's eyes for a while and nodded. He told Erniu, who had been following him for a long time, "Give him 200 coins and cut a piece of meat from the cart." When Erniu heard the order, he turned around and went to get it. Zhang Xiaobao said to the child, "Take the chicken back. I will give you money to get the medicine. Hold on for a few months. After a few months, life will get better." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and turned to walk back. The child suddenly asked, "Why are you so good to me?" "No reason, I'm willing," Zhang Xiaobao said without turning his head. This scene was seen by Zhang Zhong and He Kangji. Zhang Zhong didn't do anything and let his son do whatever he wanted. He Kangji, however, asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, even if you can help him, so what? There are too many things like this in the county. Why don't we make Huayuan County, like Sanshui County? The lives of the people will naturally be better. I don't understand these things. I just know that they are the people of Huayuan County. Great love helps one side. Small love helps one person. If I don't have the thought of small love, how can I say great love? I'm still young and don't have the ability to love, so I'll do small love." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said to He Kangji. He Kangji was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Zhong. He felt that this must be what the new county magistrate taught the child. Otherwise, how could such a child know so many things? Lord Zhang really loves the people as his own children. He actually teaches the child such words of love. I admire him. He Kangji cupped his hands and said to Zhang Zhong, Well said, well said. Zhang Zhong laughed. He didn't teach his son such things. At this time, Erniu had already handed the money and the meat to the child. The meat weighed 5 kilograms, so it was very difficult for the child to carry it. With the addition of the money, the child had no choice but to hang the money on his shoulder and cover it with his clothes. He held the meat with both hands and let the chicken follow him. He didn't leave directly. He wanted to know who was so good to him. He squeezed forward and happened to see an official of the yamen bowing to another person. He mustered up his courage and asked the guard beside him, Who is the child who gave me the thing? The young master of the new county magistrate's family. Go back quickly to get the medicine for your mother. You will have a good life in the future. The guard didn't take any precautions against the child and said casually, Oh, I know. The child carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, turned around and left. He said to the chicken, Hua Hua, let's go home. I won't sell it to you. The hen cooed and followed behind, pecking at the ground from time to time. Lord Zhang, the deputy county magistrate, and the registrar shouldn't have returned to the yamen yet. Do you want to go to the restaurant to eat first, or? He Kangji asked Zhang Zhong. His tone seemed to be more respectful. There's no hurry to eat. Let's wait at the yamen and see where we will live in the future. Zhang Zhong had brought a few carriages this time. He had to distribute the meat on the carriages as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would spoil after a long time. He didn't prepare much meat. Each yamen runner could get about 20 kilograms. The rest was to be frozen and used to cook at home in the next few days. He Kangji didn't say much about this matter. He led the way and arrived at the yamen. Sure enough, it was as dilapidated as he had imagined. The beating drum was gone, and the side of the drum was cracked open. The door of the yamen was half closed and half open. Not only was the paint peeling off, the wood was almost rotting. One of the copper rings on the door was broken, and the other one was missing. People didn't want to enter this yamen. He Kangji blushed and said, Sir, the yamen doesn't have much money. We also need to help the people in the county. Therefore, we don't have enough money to repair the yamen. Okay. Zhang Zhong grunted and looked back at his son. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to feel anything. He still seemed to be curious. Chapter 307. He Kangji coughed softly and said, Sir, this way, please. Only then did Zhang Zhong turn around and follow him in. When he got closer, he realized why the door was half closed. The door had actually fallen off and was propped up by a stick. If it was opened, it would be too obvious and wouldn't look good. The group of people walked inside, passing through the lobby in the front, and the courtyard used for doing things at the back. Walking further back, it was the place where Zhang Zhong and his family would live in the future. After turning a small corner, the future home appeared in front of them. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The roof of the dilapidated main house was full of holes. The paper on the windows had long been gone. Only the window frames were left, which were either open or closed. With a clang, a stray cat came out of a hole in the window and meowed at them. It twisted its body and ran away in the blink of an eye. From this courtyard to other courtyards, there were also houses that were too dilapidated for people to live in. It had to be said that this place was bigger than the courtyard behind the yamen in Sanshui County. Unfortunately, most of the courtyards did not even have a house. There was only a pile of mud piled up there after the snow had melted. There were beams, doors, and windows. It seemed that someone had taken it back to use it or used it to make a fire. Zhang Zhong smacked his lips and asked Kangji. This, the previous county magistrate, actually worked in such a dilapidated place. He was really a role model for us. My lord, county magistrate didn't live here in the past. He had a house outside, but it's gone now. It's said that he sold it to someone else and his family moved away. Why don't you buy a house outside? He Kangji lowered his voice and said to Zhang Zhong, "No, this place is fine. My family will find an inn to stay in for the next few days. When it is repaired, we will move back. If we don't live in the yamen, it will be easy for us to get into big trouble." When Zhang Zhong came, he was already mentally prepared that the yamen would be a little dilapidated. After discussing with his son, he could repair it and not live outside. However, he did not expect it to be so dilapidated. Well, his son liked a big place, and his family was not short of money. He could leave it to his son. "Sir, there doesn't seem to be enough money in the yamen's account to repair the courtyard. If you want to buy it outside, you can find a few local merchants to raise the money." He Kangji had to remind him. Zhang Zhong smiled. "You don't have to look for others. I still have some money at home. I live in my own house and pay for my own repairs." "Heat Song Ji, do you know how much money I have in my account?" "I'm not too sure either. It's true that I'm in charge of the warehouse, but there's not a single grain left in the warehouse. There's not even a single copper coin left. I heard that there's still around 30 strings of coins in the account, which is around 100 silvers." He Kangji told Zhang Zhong the truth. He wanted to tell him that he was in a deficit now. There was money in the account, but there was no money in the warehouse. He had to find a way to make up for it himself. At this moment, Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. They meant that they couldn't use their own money to make up for the deficit in the warehouse. Building a house was one thing, but the yamen's affairs were another. They didn't lack money, but they couldn't do that. Zhang Zhong understood. He said to He Kangji, "There's no hurry now. Let's wait for this year's rent and tax to be collected. By then we can repair the yamen too." "Sir, there's no tax this year. We collected this year's tax in advance last year. County Magistrate Wen's case has been jointly reported by the Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen has been convicted of several crimes. I don't know if he can keep his life." He Kangji brought up another matter. Before Zhang Zhong could react, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already understood. When they were greedy, everyone was greedy together. Now, all the blame was pushed to County Magistrate Wen. The Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate Wen had no responsibility. Naturally, they wouldn't return the money that they had embezzled. Good calculation. I like this kind of person. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. "You should think about how to get money. The spring plowing has just ended. The tax that was supposed to be collected in autumn this year will be gone. You can't possibly collect it again, right? I don't know how the people are doing. They have to pay rent for 2 years a year. Can they still survive? It's a small matter. Take it slow. It's not like the higher-ups don't know what happened here. They just want to see what my father will do. We can only stay outside today. Let my father contact the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General first." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this at all. He had lost a little money and collected a year's worth of rent in advance. It wasn't much. In the past, the officials he met could lose a few years' worth of rent and nothing happened to them. Zhang Zhong had seen the house and was only waiting for the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General to come back. He would officially take over after the handover. Before that, he still had something to do. He said to He Kangji, "Since the yamen is still in deficit, I think the bailiffs are not doing well. I have brought some things. Why don't we get the bailiffs and some people from the yamen here? We can take the things back and deal with them for a few days." "What are they again?" "Xiaobao, remember what you said before you came. Recite it for me." Zhang Zhong really didn't know what his son had brought. He could only let his son recite it himself. "Father, are you testing me? I remember. A bag of white flour, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 20 kilograms of meat, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers. The bag of rice and noodles are 5 buckets each. When everyone is here, you can give them to them." Zhang Xiaobao had to support his father at this time and counted the things at the side. He Kangji and the 2 bailiffs were delighted when they heard it, especially the 2 bailiffs. Usually, they couldn't be greedy and could only bully the common people. The common people didn't have much money at home. It was good enough to get a few eggs. If they were more ruthless, they would catch and kill the chickens and eat them together. They didn't expect the new county magistrate to give them so many things. The rice was good, the noodles were good, and there was vegetable oil. What the family lacked the most was oil. If there was oil, they could eat some wild vegetables. If there was no oil, they would waste food. With the addition of meat, chickens, and cucumbers, they could make a lot of good dishes. Sir, is what you said true? Please wait. I will go and find people. I will find all 67 bailiffs and the rest of the people in the Yamen. In total, there are 13 people. When one of the 2 bailiffs heard Zhang Xiaobao's last sentence, he immediately ran out. Zhang Zhong looked at him and didn't say anything. The other 13 people were naturally people like He Kangji. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't care about these things. It didn't matter whether they came or not. No one knew where they went. Otherwise, how could they not bring the bailiffs with them when they went out to do things? If they did, the bailiffs wouldn't say that they didn't bring all of them. Zhang Xiaobao originally thought that the 2 bailiffs could meet his father face to face and sound each other out. Then they would consider whether to confront or compromise. He didn't expect that they would directly use such an unpresentable method to make their intentions clear. In the future, they could only be enemies. After waiting for the other bailiffs to come back, they began to unload the things from the cart. Half of the 20 guards were divided into 2 groups to help, and the other half continued to be on guard. Some people from the Zhang family also did the work. Even He Kangji and the rest of the bailiffs didn't stand aside and just watched. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, just stood there and watched as the bags of rice and noodles were moved down and put down properly. He also watched as the barrels of vegetable oil were poured out, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao had to help at this time. He said to He Kangji, "When my father came, he said that this is only a part of it. There will be more in the future. In Sanshui County, even the Zhang family can give the bailiff some things they need, let alone our own people. You have to do a good job. If you don't do a good job, we won't give you anything in the future." Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said the last words that could easily offend people. Only in this way could people think that he was a child who didn't know how to behave. The bailiff who helped to move the things nodded and promised, Cheetah Fei will definitely do a good job in the future. There are so many things to eat for 2 months. I will sell the cucumbers later. Ha! He Kangji was also not angry. He stopped what he was doing and stood there thinking for a while. Finally, he lowered his head and came to Zhang Zhong, saying, "Sir, to be honest, I didn't go to pick you up today because of anyone's order. I didn't do a good job here at all. I heard that you are capable, so I took the risk to go there." The 2 of them also did the same. They are usually ostracized. If they can, they will try their best. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. The main thing was that his son had used a trick. He guessed that he had arranged for people to be drawn to his side by Jiashan. What if they were also the same? So he said, "It doesn't matter. It's not easy for everyone. It will be better if we work together more in the future. If we want to get some benefits, we have to let the people in the county live a good life anyway. This is the case in Sanshui County. Write a few notices tomorrow and let the people in our county know what I, the new county magistrate, am thinking." "Sir, what are you thinking about?" The bailiff threw the chicken down and asked curiously. "I am thinking that since the Zhang family can promote Sanshui County to Shang County, Huayuan County can also be promoted to Shang County. Sanshui County has a wharf. Isn't there a wharf in Huayuan County about to be built?" Zhang Zhong repeated his son's words and appeared to be very confident. He Kangji and the bailiff didn't expect Zhang Zhong to have such a plan. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Zhang Zhong took this topic and continued, "As long as you do your job well, it won't take long for Huayuan County to change. At that time, the salary that should be increased will be increased, and the people who should be promoted will also be promoted. Originally, I could be a sixth-grade official in the capital, but I feel that I should do some things in Huayuan County. When the things are almost done, I will come to the capital. The benefits here will be left to the next one. Chapter 308. Before all the goods were moved down, there were already many bailiffs at the entrance. One by one, they came in to look at the goods being moved down. Then they looked at Zhang Zhong, who was their county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also looked at them one by one. Those who were looked at immediately looked away and did not dare to look at Zhang Zhong. It had nothing to do with their status. It was mainly because they did not go to welcome him today. They only came after he gave them the goods. They felt that they were in the wrong. As for the people with integrity, they could not expect to find any among them. It was impossible to find anyone with integrity among the county magistrate, registrar, and deputy magistrate. They would have thought of ways to get rid of those people. When the last few people came, all the goods were unloaded, other than the deputy magistrate and registrar. There was still a scribe who did not come. Everyone else was present. Some of them squeezed out a smile and greeted Zhang Zhong. Some of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. He Kangji, just give them what my Baolang said just now. Don't forget to give me the rest. I will keep it for myself. Zhang Zhong deliberately did not say anything to those people. He also did not give them the goods himself. After telling He Kangji, he went out with a group of people to find an inn. They could only come back after the building in the yamen was repaired. Erniu had already left in advance to find someone to do the work. He Kangji knew what the county magistrate meant. He repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said just now. If you do your job well, there will be more in the future. If you don't do your job well, you can just watch others take the goods home. He Kangji agreed and started to work. Those in the county who were doing other things gave the goods first. The bailiffs lined up behind and said while giving out the goods, "Today you all did not go to welcome His Excellency. His Excellency is already angry, but he still gave you the goods. There will be more in the future, but you all have to listen to His Excellency. Otherwise there won't be any. His Excellency is the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. I think you all know His Excellency. If anyone takes the goods and plays tricks behind his back, don't blame me for not warning you." He Kangji, what do you mean? Are you not afraid of Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao? The two of you are eating at Jinlai Restaurant. It's not far from here. A person who was taking something from He Kangji said to him with a cold expression, "Haha, regarding Jiang Dian, if I were you, I wouldn't have taken these things. Perhaps you haven't heard much about the Zhang family. How dare you speak like this after taking these things? Just wait for the Lord's thunderous anger. I'm just an insignificant official. I don't care if he's a county deputy supervisor or a county deputy supervisor. At most, I'll just quit." He Kangji laughed at Dianshi Jiang. His words were full of sarcasm, which made Dianshi Jiang's expression change again and again. He couldn't say anything for a while, but he was reluctant to throw away the thing in his hand. He had to turn his head to look at others, hoping to get some support. The surrounding people didn't care about Dianshi Jiang anymore. They only cared about the things that were placed there. After taking them, they could make dumplings when they went back today. The yamen runners were even more excited. They couldn't be greedy. Even if Shangguan Zhuangzi was greedy, he wouldn't give it to them. Regarding Jiang Dian, think about what Zhangjia Zhuangzi has done in the past 2 years. You're on your own. Next, oh, Chao Dao, your child is sick. Are you feeling better? I'll pick a bigger chicken for you to go back and nourish yourself. Why don't you go today? The Zhang family is sending ginseng to the yamen runners of Sanshui County. The registrar Zhan gave you last time isn't enough to buy medicine, right? He Kangji didn't show any mercy today. He glanced at Dianshi Jiang and said some harsh words to another person. Chao Dao pursed his lips and looked at the bigger chicken that was picked out. He sighed and said, "It's my fault. I didn't expect the new county magistrate to come and give us things. I thought he would only give up after he dealt with some people. The new county magistrate is also good, but we're poor and have short ambitions. Let's talk about the future later. I'll go back and cook some meat for my son to eat. As he spoke, he directly walked out after receiving the things. He didn't take anything and needed someone to help him carry it. When the others heard his words, they also regretted it. They didn't care about the common people. Those who cared about the common people had already been cleared out. They were only here to get some benefits. The Registrar Jean and the Deputy County Magistrate would occasionally give some benefits, but it was too little. The money they took out was less than half. No matter how rich they were, they couldn't compare to the Zhang family. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong didn't deal with the people here first and gave them things first? They originally didn't want to take the things and force Zhang Zhong to restrain himself. Now that he had given them things and they had just met, what should they do if they still took the things from him? Zhang Zhong didn't know the nature of these people. He was still worried that someone wouldn't take the things, so he left first to avoid embarrassment. He didn't know that the rest of the people had persisted until now because they wanted to get benefits. A group of people walked without a guide. They could only stroll slowly. When they saw a good restaurant or inn, they went in to stay. After walking for a while, they came to a 3-story restaurant. They looked up at the signboard and saw the words Jinlai Restaurant written on it. This is it. It looks good. Zhang Zhong decided to stay here for a few days. As for whether the restaurant was more luxurious or spent more money, he didn't care at all. When the group of people just arrived at the door, a sharp-eyed waiter came up to them. When he saw Zhang Zhong's official uniform, he immediately said with a smile, "Sir, are you here to eat or to stay overnight? Please come in first. Someone come quickly and take these horses to feed them. Use good ingredients." Seeing this waiter, Zhang Zhong was stunned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The waiter's uniform had a picture embroidered on his chest. It was a very cartoon picture. A small rice seedling was placed there. Rice seedling? Which part is it? Wang Wan thought carefully and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was next to her. The restaurant in the state capital. Look, there are some weeds under the rice seedling. Why did they open their business here? Or did other people also think of the picture of the rice seedling? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. Some of the businesses that his family sold out had their own unique symbol. Different rice seedlings represented different identities. He didn't expect that there would be a picture of a rice seedling here without his arrangement. The two of them looked at each other and stood out from the crowd so that the waiter could see the two of them. To be precise, the picture of the two of them was on their uniforms. Zhang Zhong was wearing an official uniform, so naturally he didn't dare to embroider a rice seedling on it. The servants were behind him, so only the guards were around to block the waiter's line of sight. Zhang Zhong was also thinking. When he saw his son and daughter-in-law stand out, he quickly moved half of his body. The waiter's eyes immediately followed them. When he saw, his mouth immediately opened wide. After taking a closer look, he quickly bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It's actually the young master and young lady who came. This humble one greets the two of you. The two of you. Follow my father to take office. Zhang Xiaobao signaled with his eyes. With a putong sound, the waiter actually knelt down and said to Zhang Zhong, "This humble one didn't know it was master. I was negligent just now. Please forgive me. Who taught you the rules? Get up. Why did the restaurant open here?" Zhang Zhong was happy. His family actually had a restaurant here. He had a place to stay and didn't have to worry about being bullied. "Master, you, the young master and young lady, go in first. Let this humble one slowly explain." The waiter stood up and said excitedly. He had never seen the main family's people before. He had only memorized the picture. He didn't expect to see 3 people from the main family today. Moreover, he served them. The waiter walked in front with his chest puffed out. Zhang Zhong and the others followed behind. When they entered the restaurant, everyone who saw the waiter became curious, especially the other waiter. They didn't know what happened to Na Jio today. Na Jio wasn't like this normally. When they saw the Zhang family servants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming in. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The two little seedlings on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's chests weren't just cute in their eyes. They were status. The young master and young lady of the main family came together? The shopkeeper on the first floor was still using the abacus to pay the bill. At this time, he felt the difference in the surrounding atmosphere. He also turned his head to look. His hand suddenly stopped on the abacus and didn't move. The surrounding diners couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhang Zhong's 7th rank official robe, they understood that an official had come. Some people in the capital curled their lips in disdain and muttered to the people beside them, "That's right, Zhang Zhong. Only officials in this place wear officials' robes to eat. No one in the capital dares to, let alone a 7th-ranked official. There are more people in the capital than cow's hair. It's embarrassing to wear it out." When the group went directly to the 3rd floor, the waiters on the 1st floor quickly looked at their robes to see if there was anything inappropriate. Even the shopkeeper arranged the account book on the counter properly. Zhang Zhong came to a room on the 3rd floor and ordered the waiter, arrange for them and serve some home-cooked dishes. Those people were naturally the guards and the servants of the Zhang family. They were led away by another waiter on the 3rd floor. The waiter called Na Jiu stayed and asked another waiter to tell him what to cook. He didn't ask for a menu and directly ordered 8 dishes in one breath. The waiter quickly ran down and told the chef in the kitchen behind. He didn't dare to let an ordinary chef cook. First, for small cold plates were served. Zhang Zhong tasted them and looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also took a bite. He ate shredded cucumber and dried tofu. He nodded and said, "It's okay. Remember to heat the dried tofu with hot water next time. Tell me about how you opened a restaurant here." Chapter 309. As Zhang Zhong and the others listened, the waiter Na Jiu began to explain. This time he was not as concise as usual. After a few words, Zhang Xiaobao and the others understood. The shopkeeper sent by the Zhang family could make a profit and make an investment. If he succeeded, he could continue to invest. If he failed, he would have to obediently guard the store. The one in the provincial capital was naturally a success. Zhang Zhong was the first to enter, and there were 9 people there at the same time. With the booming business, the shopkeeper surnamed Xan became active. He went to Zhangjia, Zhuangzi later. His family was in Zhuangzi, and he worked alone in the provincial capital. He used to run a small store, but he fled and followed his nephew here. In Huaiyuan County, he had a nephew who worked as a cook. He had a lot of money, so he only handed it in once every season. Then he contacted his nephew. The original Jinlai building was run by a relative of County Magistrate Wen. County Magistrate Wen was unlucky. Without a backer, his relative wanted to sell the building, so he asked his nephew to buy it. However, the place was not under his nephew's management. It was directly under his name. Then, according to the Zhang family's rules of opening a shop outside, he would teach the shop assistants well and deposit the money into the account. When the season changed, he would send the money to the main family to make the main family happy. He had signed an irrevocable contract, so if the money fell into his name, it would fall into the main family's name. The waiter, Na Jiu, left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhang Zhong and the others in the room. "Not bad. You have courage. You can seize the opportunity when you see it. That shopkeeper Xan can be trained well in the future. Father, are we going to live here?" Zhang Xiaobao felt very gratified. He praised him and asked his father. Zhang Zhong was also happy. This was his son's business, and the rules were set by him. He did not expect to have his own business here. It seemed to be not small. It was a 3-story building. He nodded and said, "Let's live here. We'll move back when the yamen is repaired." At this time, the hot dishes were served one after another. There wasn't much of each dish. Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 had been on the road for such a long time, so they were also hungry. They shook their cheeks and began to eat. While they were eating, the waiter named Jiu came in again and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, I forgot to mention one thing. Yamen's Minister Zhan and County Magistrate Xiao are also eating on the third floor. They are in the room next door. There are also some businessmen coming from outside. Oh, did they come here to do something? Good, let's go take a look. Xiao Bao, you and Cuckoo eat. Father will go over for a while. Zhang Zhong wanted to see what the two men were up to, so he got up and walked out after informing his son. The waiter pointed at the side. In the room next door, laughter could be heard from the corridor. Zhang Zhong wanted to eavesdrop, but when he just arrived there, a man came out. When he saw Zhang Zhong, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong's clothes, turned around, and ran back in. Zhang Zhong did not continue to eavesdrop, so he followed the man into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw the man talking to a fat man. County Magistrate Xiao, I just saw a man wearing a level 7 official uniform at the door. Is he the new county magistrate? Yes, I am the new county magistrate. I wonder who is County Magistrate Xiao and who is Minister Zhan? Zhang Zhong looked at the waiter who reported the news and then looked at the messy table. He asked calmly. Everyone at the table looked at Zhang Zhong at the same time. The businessmen were a little uneasy, while the fat man and the thin man changed their expressions a few times. Haha, so it's Lord Zhang. We still have some matters to attend to here, hence the delay. Once we're done with the matters here, we will personally look for Lord Zhang to hand over the matter. By then, Lord Zhang will be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Haha, I'm the deputy county magistrate, Xiao, that Lord Zhang mentioned. The fat man smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, but he did not stand up. The thin man beside him also said, in the future, we will work together to do the things in the county. Oh, it's late now. Lord Zhang, why don't you have a rest first and go to the Yamen early tomorrow morning to take over? The businessmen who were sitting there also smiled when they heard the two talking. At the same time, they were relieved and looked at Zhang Zhong, wondering what he would say. Zhang Tsong understood the meaning of the county magistrate's words. You are not the county magistrate now. Wait until I take over. You're just an ordinary official now. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable. He hesitated and said, Well, I will go there early tomorrow morning. You wait here and do your work slowly. After saying this, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked out. Suddenly he stopped, turned around, and carefully looked at the faces of those merchants. The merchants felt uncomfortable being looked at. They all stopped smiling and slightly lowered their heads. Zhang Zhong then said to the person who had just reported the news, Brother Zhang Zhong, I'm going to tell you something. You are the copywriter in the county, right? Good, do a good job. You didn't even take the things I brought. You must be a good copywriter who is not flattering. After saying this, Zhang Zhong walked out and went back to his original room with a sullen face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the waiter did not give him face and drove his father out. He advised, Father, the official career is like this. You can't be straightforward. It is important to hide a knife in a smile and have a knife in the belly. What they did is actually inferior. You can take it slowly after you take over. Zhang Zhong also knew that, but he was not happy. He did not know what the two men said to so many businessmen. It might be related to Huayuan County. The two men were now doing things on behalf of the county magistrate. What if they took advantage of this opportunity and did something that should not be done? What should he do? Thinking about this, Zhang Zhong also felt uncomfortable while eating. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped. He just sat there and muttered something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, Father, do you have the official document and pardon from the imperial court with you? Yes, they're here. Zhang Zhong said as he took out the 2 envelopes from his arms. Then let's go and hand them over. Bring the guards with you. Do you think they dare to not hand them over? Zhang Xiaobao stood up and prepared to accompany his father. Zhang Zhong just remembered that he took 2 things. The other party could not refuse to hand them over. He just forgot about it. He looked at his son in confusion and asked, Why didn't you say it directly just now? If I said it just now, they and the businessmen have nothing to do. Now that you are here, they will definitely speed up and sign some documents and stamp some things. At this time, the documents are probably only half finished. We will know when we go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He touched his son's head and went out to call the guards. He brought the guards to the outside of the room and directly pushed the door open. He said to the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official who were writing something in the room, "I think it's better to hand them over immediately. I feel that it's better to hand it over immediately. Since I'm already here, I can't trouble the two of you. This is the imperial court's letter for the handover." As he was speaking, Zhang Zhong put the two envelopes in front of the both of them. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official stopped writing at the same time. They stared at Zhang Zhong and did not know what to say. They then looked down at the two envelopes on the table. Their hands trembled and a drop of ink fell on the paper. "This, Lord Zhang, you don't have to be in a hurry, right?" The registrar official stared into Zhang Zhong's eyes and said, "Of course. Don't tell me the both of you still want to do something beyond your authority? Then this official can only report today's matter as it is." Zhang Zhong was not at all polite now. His eyes also looked at the unfinished paper. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were nervous at the same time. They quickly rolled up the paper in front of them. The deputy magistrate Xiao smiled and said, "The registrar official and I are competing to see who can write better. Since you want to hand it over, we have already done it over there." "Oh, the seal seems to be in the yamen. Registrar official, accompany His Excellency to get the seal over there. I will go back after talking to the others." "No need. Let's go back together. I can wait." Zhang Zhong did not give the deputy magistrate official any chance at all. He knew that the seal was on the deputy magistrate official, and he wanted to send him away so that he could do something better. The deputy magistrate official was still smiling and said, "Lord Zhang, the registrar official, and I are here for some personal matters. These people are also my old friends. It is not convenient for His Excellency to be here, right?" "Oh, so you two are not here for official business? Then I am here to take office, and you don't want to hand it over. Are you trying to use your personal matters to overturn official business? Where are the laws of the imperial court? Official business or personal matters?" Zhang Zhong finally caught the faulty wording in the two's words and interrogated them. Official business. It is definitely official business. I was just joking. Since His Excellency wants to do this, then let's go back now." The registrar official and deputy magistrate official could not say anything else at this time. As they said that they wanted to go back, they kept winking at those businessmen. Those businessmen did not expect that things would turn out like this. When they saw the two people's winks, they could only hold it in and think of a solution in the future. It seemed that it was not possible now. The 20 guards let the registrar official and deputy magistrate official go first, as if they were escorting them. Zhang Zhong said to his son angrily in a low voice, "Xiaobao, you are right. They are indeed writing a document. They want to sell the land next to the river that connects to the capital city to those businessmen. That land is obviously fertile land, but they actually wrote it as a wasteland. It is really infuriating." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he smiled. He had seen this kind of thing many times. So what if there was one more time? He turned around and looked at the businessmen who were standing more than 10 steps away. He said to his father in a low voice, "Arrange people to watch those businessmen. Don't let them go. In the future, they have to contribute to the business of Huayuan County." "Xiaobao, what do you want them to do?" Zhang Zhong asked puzzledly. Chapter 310. You still want to sell it to them? Zhang Zhong looked at his son in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and didn't say anything. He knew his son's ability. He always did things in a bold and unconstrained way. Since his son said he could sell it, then he could sell it. It just depended on how he sold it. When they returned to the yamen, there were still people in the yamen who hadn't taken the things away. He Kangji was waiting there. Not only did he distribute the things to others, but he also had to look after the things that were left behind. He couldn't pick the other things like rice and noodles. He just needed to take a bag of them. However, the remaining chicken was all small. The meat was all lean. The 5 layers and the fat ones were all taken away by others. Needless to say, the 5 layers and the fat ones were all wanted. The fat ones were also not bad. They could be eaten with oil when they went back. The fat ones could be eaten with oil and could be used to make dumplings and pancakes. Ordinary people didn't want the lean ones. Zhang Xiaobao liked to eat the lean ones. It was just nice. As for the cucumbers, he picked the straight ones and took them. The rest were all crooked and some were even rolled into balls. Even so, he still had to look after the rest. He believed that once he left, these things would all be gone. Not to mention other things, it would take at least half a month for the cucumbers to be harvested. During this period of time, whether he ate it himself or took it out to sell, it would be good. Waiting for Zhang Zhong and the others to arrive, he Kangji took a small bite of the cucumbers. When the registrar and the county premier saw him, they stared at him as if they wanted to stare him to death. The clerk who followed them back was lost in thought when he saw the things that hadn't been distributed. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong, the registrar, and the county premier. Finally, he resisted the idea of going to take the things. When County Premier Xiao returned to the yamen, he directly said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, wait for a moment. I will go to the signing room to get the seal. When I come back, we will hand it over." Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything. No matter what, he had to give them a chance to take out the seal. It was useless to ask someone to search for it. If they found it, they would say that they forgot it. They were too busy. What could he do? The registrar official had also sorted out some of the matters that had been handed over to him. When the time came, he would hand them over to Zhang Zhong together. When he Kangji saw his master return, he immediately approached him and said, "Your Honor, I've given all the people in the yamen what you gave them. There are still some left, but I'm just picky. The rest are not very good. The meat is lean, the cucumber is bent, and the chicken is small." "Ha ha ha. It's not like you don't know what my family does. Leave the lean meat for the sauce. Xiao Bao loves to eat it. Bend some cucumbers and make them into garlic cucumbers. Roast the chicks. It's easier to hold them and eat them." Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. Just now he had inadvertently seen the way the registrar and deputy district magistrate looked at He Kangji. This was the time for him to win over people's hearts. Other county magistrates might not be able to do this when they had just taken office, but he could. He had already gotten used to some things related to his status. Occasionally, when he went out of the house, he would see a villager and chat for a while. Even if he was a 7th rank official, just like how his son often played with the children of the villager. Who could say that the villager didn't respect the master's family? But it was different for He Kangji. This was the first time he had spoken to the county magistrate like this. In the past, county magistrate had always been cold. He said excitedly, "Your Honor, are you going to hand over immediately?" "Your Honor, the most important thing in our county now is that river, the one that connects to the capital. I forgot. From your house to the river, the land on both sides of the river is worth a lot. Your Honor, you must be careful. Otherwise, the land will be sold cheaply, and our yamen will have no money." When He Kangji said these words, he was gritting his teeth. Even if the registrar stood there and secretly glared at him from time to time, he still said it. Zhang Zhong had seen it just now and knew this was the case. But when it came from He Kangji's mouth, it gave him a different feeling. He was now more certain that this small official with the surname he was ready to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such an important thing to gain his trust. He nodded at He Kangji. "This matter is indeed important. I will remember it." While they were talking, Deputy District Magistrate Xiao walked out of the signing room with a square seal made of brass in his hand. It was heavy. He reluctantly put it on the document and said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Honor, let's hand over now." Zhang Zhong took out the two letters. After verifying each other, he picked up the seal and the document. From this moment on, he was the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was ready to play a game of intrigue with these two people. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came to the place where things were handed out. Each of them was holding a cucumber and gnawing on it. Xiaobao, it seems that your father is not easy to deal with. The two of them are actually of the same mind. Should we try to drive a wedge between them first? Wang Wan asked as she patted the bag of rice with one hand. Her hand was dusted. It's fine to use it or not. It's just to deal with two small figures. If it's to deal with some ministers or prime ministers, I have to be well prepared. At that time, I may not be able to guarantee that it will work. But to deal with two people like them, it's not worth so much effort. They're not young either. One of them looks like he is almost 30, and the other is 25 or 26. If the chief secretary is 25 or 26, I will be worried. Many prime ministers started from this position when they were young. Although I have never heard of his name, it's a pity that the young one is the county magistrate. He is below the 8th rank. He has a lot of experience. The most important thing is that the two of them are on the same side as County Magistrate Win. If they didn't push all the blame to County Magistrate Win, they would be fine. The people above have long been used to this kind of thing. It's County Magistrate Win who is dealing with them. They still have to help stabilize Huayuan County. But they refused. They are too cowardly. People like them can't expect to be promoted in the future unless they meet a noble. Otherwise, no one dares to promote them. If they are promoted, what if they commit a crime? Will they continue to push the blame to themselves? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. Sometimes things in the officialdom were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. No one would hire someone who would hit a senior official when he was down at a critical moment. Then what are you going to do next? You have already watched the businessmen. You can't just watch them like that, right? Wang Wan asked again. Of course we can't do that. They are here to invest. We have to treat them well. Let Erniu lead them to the river to see the place. Tell them that they can buy the land, but they have to negotiate the price. Also, they have to tell them how to manage the land after buying it and how much tax they have to pay. Zhang Xiaobao had already come up with a good idea just now. At this time, it was just the right time to tell Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a while and said they can negotiate the price and manage the land. But the amount of tax they have to pay seems to have been fixed, right? Do you dare to let your father decide the tax privately? I don't dare. There's still two wolves watching over there, but they want to do business. Both sides of the land are fertile land. They should pay the fine, right? As long as they occupy the land, they can be punished according to the year. After all, they have to farm every year. Is this okay? Zhang Xiaobao said another idea. Wang Wan nodded after hearing it. Good. You can even come up with this idea. That is, you're using the fine to replace the tax. How much are you going to pay? There are also rules for the fine, right? We have to see what can be planted in the land. If they say they want to plant millet, they will be fined a few strings of coins per mu. But if I say they want to plant fungus, how much do you think they will be fined per mu of land? What about vegetables in winter? Even if others know about this method, the price of vegetables will not be cheap. The cost of the vegetables is high. Then I know. It seems that we have to stop the deputy magistrate and the registrar from saying that the county magistrate agreed to occupy the land. Wang Wan could not calculate the fine for planting fungus. She still did not know the yield of each piece of wood. She had to let Pomegranate do the calculation. Don't stop them. We have to give them a chance to talk. Let them take the initiative to tell my father about occupying the land. Take it slow. Don't rush. Let's find Ernie first. I will tell him what to do. Zhang Xiaobao took another bite of the cucumber and said with a whimper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked while eating. On the other side, Zhang Zhong had become the county magistrate. He had to check some of the old account books and the records of the prison warden. Now, there were more than 120 people in the county jail. He did not believe that so many people had committed crimes. Moreover, it was the kind of crimes that needed to be locked up. The previous county magistrate had set up many unjust prisons. Now he had to clean them up bit by bit. Those who should be released would be released. Those who should be sent to higher positions would be sent to higher positions. Those who should be caught for making money would also be caught. Also, the old account books could be figured out one by one. Based on the previous county magistrate, the registrar, and the deputy magistrate's actions, the account books were in a mess. Zhang Zhong's actions made the registrar official and the district deputy feel relieved. When they reached the place where the items were placed, they took them one by one and piled them up like a small mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with dust and cobwebs. "Sir, everything is here. You must take care of yourself. If you are tired, you can sleep for a while." Looking at those things, Deputy Magistrate Xiao wanted to laugh but could not. He could only hold back his laughter and said with concern, "Zhang Zhong did not touch those books. He just glanced at them and said to the registrar and the deputy magistrate, 'Well, put them here. I will read them one by one. From tomorrow onwards, the yamen can ask for cases. We will listen to your orders. Then we will go back first. Will you be at home tonight?' The registrar asked. 'No, I will stay at Jinlai Tower tonight. I will move back after the yard behind the yamen is repaired. If you have any urgent matters at night, you can find me at Jinlai Tower.'" Chapter 311. After the registrar and deputy county magistrate left, Zhang Zhong and his companions returned to Jinlai building, where they had already prepared a place for them to rest. Zhang Zhong could have had the most well-protected courtyard, but no one had expected that he would choose a courtyard with a bad location. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were 20 guards protecting the courtyard, and the environment was very good now. It was impossible to assassinate a county magistrate, so he agreed. When they were having dinner, he went to find his father. "Dad, let me have a look at that seal. I'll take a good look at it tonight and give it to you tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao said to his father before he and Wang went to rest. If it were someone else, Zhang Zhong would not give it to him. But since his son wanted to have a look, then he had to. He wrapped the seal with a silk cloth and asked his 2 children to take it back. That night, the lights in the courtyard where Zhang Zhong was resting were not extinguished the entire night. If one were to lean against the wall from outside, they would be able to see a figure with his back to the window moving from time to time in the study room. In a private house in Huayuan County, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had not slept. They sat on the floor with some wine and dishes on the small table in the middle. They were eating and drinking slowly. "Brother Bayang, do you think we can get rid of this new county magistrate? We know his family. They don't lack money. It's not easy to get him to be greedy or accept bribes." Registrar Zhan asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao picked up the wine and took a sip. He picked up the cleaned cucumber beside him and dipped it into the sauce bowl directly. He took a bite and chewed slowly. This cucumber was not bought by him, nor was it given to him by Zhang Zhong. It was given to him by 2 yamen runners. They wanted to please them, so they sent the cucumber to them. Seeing that they had accepted the cucumber, the 2 bailiffs were quite happy. However, they didn't know that the 2 men had taken note of the 2 bailiffs and decided to find an excuse to resign. The 2 men's thoughts were simple. After giving them so many things, they just gave them some cucumber to fool them. If they didn't resign, who would they resign from? After finishing the cucumber, County Deputy Xiao said, "Brother Shangyun, if you want to get rid of him, it's impossible to make him accept bribes. But we can use other means." He took those booklets back. "What did we say at that time?" "Ha! Ha!" As he spoke, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao burst out laughing. Registrar Zhan was stunned for a moment before he also burst out laughing. He said, "Bayang is so thoughtful. We deliberately left some flaws in those booklets. When he finds them, he will continue to look for them based on these flaws. At that time, he will offend someone he shouldn't offend. That's right. And the person he offends has nothing to do with the flaws in those booklets. What do you think that person will do to him? What a pity. With so many booklets, it will take him a while to read them. Every month, he definitely won't be able to finish reading them. Even if he reads them for a month, he will just take a quick look at them. Those booklets are accumulated over several years. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed for a while and finally stopped. He took another bite of the cucumber and said he is also a fool. He clearly gave the recipe for the winter vegetables, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, so the credit for giving advice will be gone. A good top scorer ran to a county. After a while, who will remember him? If I were him, I would be a 6th grade official in the capital. My family is rich, so I can find some people to get together and recite a few poems. My reputation will spread far and wide. The emperor has also built a pear garden. At that time, the emperor will definitely pay attention to him. Maybe he will be given a higher official position. Of course, who doesn't know that the emperor likes music? As long as he writes a few more poems and the emperor sings more, it may be easy for him to be an assistant minister. Registrar Jean also said with regret. At the same time, he was jealous. Why could a fool be the top scorer in the exam and come here to be a county magistrate? Wasn't this cutting off the road for him and others? The two people chatted while eating. They ate slowly. There were no hot dishes on the table, so there was no need to heat them up. It didn't matter if the wine was cold. They ate until it was almost midnight, but they still hadn't finished eating. They were still in high spirits. After eating for a while, there was a knock on the window. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao went to open the door. A man in gray lowered his head and said, "Zhang Zhong hasn't gone to sleep yet. He has been reading the booklet." "Okay, go back quickly and see when he goes to sleep. When he falls asleep, come and tell us." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao ordered and closed the door. He went back to the place where he was sitting and sat cross-legged. "Brother Bayong, how is it?" Registrar Jean didn't hear the conversation between the two people, so he asked. "Okay, he hasn't gone to sleep yet. It seems that he is really a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Let's go and see. We will arrange something for him tomorrow. Let's see if he can still read at night. It's best if we can give him some refreshing medicine. At that time, we don't need to do anything else, and he will be exhausted to death." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao smiled sinisterly. He picked up another beef tendon and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and said angrily, "I didn't expect that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by their family. In the past, when we ate there, no one dared to charge us. But they are good. They charge us nothing. I only found out today that there is an embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on their clothes. I don't know who drew the rice seedlings. It is so ugly. The waiter of Jinlai restaurant has such rice seedlings on his clothes. Zhang Zhong's son and that little girl also have the same pattern on their clothes." "Yes, I only found out about it today. It's just that the picture doesn't look too ugly. It's quite interesting. It looks like a person. There are even eyes. Well, it's not that ugly. Let's do what we thought of yesterday tomorrow." Registrar Jean originally wanted to praise the cartoon rice seedlings, but when he found Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's expression was not good, he quickly changed his words and talked about other things. "Well, let's do that. Don't let him be idle all day." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was very satisfied with Registrar Jean's attitude. Originally, he should be in a lower position, but Registrar Jean was a little stupid and always listened to him. The next day, when Zhang Zhong woke up and saw that it was almost time to do something, he walked out of the courtyard of Jinlai restaurant with a pair of red eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work and rest schedule had always been relatively stable, so they also woke up and skipped around for a while to do morning exercises. After freshening up and having breakfast, they also followed their father to the yamen. They were still holding the silk cloth package with the seal yesterday. When they saw their father, they gave it to him. Xiao Bao, you two take some guards and walk around this county. I have to deal with something in the yamen. Zhang Zhong saw that the two children wanted to follow him, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, Father, I have never been to the hall of the yamen. I don't know how they solved the case. I want to go and have a look. Xiaobao knew that the two silly playthings were going to play tricks on his father today. Of course, he couldn't go anywhere else. He wasn't a child. He didn't have any thoughts, and only thought about playing all day. At that time, the yamen runner asked you and Cuckoo to go and have a look at the hall, but you didn't go. Now you remember. Besides, there may not be a hall today. How can there be so many things? Speaking of this, Zhang Zhong didn't know whether to be proud or laugh. The yamen in Sanshui County was no different from his own. When the yamen runners had nothing to do, they would ask his son and daughter-in-law to go there to play. However, the two children wouldn't go no matter what. The emperor's nephew also asked his son and daughter-in-law to go there and have a look, but the two children also refused. Now, the two children wanted to go with him. They were not ordinary people. It was not easy to go to the court, but it was easy to go to the court. When they returned to Sanshui County, they would go to the court from time to time. Presumably, Na Xiangsheng would not refuse, and the people would not say anything. Couldn't the children of the Zhang family go to the court to play once? Zhang Xiaobao could guess his father's thoughts, so he said, In fact, I have been waiting for this day. When you get a hall, I want to see your majestic appearance. Then let's go. Zhang Zhong didn't want to drive his son and daughter-in-law away, and the two children wouldn't make trouble. Under the protection of the guards, the three of them arrived at the yamen. As soon as they arrived, before they could go to the signing room at the back to take a look, there was a person wearing mourning clothes pounding on the silent drum. The pounding sound was ear-piercing. Sir, you are finally here. Someone has been beating the drum since dawn. The yamen runner tried to persuade him several times, but it was useless. They didn't dare to do anything to him, so they had to let him continue. Fortunately, the drum is not loud. Otherwise, the people around would be awakened. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came earlier. As soon as he saw Zhang Zhong, he trotted over and said to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked at the broken drum and naturally knew that it was not loud. He yawned and asked, Do you know what happened? Sir, I have asked. His father is dead. He said that he was killed. He wants to come here and ask you to help find the murderer. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao told the case. He didn't write a complaint, but just said it with his mouth. This man was called Zhang Matzi. He came to Huayuan County with his father 5 days ago. As a result, they met a group of criminals on the mountain in the east of Huayuan County. They were attacked by the criminals. As a result, his father died. Zhang Matzi was lucky, but he didn't want to give up, so he secretly followed the masked criminals. He followed them to Yushu village in Huayuan County and found that one of the criminals entered a yard. He waited there for 3 days. Then he knew that the criminal was Tian Guzi, a villager of Yushu village. Chapter 312. Zhang Zhong looked at pockmarked Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground. This person was crying so miserably that people felt that he would cry his last breath if he continued crying. He was wearing a white linen robe, which was not bright white. The robe was not dyed. It was just the original color of the linen thread. It was white, but it was a little gray. At this time, many people had gathered around. They all heard the man's crying and heard County Deputy Zhao's words. In the future, they all wanted to help Mr. Zhang seek justice. Zhang Zhong carefully looked at Mr. Wang, who was kneeling there but couldn't find anything. He yawned again and said, Is there a witness? My lord, I came here with my father. How could there be a witness? If there was a witness, my father might not have been harmed. My lord, you have to give me justice. I haven't taken good care of my father yet. Mr. Wang, whose voice had gradually become softer, started crying again at this time. He knelt there and hugged Zhang Zhong's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over, grabbed one of the man's arms, and tried to lift him up. He said, while lifting, "My father is a good official. He will help you. Get up, get up." It was naturally impossible for a child to lift one arm. Zhang Xiaobao ran to Mr. Wang's back and put his hands on both sides. He wanted to hold Mr. Wang from behind and lift him up. He tried several times, but it didn't work, so he had to stand aside. Zhang Zhong yawned again and rubbed his eyes. His eyes were redder, and tears were about to flow out. County Deputy Xiao, who was watching at the side, said, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" While speaking, he couldn't help yawning. Registrar Official Jean also covered his mouth, and tears appeared in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Let's get down to business first. Men, go to Elm Tree Village and bring that dog Tian here. Let me ask him why he did such a thing." Zhang Zhong forcefully shook his head and ordered a yamen runner who was standing there with his head tilted. Seeing the yamen runner look over and open his mouth to speak, he remembered that he hadn't given the yamen runner the stick. He quickly walked into the hall. "My lord, you can't let the bailiffs arrest him first. You have to take a look at the corpse first. If this incident is fake, my lord, arresting Tian Guzi of Elm Tree Village and delaying his normal business, he will definitely be dissatisfied. The life of a commoner is not easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time. The person kneeling on the ground also said, "Sir, my father's bones are still outside. I don't know if they were eaten by the wolves. Sir, you'd better go and see my father first." Well, then let's go to the mountain and see your father first. We'll make plans after we come back." Zhang Zhong narrowed his eyes and said, "Some related people here took the cart and went all the way to the mountain in the east." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Zhong. Feeling the shaking of the cart, they said, "This road really needs to be repaired properly. So does the cart. Can't we use some bamboo boards to dampen the shock? Then let's make a cart with bamboo dampening. Let's see the effect. Should we make circles of bamboo and then put our cart on them?" Wang Wan asked beside him. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "What you said might work. At that time, even if the cart doesn't move, we will shake back and forth in the cart. Dampening requires toughness and strength in addition to elasticity. To dampen the cart, we should start with the wheels. When the cotton comes out, we can wrap the wheels and then think of other places." Zhang Zhong listened to his son and future daughter-in-law talking about something he didn't understand. He decided not to listen and simply looked outside. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said to him, "Father, later you pretend to be sleepy. When the time comes, they will be happy. I'm afraid that people are always so happy. When they are happy, it is easy to make mistakes. Let's wait. Father, I have to say that your idea is really good." "What's so good about it? Isn't it just a paper doll facing the back of the window, lit the lamp, and let the guards who take turns to keep watch use a rope to pull it? Then apply some garlic juice on the eyes. County Magistrate Chang has already told me about it. This idea is just SOO." Zhang Zhong said modestly, but he couldn't hide the proud expression on his face. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to continue to flatter his father and make him happier, but he really felt that flattery was a little false. This little trick was nothing. When he was hesitating, Wang Wan suddenly pinched him secretly and moved her lips to say white lies. "Father, I don't think it's simple. I think that all tricks are simple. If it can deceive people, this needs to be grasped. If it were someone else, even if they were told such a trick, they might not be able to do it. Not to mention, Father, you did it so well. Father, that pockmarked Zhang's hemp clothes are actually new. They cost at least 20 copper coins. He didn't bring a bag with him. Where did he get the money to buy hemp clothes? Also, the flesh on his body was hard. His son had pinched him when he helped him up. How could this kind of person watch his father be harmed and run away alone? If that dog Tian was an ordinary person, how could he beat him? Even if there were several people, it wouldn't work. At that time, people would risk their lives regardless of their own safety. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't care about his father. If that dog Tian was not an ordinary person, but a strong and powerful person, the first person he would deal with would definitely not be pockmarked Zhang's father. If he traveled normally, who would take the money? Dog Tian wouldn't kill people for fun, right? In any family, money should be taken by the strongest person. Money is also heavy. Zhang Xiaobao first said a sentence of kindness, yes, that lie. Then he told his father his analysis. Zhang Zhong was also confused just now. Pockmarked Zhang had waited for 3 days to find out who killed his father. He had waited for such a long time. But when it was time for him to arrest Dog Tian, he couldn't wait anymore. Then, why didn't he find his father's body at night and drag it to the yamen? Wasn't he afraid that the surrounding people who knew Dog Tian would report to him? At this moment, after hearing his son's words, he was sure that pockmarked Zhang was lying. He must be with County Deputy Xiao. Xiao Bao, how should we deal with this matter? Do we have to be involved in this matter to become a father? Zhang Zhong thought it through, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only ask his son. Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, but Wang Wan pinched him again. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Father, when I was reading the Idyllic of Confucius a few days ago, I didn't understand a sentence." Didn't you finish learning the Idyllic of Confucius? Father Zhang asked doubtfully. Yes, but I suddenly found that there was a difference. He could use another way to understand it, Zhang Xiaobao said. Which sentence? Zhang Zhong asked. Raise one corner, but not 3 corners, and the opposite is no more. This sentence. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan was stunned. She didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao could say. His little brain works too fast. While listening to Zhang Xiaobao, she picked up a glass of juice and drank it. What do you think? Father Zhang didn't know what his son meant. Did he want him to draw inferences about other cases? What about the other one? Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, I think the meaning of this sentence is like this. I raised a wall to smash you. If you don't raise 3 walls to fight back, then you don't exist. In other words, you are finished. This is what it means to raise 1 corner. If you don't counter with 3 corners, then there will be no more. Uft! Wang Wan spat out a mouthful of juice and kept coughing. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. How did he think of this? Zhang Zhong listened to his son and thought carefully. That's not right. You can't say this sentence like that. Dad, you're right. I know the meaning of this sentence. I'm just saying it. When I think of how that pockmarked Zhang randomly found a corpse to trick us, I also feel that way. Isn't he just a corpse? Let's make 3 corpses. If he dares to hit us, we'll hit him. Zhang Xiaobao was anxious. Why didn't his father take the bait? He explained again. Father Zhang pondered for a while. After a while, he said, then find 3 people to wear hemp clothes and follow them. When they suddenly appear, they will tell their families about it and look at the corpses. Then it will be easy. Elm Village is not an ordinary village. It's not easy to go there. That's why they lured me there. Dad, you're really amazing. I didn't think of that. Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed up. Zhang Zhong frowned and reached out to touch Zhang Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao, you're my son. Blue is blue, but blue is blue. Ice water is colder than water. As a father, I'll only be happy if my son is capable. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He didn't expect his father to not be as stupid as he thought. He just didn't say it sometimes. He nodded. Dad, I'll say whatever I want to say in the future. Dad, send someone to Elm Village to look for that dog Tian. Tell him that someone is framing him. When he comes, everything will be clear. Okay, I'll listen to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, tell me again. What about those merchants? Zhang Zhong asked again. He didn't think about why he was like this. After all, he didn't study psychology. He didn't know that he was like his son, especially caring about family. He used to listen to his parents. After he found a wife, he studied for his wife and parents' wishes. Now that he had a son, he was willing to let his son have a better life. He never felt that he would lose his position in the family. He felt that no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare to disobey his father. His son was the same. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and jumped out. As the car was moving, he fell when he landed, scaring the surrounding people. Only Wang Wan thought it was normal. If he didn't fall, he wouldn't be Zhang Xiaobao. The speed of the body rolling was just the speed of the muscles and bones that could bear the force. This was the real Zhang Xiaobao. He whispered something to the person who carried him. Zhang Xiaobao was sent to the car that had stopped. When the car started again, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It's all arranged. I accidentally fell. I need 100-year-old ginseng to treat it. Dad, you have to buy 100-year-old ginseng at all costs." Chapter 3:13. The news that the county magistrate's son accidentally fell off the carriage was soon known by the surrounding people. Zhang Zhong took this opportunity to stall for time. He stopped the carriage and carried Zhang Xiaobao, who pretended to be unconscious, out of the carriage. He kept shouting to find a doctor. Only the guard who carried Zhang Xiaobao knew that the young master of the Zhang family was fine when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's order. The others who saw the scene were guessing how badly the county magistrate's son was injured. It wasn't easy to find a proper medical student in Jiayuan County. Fortunately, there was Jinlai Restaurant. According to Zhang Xiaobao's request, the restaurant would hire a few doctors or doctors like those in the capital. The people here immediately went to look for the person from Golden Descent Tower who was slightly less skilled than a doctor. This person was still an apprentice. So he took Zhang Xiaobao's pulse. He thought of many possible scenarios, but he couldn't match them. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhang Zhong felt that he had wasted enough time. He said to the doctor, "Doctor, how do you think my Xiaobao is?" It's hard to say. He may have hurt his head when he fell. I'll give you a prescription first. Take the medicine according to the prescription and let's see." The half-baked doctor could not see what was wrong, so he tried to give a prescription. Even if he did not wake up, nothing would happen to him after taking the prescription. The guard, who left just now, came back at this time. He nodded to Zhang Zhong and said, "Sir, do you think we should not go to the mountain this time? The young master is still unconscious. What if—" "Don't say more. Since I am the county magistrate, I naturally have to make decisions. I will take care of Xiaobao along the way. We must go there." Zhang Zhong spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His voice was not soft, and the surrounding people, including the registrar official and the deputy district magistrate, could hear him clearly. Just now, when they were in the carriage, they heard that the county magistrate's son had accidentally fallen off the carriage. They even asked the person beside the carriage. After getting confirmation, they were overjoyed. At this time, when they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they could not guess whether Zhang Zhong really cared about the situation in Huaiyuan County, or if he was pretending to be sad. But in any case, when the people knew that the new county magistrate could continue to do things for the sake of Huaiyuan County, they remembered Zhang Zhong. The registrar official and the deputy county magistrate were helpless. They could not care about the people's thoughts. Looking at the people's deep eyes looking at Zhang Zhong, the two of them sighed at the same time. "Brother Baiyang, this Zhang Zhong is really good. At this time, he can still bear the injury of his beloved son and continue to do things. It seems that it is not easy to do things," the registrar official said to the deputy county magistrate. Deputy county magistrate Xiao couldn't do anything about this. Seeing Zhang Zhong, the new county magistrate, trying to win people's hearts, he looked at the baby in his arms and said, "Brother Shangyun is right. Then we can only take it slow and tire him out for a few more days. It would be best if the one called Xiaobao continues to be in a coma." After saying those words, Zhang Zhong squeezed out a few more drops of tears. He carried Zhang Xiaobao back to the carriage. A while later, the doctor was ordered to prepare the medicine and send it to Zhang Xiaobao to drink. Amidst the chaotic cries of "good official" from the people, the procession went to the mountain in the east again. At this time, pockmarked Zhang was a little scared. He adjusted his pace slowly and came to the side of the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate's carriage. He found an opportunity to get close to the deputy county magistrate's carriage and said to the inside, "Officer Xiao, should I continue to follow them? If the county magistrate finds out something and his son is injured because of this, he will vent his anger on me. What should I do? What should I do?" "Shut up. It's too late if you don't want to do it. Let me tell you, if something happens because of you, you don't have to think about it." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said in a low voice. The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he became. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, look around, and continue to follow the procession. He would cry from time to time to let others see his sad face. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was sitting in the carriage, also felt that this matter was a little awkward. It seemed that it was not so smooth. But after all, he did not know where the business trip was. He was obviously scheming against the county magistrate, but he felt depressed. At this time, Zhang Zhong had already let go of Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at his son sitting there as if nothing had happened, he thought of the situation when his son jumped down just now and asked, "Xiaobao, are you really okay?" "Dad, don't worry. This carriage is not fast and the carriage is not high from the ground. What can happen to me? Dad, don't forget what I said. After today's matter, I will put up a notice to ask people to get some 100-year-old ginseng. We can buy it with our own money, or we can agree to some conditions of the people who send the ginseng." Zhang Xiaobao was really okay. If there was something wrong, it would be that his clothes were dirty. Not to mention the potholes here, the sanitation was not good. It was not like Sanshui County, where there were special dustbins on both sides of the road in the county town. He did not know who had eaten something, but there was a big stain on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. It was oily, and it seemed that it could not be washed clean. Zhang Zhong could not figure out why his son made such an arrangement, but he did not ask too much. When the time came, his son would tell him. What he needed to do was to release the news. Seeing his son frowning from time to time to look at the stain, he said, "Xiaobao, in the future, I will make Huaiyuan County like Sanshui County. I will repair the roads, especially the county town. Even if we can't use long blue stones to pave the roads, we will use some stones and yellow sand to press them down. At that time, we will also put a dustbin at a certain distance on both sides of the road. I have known this for a long time. Not only can we make the streets look comfortable, but we can also gather the people. The people in Sanshui County are much better than the people in other counties." Zhang Zhong said what was on his mind. At the same time, he decided that he could not always study in the future. He still had to read books, but he had to choose the right time to see more of the outside world. Otherwise, he would become a bookworm and would be useless. After leaving the county town, the speed of the procession increased slightly. There were fewer people watching, and only a few curious people followed behind. Zhang Zhong's words had spread throughout the county town in a short time. In a few days, all the people in Huaiyuan County would know about it. At that time, Zhang Zhong's reputation would increase. The mountain in the east was not close to the county town. The procession did not arrive until it was almost noon. Zhang Zhong walked to the front with an uneasy heart. He said to Zhang Zhong, who got off the carriage and looked back at his son, "County magistrate, you have to help me. My father's bones are in front of us." Zhang Zhong's face showed a trace of grief. He looked at the carriage again and walked forward resolutely. He said, "Lead the way, where is Chizhua?" The person in charge of this matter in the yamen stood up. He also received something from Zhang Zhong yesterday. He, who had a low status, could receive something from the county magistrate, so he was very grateful. He did not deliberately not go to greet him yesterday, but even if someone went to greet him, it would not be his turn. Hearing the county magistrate's call, he quickly ran up from behind and said respectfully, "Sir, I am here." "Later, you have to take a good look at how that person died and how long ago he died," Zhang Zhong ordered. "I understand." Cheeswa was clear in his heart. Last night, he received a full amount of money. The person who came only told him what to do today, but did not mention who gave him the money. If it was in the past, he would have just listened. But the things he brought home yesterday were worth a lot, especially the cucumber. He sold it for more than 200 coins. At this time, he had already made a decision. He was going to do an honest check, not only because of the things he got yesterday, but also because the county magistrate did not care about his son's injury for the sake of Huayuan County. As a local, he felt that he should do something. Zhang Zhong did not seem to dare to look at Cheeswa. He kept muttering to himself. Others could not hear him clearly. If they could hear him louder and clearer, they would know that he was saying, "Deputy County Magistrate, you have to arrange it well. Otherwise, when he does not follow what you said, I am finished." Of course, Zhang Zhong did not know how effective his words were. He followed pockmarked Zhang to the top of the mountain and asked the others to stop first. He only asked pockmarked Zhang, the deputy district magistrate, the chief registrar, and a pestle to go over, in case there were too many people. Zhang Zhong walked directly to a big tree and pointed at a corpse with torn clothes and said, "Sir, this is my father." "Father, I have asked the county magistrate to come here. I will definitely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Matzi burst into tears. As soon as his cries rang out, the same cries came from the side, even more miserable than his. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 3 people wearing mourning clothes. Their eyes were red and swollen. They rushed to the corpse, and just like Zhang Matzi, they only cried, but none of them threw themselves at the corpse. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong asked, even though he already knew the answer. "County magistrate, the person lying on the ground is my father. I couldn't find him a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be here." One of the 3 people shouted first. A woman beside him also said, "Sir, this is my father. He said that he went up the mountain to pick herbs, but he never came back." "Sir, this is my cousin. He left home a few days ago and did not come back. I didn't expect that he would die here." An old man also joined in the fun. Chapter 3:14. The sudden appearance of the 3 people stunned everyone except Zhang Zhong, especially the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. They looked at the situation in front of them and looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they knew that this matter was not arranged by them. Pockmarked Zhang was also stunned. He knew what had happened to this corpse. It was dug out from another grave and dragged here. Did someone really come here to identify him? Then he would be exposed directly. He dared to lie about the case and let the county magistrate's son pass out on the way here. He had not woken up until now. Wouldn't the county magistrate peel off his skin? What should he do? What should he do? The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he was. He stopped crying and turned to look at the deputy county magistrate. At this time, the deputy county magistrate was also nervous. He was afraid that one of the 3 people was really a relative of the deceased. Would pockmarked Zhang tell the truth about him? At that time, Zhang Zhong would send a booklet to the county magistrate and he would be finished. He also looked at pockmarked Zhang. When they looked at each other, they saw the panic in each other's eyes. The deputy county magistrate signaled pockmarked Zhang with his eyes and shook his head. He meant to tell pockmarked Zhang that he could not tell the truth about him no matter what. Pockmarked Zhang opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then looked at the 3 crying people over there. He raised his head and looked at the county magistrate, who was sneering at him. With a thump, he piled up on the ground. At this time, Chuez was started to do something. He went to check the corpse one by one and stood up. He did not look at the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. He knew that the money was probably given by these 2 people or one of them. Therefore, he only said to Zhang Zhong, "My lord, I've finished my investigation. The wounds on the victim's body were inflicted a few days after he died. There was no thick blood flowing out all. It was all blood from his body. There was also a hole in his clothes. It was made with the same knife. There was a gap on the knife. Since pockmarked Zhang said that several people besieged him, it was impossible that there was only the same knife. Besides the knife wound, there were no other wounds. I have finished." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and looked at pockmarked Zhang. He just stared at him, unblinking. Zhang Mazi's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the county magistrate and then at the county deputy. He couldn't say a word. "Zhang Mazi, how dare you make a false report? I think you don't want to live anymore." The deputy district magistrate couldn't hold it in any more. He glared at Zhang Zhua fiercely and rushed toward Zhang Zhua. He kicked him and shouted at the same time, "County Deputy Xiao, what do you mean by this? This official hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already acting on this official's behalf?" Zhang Zhong watched from the side and didn't stop him. He simply said a few words. County Deputy Xiao deliberately turned his back to Zhang Zhong and kicked Zhang Mazi while blinking his eyes. Zhang Mazi used both of his hands to block back and forth. Suddenly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed County Deputy Zhao's leg and flipped him over. Pockmarked Zhang rolled and crawled to the front of Zhang Zhong. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, County Magistrate, I know my mistake. I deliberately went to the yamen to report to the officials and deceived you. But I had no choice. I had committed some small crimes and should have been locked up. But I was released after I gave them some money. Sir, 2 days ago, County Deputy Xiao found me and asked me to do this. Otherwise, he said that he would continue to lock me up. I had no choice. Sir, please have mercy on me. I know my mistake." Pockmarked Zhang Mazi was ready to risk everything this time. Even if he took the blame, he didn't believe that County Deputy Xiao would help him. He told the truth with the thought that if he couldn't get out of this, County Deputy Xiao wouldn't help him. Nonsense. Zhang Zhong, County Deputy Xiao, and the registrar official shouted at the same time. It was still acceptable for County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official to shout, but Zhang Zhong also shouted, so the two people didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhong gave County Deputy Xiao a reassuring look. Then he said to pockmarked Zhang, "Wicked person, you not only deceived us to come here, but also dared to frame County Deputy Xiao. Where are the yamen runners?" "Here." Several yamen runners ran over. "Come on, tie pockmarked Zhang up. We'll punish him when we go back." Zhang Zhong shouted. Several yamen runners took out ropes and started to tie pockmarked Zhang Mazi up. Pockmarked Zhang Mazi naturally didn't want to be tied up. He struggled while telling County Deputy Xiao how to arrange this, which made County Deputy Xiao panic. Fortunately, when he looked at Zhang Zhong, he found that Zhang Zhong was calm all the time. It seemed that he didn't believe what pockmarked Zhang Mazi said. Zhang Zhong obviously knew what was going on. If he wanted to get County Deputy Xiao involved, it was very easy. He just needed to send pockmarked Zhang to the capital together with him. There would naturally be a way to find out the truth. But he couldn't do that now. He had to make use of the registrar official and County Deputy Xiao. Pockmarked Zhang Mazi struggled for a while, but he still couldn't get rid of those yamen runners. Finally, he was tied up and his mouth was stuffed, which made County Deputy Xiao feel much better. "Lord Zhang, since you know that pockmarked Zhang Mazi is lying, should we go back?" County Deputy Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. It was more important to go back and lock up pockmarked Zhang Mazi. But Zhang Zhong didn't want to go back now. Guzi Tian from Elm Village hadn't come yet. He had to know why County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official wanted him to go there. What exactly was there? After hearing County Deputy Zhao's words, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. There are 3 people here to identify the body. Let them identify it carefully. You 3 come here and see if it's your relatives." The three people originally came here to help. They were the people who did odd jobs behind Jinlai restaurant. At this time, when they heard the master's words, they understood that he wanted them to stall for time. The woman came close first and looked carefully. Then she walked slowly around the body. She didn't say anything until she felt that it was enough. Then she shook her head. "Sir, this is not my father. I came to the wrong place. I'll go back now." "Sir, I won't be arrested, will I?" "Of course not. You didn't report it to the officials. You just came here to take a look. Then go back. Next one." How could Zhang Zhong punish his own people? He called the old man over there. The old man also came over to take a look. Then he looked at the road where they came from. Seeing a figure running towards here, he said to Zhang Zhong, "He's not my cousin either." "Sir, I'll go back too." The other guy was more straightforward. "I just saw that my father doesn't look like this. Maybe he has already gone home. I'll go too." At this time, the person who was running towards them had also arrived in front of them. This young man was very sturdy, more than 6 feet tall. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was more than 8 meters tall. This guy ran to the place, looked at the people around, and asked, "Who is the county magistrate?" "I'm here." "You are Guzi Tian?" As soon as Zhang Zhong saw this young man, he felt happy. This young man's name was not very pleasant to hear, but he looked upright and honest. Moreover, he gave off a simple and honest feeling. "Sir, I am. I didn't kill anyone. I've been staying at home. The house over there is going to collapse again. I have to fix it." Guzi Tian said honestly, "I know you didn't kill anyone. You were framed by someone. This person is called Zhang Damatzi. He said you brought people here to kill people. Do you have a grudge against him?" Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Damatzi and asked Guzi Tian. Guzi Tian looked at Zhang Damatzi carefully and shook his head. "I don't know him. How can I have a grudge against him? Why does he want to frame me?" At this time, the gag in Zhang Damatzi's mouth was taken out. He took a deep breath and immediately said, "It's not me. I didn't frame you. It's County Magistrate Xiao. He asked me to say so. Guzi Tian, if you want to find someone, go to County Magistrate Xiao." When Guzi Tian heard this, he looked at County Magistrate Xiao. County Magistrate Xiao took 2 steps back and said, "I didn't say it. It's not me. It's him. It's Zhang Damatzi. I didn't go to your place to collect taxes. It's exempted. It's already exempted." Zhang Zhong watched from the side and understood some things. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen and the others had gone to Elm Village to collect more taxes. Since they did not want to pay, they did not seem to dare to use force. That was why they wanted to send him over. When the time came, not only could they capture Guzi Tian, but they could also mention the matter of collecting taxes. At that time, the people they couldn't deal with would be handed over to him. It didn't matter whether he could deal with them or not. After this, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Zhang Zhong wanted to know about the matter in Elm Village, but he wouldn't ask now. He said to Guzi Tian, "I'll go back and investigate this matter. You go back with me now. I have something to ask you." "Sir, you didn't wrong me. You're a good official. I'll go with you." Guzi Tian glared at the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao. Then he followed behind Zhang Zhong and went down. Zhang Zhong deliberately yawned again. When the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao saw it, they felt better. They planned to continue to make trouble and not let Zhang Zhong have a good rest. Zhang Zhong brought Guzi Tian to the side of the carriage. Thinking that his son was still pretending to be sick, he said to Guzi Tian, "My son fell when he came here. When we go in later, you will sit beside me." After saying this, he opened the carriage door. Zhang Xiaobao was already lying there. His head was resting on Wang Wan's lap. He was motionless. Guzi Tian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and sat beside Zhang Zhong obediently. Fortunately, the carriage was high enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit down. "Guzi Tian, how are the days in Elm Village?" Zhang Zhong wanted to understand the situation there, so he started to ask about it. Guzi Tian shook his head. "Sir, it's not good at all. As long as it rains, there will be black water rushing into the fields. There isn't much food growing in the fields. Sir, look, there's a lot of black mud on my shoes. Chapter 3:15. Wang Wan looked at the sticky stuff on Guzi Tian's clothes. Even though he said it was coal, he had to clean it thoroughly. She reached out her hand and wiped it off. She put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. She asked, "Brother Tian, didn't anyone dig this coal in your village?" "No. Who would dig this thing? It's useless." Guzi Tian looked at the little girl in front of him and didn't dare not to answer. The person who could sit in the county magistrate's car would not be so simple. Wang Wan couldn't understand. According to the records, it seemed that coal had been used since the Western Zhou dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, it was used to make cokes. Why didn't anyone use it? Was the output not high? Was the quality of the coal not good? She wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be unconscious. Just now, when she was talking about the coal, Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. He was quite calm. "Cuckoo, what's the use of this thing?" Zhang Zhong looked at his daughter-in-law, who was lost in thought, and asked. "It's faster to make rice bloom." Wang Wan could only think of this use now. As for smelting iron, she and Zhang Xiaobao had tried, but they didn't succeed. They would try again in the future after thinking about it. "Is this thing good?" Zhang Zhong asked again. Wang Wan couldn't say how good the coal was at this time. She just said, "It's okay. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Zhong turned his head and continued to ask Guzi Tian, "How much grain can you harvest in a year?" "1 mu of land." "Less than 1, sure. Some of them only have grass." The original county magistrate was there at that time. Last year, when there was a drought, he still wanted to collect the original rent. It still took 2 years. The 300 people in our village were ready to fight. Later, they were afraid and didn't dare to come and collect the rent. Once Guzi Tian mentioned this matter, he clenched his fists and his voice grew louder. It was so loud that even the people outside could hear it. The chief secretary and the deputy district magistrate's car was not far away. Both of them also heard it. They sat there with different expressions. The yamen runners who followed them also heard it. They sighed almost at the same time. There was no other way. They had no choice but to go. It was all according to County Magistrate Wen's words. Who would dare to not go? Fortunately, the new County Magistrate's family was rich. They did not know how much money they had. They only knew that on the first day he came, he gave more than 100 strings of coins. Now he did not have to worry about collecting rent from Elm Village. 100 strings of coins was not something that could be collected even after 10 years in that shabby village. Zhang Zhong didn't expect County Magistrate Wen to be so greedy. He said angrily, "This is not just greed. This is murder." "My lord, you are right. If we really hand over the rest of the food, we will starve to death. My lord, will you go and collect rent?" Guzi Tian had always felt that this county magistrate was quite nice. He actually allowed him to sit in the carriage that only county magistrates could sit in. He could even speak, so amiably. Therefore, he felt that this county magistrate would not collect rent. Zhang Zhong did not directly say that he would not go. Instead, he said, "That will depend on how your village is doing in the future. If there is a lot of food, I will naturally go. If there is little food, there is no need. I will not take the rent even if I collect it." "Oh, then there probably won't be a lot. If the land is not good, my lord, is it because you don't have much to spend in your daily life? Do you have few people in your family?" Guzi Tian asked again. "Yes, few. There are only about 2,000 people. They usually don't go to other places to eat. They just eat casually at Jinlai restaurant. Do you think I will be greedy for that little bit of rent?" Zhang Zhong felt that Guzi Tian was simple and honest, so he deliberately teased him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Guzi Tian was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and his throat moved. He said, "My lord, why are there so many people in your family?" "There are 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. That's all I have. and that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by my servant. Zhang Zhong wanted Guzi Tian to go back and tell this matter. When he went to Elm Village, the people there would not have to worry about him collecting rent. Guzi Tian looked at Wang Wan opposite him. Wang Wan nodded and admitted this fact. "My lord, then you must not be short of money or food." "My lord, I want to get off the car. I want to go back and tell the people in the village that they don't have to be afraid of the new county magistrate coming to collect rent for 2 years. No matter how much we pay the rent, it is not as much as the Jinlai restaurant owned by your servant." "My lord, you still have Zhuangzi at home. There are 3 of them. You don't have to worry about food anymore." "My lord, let me get off quickly. I will kowtow to you first. You are a good official. A good official who is not greedy for money is a good official." Guzi Tian spoke excitedly and insisted on getting off the car. Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and asked someone to stop the car. He asked, "Then do you still have food now?" "Yes, my lord. It is spring now, and the wild vegetables are all out. As long as you get some wild vegetables and mix them together, you can eat them. Our place is Elm Village. We can eat elm money and elm leaves, as long as there are no insects on them." Guzi Tian seemed to think that eating some wild vegetables and elm money was a good day. He happily gestured to Zhang Zhong and even told him a few ways to eat them. Wang Wan looked at Guzi Tian, who was happy to eat wild vegetables because of the arrival of spring. She closed her eyes and lowered her head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth actually curled up. He seemed to be very happy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's lips hard. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao's lips move. "Elm tree money is really delicious. First, I'll ask my father to send them some food. After we're done with those 2 people and get rid of them, we'll go over there to dig coal and give them some compensation. We can also ask them to help dig. Their lives will be better than other places." Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. There was no need to be sad. They could send some food, oil, meat, and other things now. The past could not be chased. It was fine as long as they lived a good life now. "Brother Tian, in fact, you can ask for some food back. My father-in-law will give you some in the future." Wang Wan finally spoke. She was still too embarrassed to call him father-in-law directly. She was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaobao, who kept calling his father father-in-law. Zhang Zhong understood. His son and daughter-in-law must have discussed and prepared to give food and other things to Elm Village. He also said, "Guzi Tian, give me a number first. How much do you need for the entire village? When the time comes, I will get Zhuangzi to give it to you. Sir, we work and eat our own food. We can't take other people's things for free. We don't have anything to return." Guzi Tian actually did not want it. He clearly knew that with one sentence, the people in the village would have enough food, but he did not ask for it. Zhang Zhong now understood why County Magistrate did not dare to send people to forcefully take it. It was the custom of the people. When they saw that others did not want it, they could only look to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also secretly praised. This was what it meant to have a backbone. It seemed that the entire village was like this. This village was going to be successful. She advised, "Brother Tian, it's not for free. In a few days, you will have to help out with work. When the time comes, it will be calculated from your wages. It's quite tiring work." "Really? You're not lying to us?" Guzi Tian also wanted to eat better, but he could not take other people's things for free. The people in the village would not agree. Now that he heard that he could exchange it with work, he asked hopefully, "Really? How much does Brother Tian want?" Wang Wan asked again. Guzi Tian started counting with his fingers. How much? How much do you want? If one person eats 1 kilogram of food a day, how much food do 322 people eat a day? 200 kilograms of food? No, it's more. 250 kilograms of food. Wang Wan listened to Guzi Tian's counting and finally understood the importance of education. She had to say, "Brother Tian, do you only eat food?" Of course, it's expensive to only eat food. You can also eat some meat and fry some wild vegetables with oil. That day, about half a kilogram of food will be enough for adults and children. 322 people. Each person will eat half a kilogram of food a day. First, give 1 kilogram of food for 30 days a month, for 1,830 kilograms. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat a day. That's 966 kilograms of meat. No, it's 603 kilograms of meat and 12 kilograms of meat. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat first. Let's have a good meal of dumplings first. We can't give the meat all at once, or it will spoil. What do you need? Wang Wan listed the quantity of all kinds of things in one breath. They only gave 1 month's worth. They could go there to dig coal before the next month. At that time, they would be paid directly. Those who were willing to ask for money would give them money. Those who were willing to ask for things would give them things. Guzi Tian listened to Wang Wan's counting and didn't know how she got it. He nodded in agreement because he wanted to have meat. Then let's have these first. With the oil and water, we don't need to eat so much food. You have to work for us quickly. Otherwise, we have to find a way to pay you back. At this time, Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were going to do something there. He said, "Well, we'll definitely work for you. If there's no work, we'll find people from your village to be government runners. We'll deduct from there and transport the food there tomorrow." Guzi Tian got off the carriage happily. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed to the carriage and said, "Sir, you're a good official. We, the people of Elm Tree Village, won't forget you. In the future, you can go to Elm Tree Village and have a look. We'll carry you all the way. We won't let your feet touch anything black." After saying this, he kowtowed 9 times. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and strode back. The government runners didn't know what was said in the carriage just now. When they saw Guzi Tian kowtowing to the new county magistrate and saying that he would carry him all the way, they felt as if they had seen something incredible. When did the people of Elm Tree Village become so easy to talk to? Looking at the county magistrate's carriage, there was an unusual feeling in their eyes. The registrar and the county magistrate also heard what Guzi Tian said. They were even more jealous of Zhang Zhong, who didn't know how to conquer a village. Chapter 316. After Guzi Tian left, they wandered around for half a day before returning to the yamen at night. Before resting, Zhang Zhong wrote a notice. He wrote that he needed a lot of ginseng that was more than 100 years old. They could come over to sell it or exchange it for something that could be fulfilled. When the notice was posted, many people were anxious. They heard that the new county magistrate had put his son's matter aside to deal with the case. Now he was going to get ginseng for his son. Everyone was asking around. Some people even wanted to go to the mountains to see if they could find ginseng. Some did it for money. Some wanted to ask the county magistrate for help. And some just wanted to help the county magistrate's son get better. The registrar and the deputy were very happy. Now, there was one more thing for Zhang Zhong to think about. They could not do anything else. The registrar, Zhang Kaijin, originally wanted to find something to do tomorrow and send Zhang Zhong to a faraway place to work. However, he was stopped by the deputy. "Shao Qi, Brother Shangyun, we can't do this. What if that person says that it was us who ordered him to do this? Zhang Zhong will be angry and send both Zhang Zhong and that person to the capital. If the people there really find out something from the interrogation, we can't think it through. His son has not woken up yet. Let's wait until nighttime to see if he is still reading those books. If he is still reading them, he will not have much energy tomorrow. Brother Bayang is right. We can't continue to take risks. Doesn't he want ginseng now? Why don't we find some ginseng for him? Those businessmen who came over are still being detained by him. When the time comes, the fertile land can be turned into a wasteland. Then we can reap the benefits." The registrar finally thought of the best idea. The deputy listened with a smile on his face. However, he was a little unwilling. Zhang Kaijin had thought of a good idea. If he could not think of it, it would mean that he was not as good as Zhang Kaijin. Hence, he said, this is not right. We can't do this. We should tell those businessmen. They know a lot of things. You have to learn more in the future. Otherwise, it will be easy for you to get into trouble. Brother Byong is right. We should let those businessmen take care of this. We have to be quick. Otherwise, when the weather gets hotter and it rains a few more times, someone else will think about it. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin was easy to talk to. If someone pointed it out, he would listen. After that, he said, Brother Byong, that Zhang Matzi is just locked up now. He hasn't been interrogated yet. Do we need to do that? Speaking of this, he gestured around his neck with his hand. The county deputy hurriedly waved his hand and said, You can't do that. Didn't you see that we left 4 guards behind tonight? Even the food that the prisoners ate was prepared by Jinlai Tower. If we want to make a move, it'll be easy for him to get hold of our weakness. We need to plan for the long term. That's fine. Let's take the long term into consideration. Fortunately, the food was delivered from Jinlai restaurant. Those people who were locked up seemed to have been starving for 3 days. Let's take away the money and food in the account. If we don't give them something to eat, they will starve to death. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin said with a lingering fear. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also just thought of this matter. In the past 2 days, he was so focused on how to deal with County Magistrate Zhang that he forgot about the people in the prison. The Yamen runners didn't go there either. Today was the 3rd day. While they were thinking about the prisoners in the prison, Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about it. There were more than 120 prisoners in the prison. From the files, it seemed that they didn't commit any serious crimes. Some of them didn't pay the rent and tax. Some of them snatched the steamed buns to buy steamed buns, and some of them stole money from others on the street. What was even more ridiculous was that one of them ordered 6 dishes in Jinlai Tower and ate all of them by himself. Then, he didn't have money to pay the bill, so he was locked up. Jinlai Tower was originally owned by County Magistrate Wen's relatives. The test papers of more than 120 prisoners were directly drawn out. There was no time to care about the rest. Zhang put 2 cucumber slices on his eyes. After reading them one by one, he said to the guard next to him, Tomorrow you protect Erniu and take those merchants to the riverside to have a look. Also, take a walk around the wharf. I'll ask the county deputy and the chief secretary to follow them. They must walk around for a day so that I can handle the case and release them. Yes, the guards carefully trained by the prince's mansion were indeed different. They answered directly. Zhang closed the papers and lay down to rest. Naturally, someone would turn on the lamp and put the dummies in place. When it was that person's turn to keep watch, he would pull the rope every once in a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought back some things they wanted to learn, so they rested in one of the rooms. They would only wake up after a while. The 2 of them lay on the bed, thinking about the coal. They couldn't fall asleep, so they could only chat. Cuckoo, there must be a lot of coal yellow, which is amber. We can dig it out and make jewelry for you. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. I don't want that. I want diamonds. You'd better think about how to use the coal. We can't just put it there. Wang Wan was not interested in those things. How else can we use it? Of course, we'll burn it. First, we'll find blacksmiths and ask them to help us melt the molten iron. Then, we'll make something like a furnace. Then, we'll continue to burn it in the furnace. Then, we'll make all kinds of blast furnaces, open hearth furnaces, and converters. Then, we'll start to use those to make guns. After that, we'll make cannons. After that, we'll make cannons. Just keep dreaming. Seriously, Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She moved the pillow and turned sideways comfortably. Seriously? Look at Li Sun's bodyguards. They all have crossbows. We can make our own. A fully metal crossbow, the kind that you have to step on to load. When the time comes, we can use it to shoot birds for fun. If not, we can make knives. We can make fewer of them. When we have nothing to do, We can just take one and hide it. In case something happens, we can use it to protect the seedlings. As for the rest, we'll make some daily necessities such as kitchen knives. In the future, all the chefs in our restaurant will use steel knives and scissors. We can sell them, or we can wait and let the blacksmiths work hard to make more steel ingots. Then we can sell them to the country. Well, we have to keep it a secret. Maybe other places are using coal to make things. Also, we can use it for heating. The simplest is honeycomb coal. We won't mix it with other things. We can use yellow mud and coal. We can also use it in the kiln. That's what we'll do. Zhang Xiaobao really could not make use of the key advantages of coal, such as gas. He could only think of ways in his daily life. He planned to store the coal first and use it to make things. The only problem was that he did not have a high-pressure water gun. It would take a lot of time and effort to decompose the coal. Then, let's do that first. How much do you plan to pay the people in Elm Tree Village? Wang Wan could not think of a better idea. Let's calculate according to the amount they mine. Let's see how fast they mine. Anyway, we can't give them too little. They should become the richest village in Huaiyuan County. Zhang Xiaobao had long planned to make them rich. With a coal mine nearby, it would be bad for their reputation if others knew about it in the future. Wang Wan did not think too much about this. As long as the people in the village could earn more money, she would see if she could pull the people in the village to her side in the future. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan still did not go to bed early at night. Yesterday was basically equivalent to staying up all night. After all, it was the first day and they wanted to see more. Today, they still ate and drank in the small house. From time to time, people would come to tell them that Zhang Zhong was still awake. When it was 5 in the morning, the two of them finally couldn't endure the torment of 2 days and 1 night. They directly fell asleep in this house. After blowing out the lights, the two of them laid down for less than a quarter of an hour before a series of gong sounds rang out. The two of them opened their hazy eyes and looked around as if someone owed them tens of thousands of strings of coins. Lord, it's not good. It's on fire. The granary in the yamen is on fire. A person who specialized in helping to keep watch at night hurried in and shouted loudly to the two of them. The two of them had not slept well. It was not as good as hugging a woman at home. Now that they had just fallen asleep, the granary was on fire. The two of them could not wait to find someone to bite. If it's on fire, go and save it. Why did you call us? Registrar Zhan was still in a daze. When he heard that the granary was on fire, he immediately shouted. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was more alert. He asked, say it again, where is it on fire? The granary in the yamen. It's the one where the rent is kept. Lord, are we going or not? The person repeated and asked carefully. He also knew that the two of them had just fallen asleep. There was actually no food in the granary. Go, how can we not go? That Zhang Zhong is not asleep now. If he goes, how can we not go? After all, the granary is on fire. How can there be no food? It's clearly written on the account book. Brother Shangyun, hurry up and get up. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said helplessly and began to put on his clothes. Registrar Zhan also got up and slowly put on his clothes in a daze. The two of them used a full 15 minutes to put on their clothes and ran out of the house to the granary. When the two of them reached the place, there were already many yamen runners and commoners helping to put out the fire. Zhang Zhong was also dressed neatly and was at the side giving orders. From time to time he would ask loudly, why are the deputy county magistrate and registrar not here yet? Isn't their house nearby? They are receiving a salary from the imperial court. Why can't they find someone at this crucial time? The yamen runners knew where the two of them went. They should be thinking of bad ideas again. However, the commoners did not know. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they also started to complain. At the same time, they praised the new county magistrate. The hearts of the people were a very mysterious thing. Now, the deputy county magistrate and registrar were gradually losing. Chapter 317. The two of them wanted to show off and change the common people's opinion. However, just as they rushed out, Zhang Zhong shouted, "Registrar Jean, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, don't be a hindrance. Why are you carrying an empty bucket over there? Is this how you usually do things? Is this how irresponsible you are? Now is not the time for County Magistrate win. I won't allow the people in the Yamen to be like before. They can't do anything well and don't think about the common people. Put away your previous practices. Why are you here now? If we were really waiting for you, the house would have been burned down. You can't do anything right but spoil everything." Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean were stunned. They didn't know what to say. What Zhang Zhong said was like a slap to their faces, especially the common people who came to help. They all looked at them with disgust. If it wasn't for the light of the fire, they wouldn't have noticed it. "Lord Zhang, you just came a little early. It's not like we didn't come here. We were sleeping. You can't just wake up every once in a while, right?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao retorted discontentedly. "Came a little early? Do you know when I came here? I have been looking at the case files all night. As the Deputy County Magistrate, you are supposed to help the County Magistrate do things. The County Magistrate has come here first, but you, as the Deputy County Magistrate, haven't arrived yet. You sleep, but Bien Ran doesn't sleep. Look at the common people, they don't sleep. Are you a pig?" At this time, Zhang Zhong could promote his reputation, so he didn't show any mercy and said all the harsh words. No one could find fault with his words. After all, the common people saw what happened. The common people didn't know that the two of them had just slept and drank some wine. They only saw that when the fire started, the county magistrate rushed out from the courtyard behind Jinlai building and led people to put out the fire. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't appear until now. They woke up later than them. No one knew who started to shout, "County Magistrate Zhang is a good official." The rest of the people started to shout as well. As they shouted, they tried to put out the fire. The water buckets in the hands of the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were also taken away. The two of them stood there and wanted to say something, but they realized that their words were suppressed by the surrounding voices. No one could hear them. Zhang Zhong was still there with a simple loudspeaker made of iron sheet, which was large in the front and small in the back. The surrounding people and Yamen runners all listened to his orders. He didn't know how the fire started. Buckets of water were poured in, but it didn't have any effect. After the fire was slightly smaller, it suddenly grew bigger. When the sun was about to rise, the fire was almost done burning. Only then did it become a little smaller. However, standing here, they could still feel a wave of hot air blowing against their faces. As the sun rose, Zhang Zhong directly said, "Later on, don't rush back. Come to Jinlai building to eat something. Thank you for helping to put out the fire at night. Otherwise, the fire might have jumped into the houses. That would be a real disaster." After working for so long, the common people were already tired and were preparing to go back. When they heard the county magistrate's words, they burst into cheers. Usually, they didn't dare to eat at Jinlai building. The food there was extremely expensive. Now they had a chance to go there. All of this was because of the new county magistrate, Deputy Magistrate Xiao, and Registrar Official Zhan. You two stay here and check how the fire started. You can't just occupy this place and do nothing. The rest of you follow me. Zhang Zhong ordered two people with ugly expressions to stay here and investigate. Those Yamen runners and common people were called by him to go to Jinlai building. At this time, Jinlai building had already prepared some porridge, side dishes, and buns. The common people and Yamen runners crowded around Zhang Zhong and left, leaving Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan there looking at each other. They really didn't understand what happened tonight. The past 4 hours made them feel like 2 months had passed. In the beginning, when their buckets were snatched back, they just wanted to take a look. However, they couldn't stand the disdainful looks of the common people who passed by them after getting water. They had no choice but to find a big wooden basin. They went to the well and waited for others to fill the basin with water so that they could carry it back to put out the fire. When they were working just now, they didn't notice it. Now that they stopped, they felt uncomfortable all over. They stood there with their eyelids closed and their bodies swayed back and forth. They really wanted to go back and sleep, but they didn't dare to. Only when the cold morning wind blew did they feel better. "Brother Bayan, what should we do? Zhang Zhong asked us to find the cause of the fire. Where should we start?" Registrar Official Zhan said gloomily. Deputy Magistrate Xiao also didn't understand. What he didn't understand was not how the fire started, but why did it burn for such a long time? The warehouse was already empty. Why couldn't it be put out after burning for such a long time? Thinking of this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Official Zhan, "I'll go to the granary and see what's going on." After saying this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao directly walked over there. He said that he wanted to go to the granary to see, but in fact, there was no more granary here. It had already been pulled down by someone to put out the fire. Registrar Official Zhan followed behind. The two of them walked one after another to the place where the heat was still spreading out. When they walked, the sound of water splashing could be heard under their feet. It was obvious how much water had been poured just now. When they got closer, the two of them were stunned at the same time. No wonder the fire lasted for such a long time. Who brought the grain here? No, it's not grain. It looks like straw. Why did they bring so much straw here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao finally realized something. The reason why it took so long to put out the fire was that there was a lot of straw in the granary. After walking around the granary, the two of them found that the fire was still burning. When they were thinking about what to do, a government runner who had just returned from Jinlai Tower came over with a big steamed bun in his mouth. He was eating so happily that Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't help but feel greedy. "Officers, you're still here? The food over there is delicious. If you don't believe me, take a look at this steamed bun of mine. It's filled with meat. Why don't you have a taste?" The government runner was concerned about the two of them. He gave the steamed bun to the two of them. "You can eat it. We're not hungry. Do you know what happened to the straw in the granary?" Deputy Magistrate Xiao really didn't want to eat the food with black handprints. Even if the two of them were hungry, they couldn't eat it. After hearing this, the man put another steamed bun into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed half of it. Then he said, "The straw was sent here by the county magistrate in the middle of the night. He said that the government runners in the yamen don't even have hot water to drink. With these straw, we can cook 2 meals a day for the government runners in the county. Officer, now that all the straw has been burned, what can we do in the future? It's a pity. Someone must be up to no good and doesn't want us to eat hot food and drink hot water." Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan listened to the government runners' words and felt that their status had dropped a little. They looked at each other and really couldn't figure out how the fire started. These straw were only controlled now. No one knew what was going on inside. Registrar Official Zhan found a pole that was used to prop up the wall just now and pulled it up among the straw. It was fine if he didn't touch it. Once he touched it, the straw with sparks inside was blown by the wind and burned again. With the help of the wind, the fire that was put out just now became bigger. The two of them had no choice but to call the government runner, who came to watch. The three of them started to put out the fire with water. The government runner had already done a lot of work. Now that he was full, he didn't have much strength when he started to work again. He walked back and forth slowly. Most of the water was poured by Registrar Official Zhan and the deputy magistrate. The two of them were tired, but they didn't dare to ignore it. If a bundle of burning straw flew up and fell on other houses, their responsibility would be even greater. They were asked to stay here and guard. How could they stay like this? Fortunately, the surrounding area had been demolished and quarantined. The fire didn't spread to other houses. It only burned in that place. The two of them worked for another hour. Zhang Zhong finally came back with those people who had finished eating. Once the fire started again, Zhang first shouted for everyone to help put out the fire. Then he said to Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan, "What else can the two of you do? You can also make the fire start by just watching here. Do you know how to start the fire?" The Registrar Official Zhan and the Deputy Magistrate shook their heads lightly. Now the two of them had no mood to refute. They were as tired as two dead dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that they directly collapsed here and didn't want to be seen by the people, they really wanted to sleep and didn't want to care about anything. Until now, they had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. If they continued like this, they would be exhausted to death. After Zhong finished talking to the two of them, he started to give instructions again. After 2 hours, there were still people turning the straw over and asking people to water it. Finally, the fire was completely put out. "All right, let's start to work. We can't do nothing all day. Last night, I looked through the cases of the 120 people and found that some of them shouldn't have been sentenced. The two of you write a document to change the sentence, and I will let them go." Zhong took out the case files from nowhere and asked the two of them to change the sentence. "Your Excellency, this can't be done. This can't be changed easily. We have to look through the cases, one by one." Registrar Official Zhan said, "Chapter 318. This man's name is Li Yuan. He owes 2 buckets of rent, but it says that he gave it to the village chief. How can this be judged directly? Someone go to Wangshan village and find the village chief and ask him clearly. Registrar Zhan, let's look the next case while we wait." This is Zhang was really talking to the registrar and deputy county magistrate one by one. This went on until noon. There were 2 cases that needed to be locked up for a few more days, and the rest had to be released. This was only 45 cases, but Zhang was still full of energy. Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan nodded their heads from time to time. Both of them wanted to sleep, but since Zhang was standing, they could only stand. Originally, they didn't want to release these people. When they arrested these people with County Magistrate Win, it was to demonstrate their power. If it was a normal day, they would have a lot of excuses to make Zhang unable to release them. But today was different. They hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. They had also done so much work. Now, they had been standing for the whole morning. Their stomachs were already empty, so they could only drink some water from time to time. Finally, Deputy Xiao, who was the smartest, couldn't hold on any longer. He said to Zhang as if he was begging, "Sir, I think what you said this morning is right. These people should be locked up or released. You can do as you see fit." "I agree. Registrar Zhan, what about you? You can't just let them go. There are some people who borrowed money from my family and can't pay it back. If you let them go, who else can pay me back? Don't you want your family's money?" Registrar Zhan was already in a half-awake state. When he heard Deputy Zhao's words, he directly said what was in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted. It was too late for him to explain anything. Zhang slammed his hand on the table and said, "As officials of the Imperial Court, you actually dared to release money to the people. How dare you? Let's talk about this after we finish the case files. Now, all of you, prepare the case files for me." "Sir, you don't have to do it. Just like what Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said just now, you can do whatever you want." At this moment, Registrar Zhan was completely sober. "That's good. I'll take care of these cases. You can go and write the documents. Did you release any money?" Zhang asked again. Naturally, the two of them would not admit it. They picked up the case files and went to edit them. This matter needed to be reported when the time came. The two of them wanted to quickly edit it and go to bed. Zhang looked at the 2 people leaving and smiled. He asked the Yamen runners to find the scribe and said to them, "Write the notice now. It says that Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao of the Yamen were framed by someone who said that they were giving out money. There is no such thing at all. If someone used their name to give out money, There is no need to return it. Just write it like this. If you write it like this, the people won't be able to understand it. It's already noon. Hold on and write a few more pieces. After you finish, come to Jean Lai restaurant for lunch. We can't let some rascals slander Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. The scribe didn't expect the county magistrate to be so ruthless. They knew how much money the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate had given out. If they counted carefully, it was at least 3,000 strings of coins, the money that they earned in the past few years. Other than spending some on concubines, they didn't even buy land. Usually, they just ate the money or lived a carefree life. If all the money was gone, wouldn't the two of them go crazy? But the county magistrate asked them to write who dared to not do it. In just 2 days, the county magistrate had beaten the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. The scribe took pleasure in their misfortune as they wrote, who asked them to not get much of the money. All of them added up to less than 5%. The rest of the money went into the hands of County Magistrate Wynne and 2 other people. Now, County Magistrate Wynne was still asking people to come out, but these 2 people's money was gone in the blink of an eye. Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't know that Zhang Zhong was playing tricks on them. They were still drinking tea and resisting the sleepiness. They corrected the 120 or showcase files. Each of them divided half of the files. When they saw the contents, they found an excuse to acquit them. They just hoped that they could finish correcting the files as soon as possible. There were 2 guards brought by Zhang Zhong at the door of the house where the 2 of them were staying. They didn't let them sleep. There were also guards outside the yamen. Other than the people who came to complain, no other people were allowed to enter, especially those who came to look for the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. The 2 of them corrected the files for 3 hours in the room. After they were done, they threw their pens away and didn't go home. They directly fell asleep at the table. At this time, the 2 guards didn't care anymore. They gathered the corrected files and handed them to Zhang Zhong. After Zhang Zhong stamped his seal, they could let the prisoners go. The door of the prison cell was opened from the outside with a bang. The afternoon sun shone in. The prisoners who entered from the door couldn't help but squint their eyes to look outside. They wanted to see if there was another unlucky person who was locked up or if there was a family member who occasionally came to take a look. Zhang Zhong personally stood at the door of the prison cell. An unpleasant smell rushed out from the inside. It made people's eyes sour and their mouths and noses tighten. After a while, the smell gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong then took out the 120 or showcase files. He took out one of them and said, "Fan Yu locked up for theft. It's time to release you. Go back and do your job properly. Don't ever do anything illegal again." A cheer came from the prison cell. Then it turned into wailing. A yamen runner went in and unlocked the cell. The person called Fan Yu staggered out. He didn't dare to look outside and used his hands to cover his eyes. He wanted to wait for a while before leaving. Su Yang locked up for unpaid rent. After investigation, it was found that he didn't owe any rent and taxes. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong continued to read out another person's name. Similarly, the sound of crying came from there. Zhang Zhong's mood wasn't good either. Now that he was released, how was he going to account for the time he wasted in prison? There was one less worker in his family. How was he going to account for this? But this was all he could do. There was no other way. Zhang Lingqi, locked up for lack of money to eat. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong read out the names one by one. Every time he called out a person, that person would do something that was close to crazy. Those who were locked up were really wronged. Those whose names were called were happy. Those whose names weren't called out suddenly realized that they were going to be released today. Would they be included? "Sir, is there anyone called Little 8 who is going to be released?" His surname is Wang. A prisoner couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by sir?" Sir is the new county magistrate of Huayuan County. Wait, one by one. If you call out again, you will continue to be locked up. A yamen runner at the side reprimanded loudly. The person who was reprimanded didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he shouted happily, "God, you finally open your eyes. It's changed, it's changed. There's a new county magistrate." The other prisoners who were locked up also shouted. In the entire prison, there was only one person who wasn't happy. It was pockmarked Zhang. He was locked up alone in a room. The four sides weren't fences but walls. He also heard the shouting outside. However, he was locked up because of this new county magistrate. Another yamen runner also took this opportunity to flatter Zhang Zhong. He shouted into the room, "Lower your voices. Do you know who our new county magistrate is? He is the top scholar in this imperial examination. He could have been a 6th-rank official in the capital, but he insisted on coming to our county to be a 7th-rank county magistrate. Sir is not only talented, but also loves the people. In order to solve the case, he didn't even care about his son's injury. Also, Sir has a lot of money. He won't collect more taxes and rent for himself." As the bailiff shouted, the people in the cell listened quietly. They were not in a hurry to go out. After listening to the bailiff's words, the people in the cell cheered. Zhang Zhong didn't stop them. He just let the yamen runner talk. This was a reputation. After these people went out, they would help to spread it. He read out the names one by one. When these people came out, they didn't leave immediately. They covered their eyes and waited for them to get used to it. They wanted to take a good look at the new county magistrate so that they could tell their families. When the last prisoner came out, the door of the cell was closed again. These people were almost used to it. They carefully looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong stood there with a righteous face and let them look at him. While they were looking, 2 servants of the Zhang family pushed a cart to Zhang Zhong. One of them said to him, "Master, we have brought the money you asked us to send. You can compensate them with 3 copper coins per day based on the number of days they are innocent and the number of days they are guilty." Zhang Zhong understood when he heard this. This money was sent by his son. When the time came, the money would be deducted from the yamen. There was no such law, but there was still a way to deduct the money. He felt that in this way, these people wouldn't have no money when they go back. If there was an emergency at home, they could use the money. He said, "Well, good. Let me see how long they are locked up. Don't go yet. Wait for me to compensate you." Zhang Zhong agreed and said to those who were about to leave. Those people were already very happy when they came out. They didn't expect that there would be compensation money. Where did this come from? It had never happened before, especially the person who was locked up for 3 years. At this time, he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. He could take away 3 strings of money, but no one came to visit him in 3 years. He didn't know how they were doing. Zhang Zhong flipped through the files one by one and called out a person's name. That person took the money, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. One by one, it took an hour for all of them to receive the money and leave their fingerprints on it. Chapter 319. When it was almost night time, Registrar Jean woke up in a daze. He was hungry and saw that County Deputy Xiao was still sleeping beside him. A long line of saliva flowed out of his mouth. He gently pushed him until he woke up and said, "Brother Bayong, wake up. Eat something and go back to sleep. We didn't accomplish anything today." County Magistrate Xiao opened his hazy eyes and looked around. Only then did he remember that he and Registrar Jean had fallen asleep in the room. When he thought of what they had done before he fell asleep, he felt a surge of anger and said to Registrar Jean, "We can't let go of what happened today. When the time comes, we will take revenge together. Let's go out to eat. If we don't go to Jinlai restaurant, why should we let him earn money?" Registrar Jean was also angry. He nodded and followed County Deputy Xiao out of the room. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, they saw that their families were waiting there anxiously. As soon as the families saw the 2 of them come out, they immediately ran to them and cried. The 2 of them were baffled by the crying. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. What's the hurry? Is there anything that I can't solve in Huayuan County? County Deputy Xiao asked the new concubine that he had found 2 months ago. Master, it's bad. Our family's money is all gone. Master, what should we do? The concubine said while sobbing. Why is the money gone? Where did it go? Isn't there money outside? Don't tell me you want to take it all back at once. County Deputy Xiao said again. Old master, where's the money? The money outside isn't ours anymore. There's a notice in the yamen saying that someone is slandering old master and Registrar Jean for secretly releasing money. There's no such thing at all. All the money released under old master and Registrar Jean's name doesn't need to be returned. Old master, we have no more money. The concubine finally explained the matter clearly. Registrar Jean's family also said it at this time. Ah. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard the news, he shouted again and again, louder and louder. Registrar Jean, on the other hand, just stood there with his mouth open. He didn't say a word and just stared into the distance. Master, what's wrong? Master, don't be like this. This concubine is scared. Master, quickly think of a way. We can't just watch our family's money disappear. Master, say something. Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's concubine was frightened when she saw her master shouting. She grabbed Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's shoulders and shook him hard. Registrar Jean's family was experienced. When they saw Registrar Jean in such a state, they immediately slapped him, waking him up from his daze. I'll fight it out with him. He actually dares to do this. After Registrar Jean woke up, he immediately rushed into the yamen, wanting to fight with Zhang Zhong. Naturally, the guards at the door would not let him in. One of them raised his leg and kicked Registrar Jean, saying, You're not allowed to enter the yamen. Registrar Jean, you have to think carefully. Did you put the money away or not? If you didn't put it away, what can you say? If you put it away, then you? The rest of the sentence was clear. Registrar Jean just remembered that this matter couldn't be said openly. If he said it out loud, not only would he lose the money, but he would also lose his clothes. He might even be locked up in jail. After being stunned for a while, he imitated what his family did to him and gave Deputy County Magistrate Xiao a slap. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was slapped, stopped shouting. He touched his face with his hands, opened his mouth, and gasped for breath for a while. He then closed his eyes and stopped moving. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, he recovered and said, Brother Shangyun, this time we admit it. Who asked us to have something on him? From now on, this is gone. Isn't it just some money? If it was in the past, it wouldn't be easy, but now it's easy. Yes, it will be soon. It seems that we have underestimated him. Isn't that so? Brother Byong, it's all my fault. If I didn't say it out loud, nothing would have happened. Registrar Jean felt that he had said something wrong. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't think so. Brother Shangyun, even if he didn't say it out loud, can't he ask? As long as he inquired a little, he would know that we put the money away. He didn't expect that today would happen. He thought that, with his identity, those who borrowed money wouldn't dare to ignore it. But he didn't expect that it was because of his identity that they didn't have to return the money. Do you think we dare to ask them for money again? Then he will have an excuse. This time he didn't tell us directly because he was afraid that we wouldn't admit it. He is waiting for us to ask for money. We can't give him the chance. Yes, we can't give him the chance. Let's think about it carefully. There's no hurry. We underestimated him this time, but we won't do it again. How should we find those businessmen first? Registrar Jean also thought it through and set it aside. But when he thought that his money was gone, his face didn't look good. When the two of them were about to find the businessmen, the servant left behind to look after the businessmen came and told them that those people went to the riverside today. They planned to stay at the wharf and wouldn't come back. When the two of them heard the news, they were not surprised. Instead, they were happy. Registrar Jean said, Brother Byong, as long as they still want the land over there, they will have to give us money. We can't give them less money. We just lost some of it, but now we have more. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also thought so. Wei Wei nodded, that's right. But that person's place is not good. We have to think of a way. For example, the 100-year-old ginseng? At that time, we don't have to bear the responsibility. The two of them who were in a good mood didn't feel sleepy anymore. They brought their family members to eat together. Along the way, they laughed from time to time. When evening came, the sun was setting slowly like an egg yolk. There were no clouds in the sky in the west. Only some tireless birds chirped and flew past. A few trucks that were specially used to pull trucks slowly moved forward on the potholed road. Smoke could already be seen rising up in front of them. The wheels rolled past, leaving marks on the ground. There were also ruts left behind on the black coal. The driver looked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the others, hurry up. When we reach the place, we can go back. If we can't, we can sleep there for a night. Following his shout, the team moved faster. Some people in the village also saw the people coming here. Some ran back to call for help, and some came to ask. The people who ran to the front looked at the trucks and asked, are they sending food and other things to us? Yes, Doggy Tian has told you, right? These things are all sent to you. It's enough for you to eat for a month. After a few days, people will come to you to do things. Your road is too difficult. It needs to be repaired. The leader agreed and started to complain about the road again. He was going to go back and tell the master that if he took a fancy to this place, he had to fix the road first. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste of time going back and forth. Yes, it needs to be repaired. When we get paid, we will find a way to repair it. The leader was a little embarrassed. There was no other way. The village was too poor. The leader drove the truck forward and said, you don't need to pay. You just need to put in some effort. Our master will be in charge of this place. He is your county magistrate. Yes, I know. The master is easy to manage. In the past, who would care about our place? Last time, county magistrate sent people to rob us, but we beat them away. Now the master won't. When he comes to our village, we will carry him all the way. The leader of the village kept saying good things. He was sincere. The county magistrate said that he would send them food, and he really did. With these food, they didn't need to eat the disgusting wild vegetables and elm tree money. At this time, Doggy Tian rushed out with the young men in the village. When they came close, they pushed and pulled. They began to move forward. After walking for another half an hour, they reached the village. At this time, the people in the village who were cooking stopped. Men and women of all ages gathered there to wait. Yesterday, when Doggy Tian came back, many of them didn't believe it. Now that they saw these things being sent, their faces were filled with cheerful smiles. The village head of Elm Tree Village was an old man. He held a stick and waited for the things to be sent. When he began to unload them, the old man spoke first. Don't move. Listen to me. After shouting these 2 words, he coughed. After a while, he recovered. He looked at the villagers who were looking at him motionlessly and said, Huayuan County has a new county magistrate. This county magistrate sent things to our village first and then asked us to work. Don't think that you can repay this kindness by working. Even if you do work when the county magistrate has something to do in the future, you have to rush forward. No one will be stupid enough to send things first and then ask you to work. The county magistrate can't bear to see our village not being able to eat. When the county magistrate sent things to us, he must have not thought about what to ask us to do. At that time, if anyone doesn't think that the food is earned by his own work, this old man will beat him to death with this stick. Do you hear me? The villagers listened quietly. When the old man finished, they shouted in unison, Yes, we hear you. Get to work. Cook something delicious. Let these people who sent things to us eat. Tonight, they will stay in the village. They are all our benefactors. The old man waved the stick in his hand and coughed again. A child came over to massage his back. Those who could work began to unload things. Bags of rice and flour were unloaded, and barrels of oil were also carried down. The people in charge of cooking first came over to take some meat and oil, and then returned to the house to work. Chapter 320. While the people of Elm Tree Village were happy, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean ignored their tiredness and asked someone to take them to the dock. They sat in the same car and talked with their eyes closed while resting. Brother Shangyun, when we get there, you tell them the truth. Tell them that if they want the land, they have to talk to Zhang Zhong. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree, they can forget about getting the land. I will give them an idea and ask them to find the ginseng. As long as they find the ginseng, it will be easy. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Jean. At this time, they had to arrange their own division of labor. Otherwise, when the land was taken by Zhang Zhong and the money was taken by Zhang Zhong, they would lose more than they gained. Registrar Jean also knew this and said, when the time comes, it will be up to me. I will be responsible for reporting some of the things that the county magistrate did. As long as I report it, he won't dare to give it to us. If we want to get the land, we have to give both of us benefits. Yes, that's it. Not only that, when they do business here, we will share a part of it. No matter what kind of business it is, we can pay for it ourselves. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao found that it was impossible to continue to give out money. He had to find a way to make money continuously. He didn't believe that those businessmen would dare to disagree. The two of them discussed for a while and then lay there to sleep. They only slept for less than an afternoon and had not fully recovered. Registrar Jean kept muttering in his sleep. Occasionally, he would mention Zhang Zhong's name. It seemed that he lost a lot of money this time. The businessmen were indeed at the dock now. Ernie led them to walk around and let them see what these places were suitable for. As for the dock, they were not in charge of it. Bai Shu's nephew had bought this place and made it similar to the dock at Little Luoshui. The only pity was that there was no such mountain and they couldn't make a lake. The place he chose was a wasteland, and now there were some restaurants and warehouses being built. He planned to operate the restaurants and rent out the warehouses at the same time. Everything was done according to Little Luoshui's plan. In the future, the people who would be used to carry goods at the dock would also be found in Huayuan County. This could provide many jobs for Huayuan County. At this time, Niu was talking to those masters about what kind of situation would happen when this place developed well in the future. In fact, the merchants didn't need to listen to Niu to know that the example of Little Luoshui was there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean, who knew that they would come at such a coincidental time. In just a short time, they were able to occupy the fertile land as if it was a wasteland. However, they were found out by the new county magistrate. Everything was over. The businessmen also knew that Ernie was the new county magistrate's man. When they were brought out to see the place today, they thought that the new county magistrate just didn't want to give the benefits to the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. It was not that he didn't want them to occupy the land. In the future, the boats here will not only be used to transport goods and people, they can also help people from the other side to send letters to the capital. Especially for some scholars, the things that they write will not be known by others. Our restaurants here will be in charge of spreading the news. Every few days, we will invite some scholars to various places for a gathering. Along the way, it will be all money. Ernie continued to talk. The businessmen really didn't know about this. They listened attentively. Ernie continued. Also, in the future, we will make a place like the Pear Garden. Maybe the emperor will be happy to come and take a look. Then this place will be different. You all have to think carefully about where to choose. This, Brother Ernie, if this place is also called the Pear Garden, will the emperor be unhappy? When a businessman heard this, he felt that countless money was about to be thrown at him. However, he was a little worried about the name. Then let's change the name. When the time comes, we will invite the people from the Pear Garden in the capital to come and compete. They're not ordinary people. There won't be many people willing to pay 100 copper coins for their singing, dancing, playing, etc., right? Erniu continued to speak according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The businessmen were all thinking about how much money they could earn when the time came, but they didn't think about how many people were here. In such a joyous atmosphere, the businessmen had forgotten about the price they had to pay. The businessman who asked just now finally couldn't help but ask directly, "Brother Erniu, what does your master want us to do? If it's about money, give us a number. We will think about it. It shouldn't be too difficult." The other businessmen also thought about this matter. They looked at Erniu and waited for him to give a number. They felt that this was the reason why the new county magistrate asked Erniu to bring them here. However, Erniu shook his head. "Don't you know what kind of status my master has? Zhangjia Zhuangzi belongs to my master. Little Luo Shui also belongs to my master. How much money can you take out? What you need to do is to do other things. My master doesn't have the final say on how much land to occupy. In the Yamen, there is still the deputy county magistrate and the registrar, especially the registrar. He can directly report some things to them. Do you see any place that isn't fertile land? Only this pier occupies a saline alkali land. We have to think of a way." After Erniu's words, the businessmen were in a dilemma. They really didn't know what to do. If they were to give money, how much would they have to give to make the other party satisfied? At this moment, the car of Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan arrived. The two of them didn't care about whether the car was bumpy or not. They slept soundly in the car. When the car stopped, they were still snoring. The servant plucked up the courage to wake the two of them up and then brought the wet towels to wipe their faces. "We've arrived? What time is it now?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wiped his face and asked. "In reply to Master, we have arrived. It will be midnight in half an hour. Get out of the carriage and take a look. The brightly lit place in front of us is the pier here. The merchants should all be there. Should I go and inform them and ask them to come over? Or do you want to go there personally?" The servant said respectfully as he pointed in the direction of the room. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao hesitated and said, "I'll go there later. We can eat something there." At this moment, Registrar Zhan didn't care anymore. He left everything to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. The two of them tidied up their clothes and continued to head there. The businessmen were almost done drinking. They kept asking Erniu about things. For example, what did the county magistrate like? What did his family like? They started to think of a solution. "Erniu, what do you think about sending a pretty concubine to your master? I heard that he only has one wife. How can one be enough? In the future, he will be in a big family. He can have as many as he wants." A businessman thought of the most commonly used method. He didn't want to send money, but people. He wanted to find a pretty woman to send to Zhangzhong. Ernie shook his head like a rattle drum. "If you really dare to send a woman, don't even think about occupying any land here. Master will kick you out of Huayuan County. In the future, you won't even be able to take this route by boat." Ernie knew his master well. He wouldn't look for another woman. He usually treated his wife well. Moreover, he had a son who was protective of his mother. No other woman would dare to enter the house. This kind of thing must never happen. The businessman who came up with this idea was obviously disappointed. He carefully thought about it again. At this time, the people at the dock had already noticed the car coming from the other side. They asked from the side, "Is there anyone else?" "They're coming from that side." Everyone was eating and drinking at the pier. They looked in the direction that the man pointed. Sure enough, there were two cars coming towards them, one in front and one behind. There were lanterns in front of the cars. They were a little far away, so they couldn't see what was written. When the cars got closer, they knew who was coming. The businessmen felt that things were not going well. They originally wanted to settle the matter of the county magistrate first, before looking for the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate. Now that these two people came here, They must have known that Erniu was from the county magistrate's family and brought them here. Could it be that this matter of occupying land was going to be settled? While the businessmen were thinking, the people at the pier had already sailed the boats to pick them up. 2 people came down from the carriage one after another. With the help of the lanterns, who else could it be but the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate? Erniu saw the uneasiness of the merchants and persuaded them, "It's okay. I'll go to the back and take a look. You guys talk to them. It's just right. If you can convince them, then it'll be easy to talk to my master." "Thank you so much, Brother Erniu. Then I will have to trouble you. We will talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan." A businessman saw that Erniu took the initiative to go to the back and was finally relieved. Not long after Erniu left, the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate arrived. The businessmen all stood up and complimented them. "How is it? How is it?" Deputy county magistrate Xiao asked deliberately. The businessmen who had just been relieved were worried again. They did not know why these 2 people came here. At this time, the businessman who talked to Erniu just now replied, "We just want to take a look. No matter which land we choose, we will need the deputy county magistrate and the registrar official. Both of you came at the right time. We have just eaten. Let's eat together." Deputy county magistrate Xiao looked at the dishes that were almost finished and did not expose them. He nodded and said, "Okay. I don't know how you will find the county magistrate after you choose the land. You should know that the county magistrate's family is not short of money." Deputy county magistrate Xiao is right. We are also worried about it. Please help us to smooth things over. We will definitely reward you handsomely. The 5,000 strings of coins that we agreed on before will not be less. Another businessman took the opportunity to say, Chapter 321. Xiao Bao, do you think they will be fooled? What if they don't do what you want them to do? Won't our plan be in vain? On the couch, Wang Wan wasn't sure if those people would follow Zhang Xiaobao's plan and walk all the way down to improve Hua, Yuan County's economy. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried at all. It doesn't matter if they follow our plan or not. At most, we will continue our plan. As long as they still want to occupy this place, and as long as the county magistrate and the county magistrate still want to make more money, there will always be a plan that suits them. Today, my father is really good. He tricked them once. I guess they used a lot of loan sharks. Now they are finished. There are only 2 kinds of people who can borrow money. One is gamblers, and the other is people who have difficulties in life or need money to treat their illness. Well, almost. Gamblers are lucky this time. Those people who have difficulties in life must be grateful to your father. They are not fools. Of course, they know the reason. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's father to do such a big thing today. Speaking of gambling, Wang Wan had a new idea. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Can we not let them gamble like this? We can help them gamble like lottery. In this way, they can be more stable. Then, we can earn a lot of money. We can set up a name and send a part of the money to disasters. Not in our name, but in the name of your father, the county magistrate, representing the imperial court and the emperor. During this process, we can use the money to invest and make more money. Is that okay?" "Sure, why not? But this money can't be earned by us. We should directly report it to the imperial court and let His Majesty deal with it directly. When the time comes, we'll pay a large portion of it and keep a small portion, or we'll pay all of it and let them send some money back. In fact, doing this is just to amass money. There's no way to ban gambling at all. Those who like to gamble will continue to gamble while buying lottery tickets. The only way is to catch them ruthlessly. Once caught, beat them ruthlessly. You can't punish them because it's useless. After being punished, they'll think of gambling back the money they lost." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan's idea. It was not from the perspective of banning gambling, but to make money. As for banning gambling, the only way to catch them was to give them a few lashes or parade them through the streets. There is no such human rights here. Let everyone watch and scare those who gamble. Wang One also knew that this matter could never be stopped. He gambled until he lost his family fortune, and gambled until his wife and children were separated. It had never stopped. Will it work if we just catch them and beat them? What if they run to a hidden place to gamble? You'll know once you try. Increase the intensity. Unless the person is particularly addicted to gambling, no one will gamble when they can be caught at any time. You can let people report it. When the time comes, you can give them some rewards or something. As long as there are enough bailiffs, they can suppress it. Tomorrow I'll tell my father and Sanshue County. People gamble whether they are poor or rich, especially when there is no work to do. They will naturally gamble when they are bored. Go to sleep. Maybe there will be ginseng sent here tomorrow. As Xiaobao spoke, he felt sleepy. He turned around and fell asleep after a while. Wang Wan glanced at the candle that had not been extinguished. She muttered, "It's fine to give it a try. As long as you don't gamble like before, it's fine." She fell asleep too. Those who needed to sleep went to sleep. But some people were destined to not be able to sleep tonight. The merchants at the dock and the county magistrate talked about which piece of land they wanted. There were already people who went to buy ginseng. It was not easy to find 100-year-old ginseng, but if you wanted to buy it, there was still a chance to buy it. The county magistrate and the county magistrate were prepared to discuss with the merchants how to deal with the county magistrate. Now they were only dealing with the land. They would think of a way to deal with Zhang himself later. The people of Yushu village could not sleep at night. They had a good meal today. Making dumplings took a lot of effort, so they made wontons. The children also ate a lot. They were all full and did not sleep at night. They came out to play. The adults were thinking about the future, so they chatted with their neighbors. Once they chatted, they did not want to sleep. Even the people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi, who came to deliver things, were pulled to talk to them. They asked how life was in Zhangjia Zhuangzi and what it would be like in the future. The people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi told the villagers the truth. They even told the villagers that in the future, this place would be like Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The villagers were all smiles when they heard this. There were also those who could not sleep. They were the prisoners who were released. With the money given by the county magistrate, they all ran back home like crazy. Some ran back home, and their families were all there. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. When they took out the money again, their families were happy again. They started talking in the afternoon and talked until night time. However, there were also some who ran back to their homes and found that none of their families were there. They asked their neighbors, but the neighbors said that they did not know. These people could only cry by themselves. There was also one family who had not slept well for a few days. It was the Chun family of Zhuangzi, which was next to the Yuan family. When they found out that the old master of the Zhang family came to their county to be the county magistrate, they were afraid of revenge. They were so scared that they lit all the torches and lanterns at night. When they fell asleep, they would wake up with nightmares. The head of the family did not let the brother of the original concubine be the housekeeper anymore. He arranged for him to do odd jobs. The concubine did not go there often either. The reason why he kept the original steward Zhang was so that if the Zhang family came looking for trouble one day, he could hand this person over to take care of them. When different people experienced different things, the night finally passed. After dawn, the unbearable night and fear dissipated a lot. Life still had to go on. Even if there was only one prisoner left, as long as there was still hope for them to find their families, they would go and look for them. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the sky and shone down, people got up and started to do their work. After the spring plowing, people also went to the fields to take a look. As long as the head of weeds grew, it had to be uprooted. The people who did business also set up their stalls or opened their shops. Some restaurants in the county were not open in the morning. They would only open at noon when there were more people. The only exception was Jinlai Restaurant. They opened their doors early in the morning and prepared all kinds of porridge. Even if there were very few people who could come to eat, they still persisted. According to Xiaobao's words, this was a habit. When the time came, this kind of restaurant would not only open in these places, but would also open in other prefectural roads. With the same signboard, as long as those who were in a hurry or had special things to do found that they could not eat elsewhere in the morning and could eat in this kind of restaurant in the morning. When the restaurant opened in other places in the future, this kind of thoughtfulness would continue. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao had to continue pretending to be sick. He could only continue to show his face outside after the merchants bought the land. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, went to the restaurant to eat. There were already a lot of bailiffs and people working in the government office. Now, they were eating their breakfast here. It was a benefit. After all, the government office had no money. Although it wasn't cheap to buy breakfast in Jinlai restaurant, the cost was very low. Zhang Zhong didn't lack this money. It was not only the people who received the food, but also the servants who did odd jobs in the yamen. They were forgotten in the beginning and were later replaced. Now, they could also eat breakfast in the restaurant. All of this was arranged. Zhang Zhong could talk to the people in the yamen while eating, ask about things, and get closer to each other. It was better than just giving out food, especially if some people knew some gossip. "Sir, you are here. Please sit here." A bailiff was eating and talking with his colleagues. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he quickly stood up and pulled out an empty chair next to him. Zhang Zhong did not sit there. Instead, he pulled out a chair next to the bailiff and sat on it. He looked at the bailiff's food and said to the waiter, "A big bowl of tofu pudding and 2 side dishes. What fillings do you have for the buns today?" "Master, there are lamb, pork, onion, chives, eggs, and shrimp stuffing for the buns. There is no beef stuffing." "Which one do you want, master?" the waiter asked. The way he spoke was different from the others. He did not shout so loudly and did not count his lips. Zhang Zhong did not like to eat chives or anything else. He thought for a while and said, "Change it. No tofu pudding. Give me a big bowl of soy milk and a gene of fruit." "Master, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away." The waiter turned and ran away. Zhang Zhong then said to the 3 bailiffs who had already sat down at the table, "In the future, when you come here for breakfast, ask for a few more side dishes. It's not worth much. Do you think I can't even afford this?" Hearing the county magistrate call the master, the 3 bailiffs laughed. One of them said, "Sir, only you are so good to us. If we met other county bailiffs and told them, they would not believe us. Oh, except for the one from Sanshui County. Your Zhuangzi is there. What's so good about it? I am counting on you to work hard in the future. What's the big deal about eating something? Come, eat. You guys eat first. My share will be here soon. No matter how many people are waiting, you have to prepare it for me first, right? Let's eat." Zhang Zhong appeared very amiable at this time. It was just like when he chatted with the villagers. When there was no official business, there was no need to keep a straight face. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment, but still ate. At this time, the waiter brought the soy milk and youtiao. He also specially prepared a portion of stinky tofu for Zhang Zhong. This was also not prepared for people. Otherwise, some people would not be willing to smell it. Since Zhang Zhong liked it, he did not care about others. Chapter 3:22. "Sir, don't you like tofu pudding? Why did you change it to soy milk?" a yamen runner asked in confusion as he recalled the exchange just now. "Well, look, you can eat the steamed buns and drink the tofu pudding together. But this fruit is a little hard to chew directly. I like to drink it with this soy milk. There's no such good food now, unlike at home. At home, I drink milk. What do you think of this fruit?" Zhang Zhong explained what to eat and what to eat. Then he said, "Actually, you should eat porridge when eating buns. I don't like porridge, so I want tofu pudding. Generally speaking, tofu pudding is eaten with flatbread. I don't put sugar in my soy milk, and I don't put chives in my tofu pudding." "Your Excellency, I understand now. If I eat the steamed buns and drink the soy milk, the fragrance of the steamed buns will be gone after a sip of the soy milk." "Your Excellency, this is the first time I've eaten this fruit. It's delicious. The yamen runner who asked the question nodded in agreement. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter. If Sir said to eat it this way, then it should be eaten this way. Another yamen runner said, "Of course the fruit is delicious. It's fried with flour. Who can afford to eat it? It's just that we're living a good life by following Milord. Milord, don't worry, we'll listen to you in the future. We're not ingrates. Milord treats us well, so we'll help Milord get things done. Milord, what do you want to do? Let's not talk about official business. We'll talk about official business when we get to the yamen. Why don't you take the opportunity to talk about other things now? Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tell me, who do you have in your family? As long as it's a child, I can make clothes for you. If there's anyone in your family who's about to give birth, you must tell me. I can guarantee that your child will be born smoothly. Don't hide if someone in your family is sick. I'm different from others. When a yamen runner is in trouble, he'll work hard. He can't wait until something happens to the orphan. The yamen won't care about this part of the money, so I'll pay for it. As for whether people will call me stupid, I don't care. I have money, so there's nothing I can do about it, right?" Zhang Zhong began to follow Zhang Xiaobao's practice and arranged family matters for the bailiffs. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao had said that the job of a bailiff was a life and death situation. If you arrested them and they didn't resist, you should take care of them more often so that the bailiff would feel more at ease. What Zhang Zhong said was the truth, and he did not think much of it. He was used to it, but it was different in the ears of the bailiffs. These words were heartwarming. Thinking about the bailiffs of Sanshui County, no one felt that the county magistrate was joking. Some of the weak-willed ones already had red eyes. Zhang Zhong quickly said, "What are you doing? When we reach the yamen later, each of you will write down a list of things that happened in your homes. Now, tell me, did you hear anything strange? I'm a person who likes to inquire. After asking around, I found out about the top scorer. I'm just asking about the top scorer." The bailiffs were amused by these words again. They were all thinking about it. Suddenly, a bailiff at the table next to them asked, "Sir, how is your son? If he can't do it, let's take a break for 2 days. Everyone in the yamen will go to the mountains to dig for ginseng." Zhang Zhong did not expect the bailiffs to remember this matter. He had forgotten about it himself. He thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, in a few days, you will see him alive and kicking. At that time, you will have to lead him to play." The bailiffs expressed their knowledge one after another. Zhang Zhong listened with a smile on his face. "My lord, I heard something this morning. There was a man named Zhang Chong. After he was released, his family was gone. He cried all night. It's sad to talk about it." A yamen runner suddenly said at this time, "Oh, his family is gone? Then what is he doing now?" Zhang Zhong did not expect such a thing. He also felt sad for the person named Zhang Chong. "I don't know. Sir, if you want to know, I'll go and ask around." "Sir, it's easy for such a person to get into trouble. If he takes things too hard, it's fine if he dies. But what if he implicates others?" The yamen runner reminded. "Oh yes, you eat first. I forgot something. I will go back and get it." Zhang Zhong did not have a good way to solve this problem. He was ready to go to his son's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating there. When they saw their father come in and mention this matter, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought about it. "Father, in fact, you can find something for the person named Zhang Chong to do. That's good. Let him be a postman who specializes in delivering letters. If he can write, it'll be even better. He can carry the 4 treasures of the study with him. If the family wants to send the letter to someone who can't read, they can ask him to write for them. Now he can send the letter to the county and then send it to the surrounding counties. If he can find someone to do this, then he can send it to the whole province. It will make him famous. He can also take care of the search. As long as he meets someone, he can help to contact them. In this way, when he becomes famous as a messenger, his family may be able to find him. He will feel the pain of not having a family. In the future, when he sends letters and searches, he will be more serious. Father, what do you think? Zhang Xiaobao came up with such an idea. Well, Xiaobao, do as you say. I will go back and ask someone to find him. In the future, he will be in charge of delivering letters around here. Zhang Zhong said happily, turned around and walked out quickly. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink the soy milk. Wang Wan looked at him and suddenly said, Xiaobao, your mind is not so simple, right? Don't always have other intentions. I am a very simple person. Think about it. I came up with an idea in such a short time. How can I think about other things? Zhang Xiaobao said with an aggrieved face. Yes, you can. Tell me, what follow-up have you thought of? I won't let you spread it. Wang didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's expression at all. Zhang Xiaobao drank another mouthful of soy milk. Seeing that Wang Wan was still staring at him, he finally couldn't help but say, Well, I'll say it. In fact, it's nothing. When they have more people, they will ask around when they send letters. Whether they are active or passive, they can get some seemingly insignificant news. You know the news, right? It's information. Do you still need me to say the importance of information? When they develop, we will provide them with help. When the time comes, the further they send the letters, the longer our information network will extend. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Just like you know that I have something else. Wang Wan suddenly laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You little brain. When you were thinking of a way for your father to settle down, one was to send letters seriously, and the other was to find his family. In the end, there was something hidden behind this matter, just for a short while. Inspiration, this is called inspiration. It can also be said to be talent. The most important thing. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this matter wasn't worth exaggerating. It was just an idea, and it happened to be in such a situation. Zhang Zhong returned to the restaurant once again and told the Yamen runners about this matter. The Yamen runners expressed their approval, and some even suggested that everyone who wanted to find their family members should join in. This way, they could do things while looking for their family members. This matter was settled. The group of people ate breakfast, burped, and walked towards the Yamen. On the way, it was the first time that the commoners saw so many people from the Yamen working together. They all stopped to watch. One of the people who had eaten at Jinlai restaurant just now began to tell the story. A circle of people gathered around him, listening to him talk about how the Yamen runners didn't need to spend money to eat, how the county magistrate spoke kindly to the Yamen runners, and how he thought of a way to help a person who had just been released from prison. These were all things that the commoners were willing to listen to, especially when the county magistrate thought of a way to help a person who had just been released. Many of the commoners were moved, and they recounted this matter to everyone they met. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan, who had stayed up the whole night, came back around noon, they could hear the commoners praising the new county magistrate. Brother Bayang, what exactly happened? It's only been one night. How did the commoners become like this? When Registrar Zhan heard the praises for the new county magistrate, he felt uncomfortable and worried. He was afraid that when the two of them worked together to drive the county magistrate away, the commoners wouldn't accept it. When that time came, they would send a report to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups would send people to investigate. Where could Deputy Xiao find out? He also didn't know. He was also surprised and worried. How many days had Zhang Zhong been here? Counting the days before and after, today should be the 4th day. What did he do in these 4 days? Why did the commoners praise him? Facing Registrar Zhan's questioning gaze, he directly said, How would I know? I'll know when I go back and ask later. There are many good things that the commoners have done for the officials. Those who should be dismissed have to be dismissed. Let's hurry up. Under his instructions, the carriage sped up a little. However, it didn't dare to go too fast. If it bumped into a commoner, the commoners would say anything. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the Yamen. Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao got off one after another. The Yamen runners standing there hurriedly greeted them. Qi ran. Did something happen in the county? Deputy Xiao asked one of the Yamen runners. Sir, nothing happened. Sir, did you hear that something happened? The Yamen runner called Qi ran asked doubtfully. Yes, it's good that nothing happened. Is the county magistrate here? Hearing the Yamen runner's words, Deputy Xiao didn't ask anything else. He couldn't ask the commoners why they all praised the county magistrate. It was obvious that they were jealous. Sir, the county magistrate has been here for a long time. He said that he was waiting for the two of you to come back and meet him. There's something important. The Yamen runner replied again. Chapter 3:23. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan walked into the Yamen with confused expressions. They didn't know why Zhang Zhong was looking for them. Their antagonistic relationship seemed to have been confirmed, but he still wanted to look for them. Did he want to cheat them again? Just like that, the two of them walked to the signing room. They walked around but didn't see anyone. After encountering a bailiff, they found out that Zhang Zhong didn't do anything in front, but had run to the dilapidated area at the back. The two of them looked at each other and walked back. They knew that Zhang Zhong was going to spend his own money to repair the house behind the Yamen. Including today, it should have taken him 2.5 days to repair it. They wondered if those messy things had been cleaned up. Passing through a moon gate, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't reconcile the scene in front of them with the situation in the Yamen before. All the houses behind were gone, the potholes on the ground couldn't be found, and there were no weeds. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and there were many piles of bluestone waiting to be paved. Dozens of people were digging the foundation in this yard. Since they still couldn't find Zhang Zhong here, the two of them continued to walk in another direction. The two of them knew that the residents behind the Yamen in Huaiyuan County occupied a large area. There were 12 courtyards connected together. If it wasn't for the official who built this residence being executed, the official who took office later wouldn't have gone outside to look for a place. Ominous places were always taboo. They didn't expect that Zhang Zhong dared to live here and made a big gesture of building. Was he not afraid of this ominous house, or did he not know about it? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed and walked to another courtyard. When he arrived at this courtyard, he found that it was no longer the dilapidated house. To be precise, there was no house at all. Hundreds of people were digging holes here. They didn't know how these people were doing. The hole had been dug to a depth of 10 feet, but it seemed that it was not enough. They continued to dig, which made them wonder if the people who were executed buried something valuable here. Otherwise, why would they dig such a deep hole? Following the small path beside the courtyard, the two of them arrived at another courtyard. Fortunately, there was no one here to continue digging. Instead, there were many wooden planks that had been transported here. Similarly, it was unknown what they were used for. Brother Byong, why can't I see what kind of house the county magistrate wants to build? Registrar Zhan said loudly on purpose, not only for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to hear, but also for the people who were walking back and forth. Otherwise, he wouldn't mention the county magistrate and just call him by his name. What he didn't expect was that those people who were working didn't seem to hear him. They were still working very quickly and seriously. Seeing that this method didn't work, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao directly asked a person who was hanging a wire there, "What do you want to fix here? Do you know us?" "Yes, Deputy District Magistrate and Registrar General. We need to build something like a house here. Both of you are busy. I can't afford to waste any time here." That person glanced at the two of them and continued with his work. The person beside him was also very serious, as if he didn't see the two of them. This made Registrar General and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao puzzled. Since when did the people in Huaiyuan County become so serious? They glanced around and happened to see a Yamen runner standing there. He also looked at them and waved his hand. The Yamen runner ran over and said, "Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, are you looking for me?" Hearing this address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt a surge of anger. In the past, he was always called Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Why did it become like this now? Of course, he should call him like this, but when he heard it, he didn't think it was appropriate. Not wanting to fuss over the address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked the Yamen runner, "Why do the people here do things differently from what they did in the Yamen before?" That's right. In the past, they didn't get paid for their work. After 20 days of work every year, not only were they not exempted from rent and transfer, but they also didn't get paid. Now it's different. They get paid 30 coins a day. As long as they see someone not doing something seriously, they can go home immediately. In addition to us Yamen runners, the county magistrate servants also come here from time to time. If we see someone not doing something seriously in the same place twice in a row, not only will those 2 people be driven away, but we will also be considered as dereliction of duty. While the Yamen runner was talking, he didn't forget to stare at the people doing the work over there. 30 coins. One day? Haha, County Magistrate Zhang is really rich. So what if you are derelict of duty? Will he not give you anything? Now you know that it's not easy to get things, right? Registrar General Zhang didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would give such a high salary to the people who were hired to work here. He also guessed something from the Yamen runner's words just now, so he gloated and said. The Yamen runner shook his head and said, "Registrar General Zhang, you are wrong. His Excellency won't use this to blackmail us. If we don't keep watch, we will be arranged to go to the front and be replaced by other brothers. I don't want to be replaced. I can't afford to lose face. When the brothers in front ask me how I came back, how can I tell them? The county magistrate is good to us, so we have to be more careful. Otherwise, the next time he gives us something, we won't have the face to accept it. Changzi, you have been moving the plank for a while. Why are you dawdling? Do you think I can't see you?" While the Yamen runner was talking, he suddenly pointed at the person moving the plank and questioned him. Others had moved 3 times, but he only moved 1 time. It was very slow for him to go back and forth. "Sir, please don't chase this lowly one away. This lowly one thought of something just now. That's why this lowly one was a little slower. This lowly one was thinking, should we get someone to draw some things on the houses after the construction is done? This lowly one has a cousin's family. He has been doing this for generations, and his skills are not bad." Changzi was shocked. He was reluctant to give up the salary. The money he earned from a day's work was more than what he could earn in a few days. Besides, there was also food here. At noon and at night, there was at least 1 meat dish for every meal. It had been like this for 2 days. Today he was going to eat again. If he ate more here, his family would save money. If he was driven away, he would have nothing. He explained and moved faster. "Well, I heard that someone has a relative who can draw. Which one is it?" At this time, a servant of the Zhang family came in from another small door. He heard Changzi's words and asked, "Him." The Yamen runner replied and pointed at Changzi. Changzi thought he was going to drive him away, but when he heard the question, he was relieved and said, "It's me. My cousin's family has been doing this for generations. His craftsmanship is good. He can draw and carve. In the whole Huayuan County, no one can compare with him. Oh, except for our top scorer, what can he do?" The servant of the Zhang family heard Changzi's words. He thought for a while and said, "Well, is it far away? If it's not far away, you can go and find him now. Find all his family members who can do this. We can have lunch here at noon. If they do it well, I will give you an extra 200 coins. "Really? It's not far at all. It's just 2 streets away. I'll go there right away." "Well, can I ask if I can find such people and get more money?" Changzi didn't expect such a good thing. He was confident in his cousin's craftsmanship. When he was going to find him, he asked, "Yes, as long as they are useful and recommended, we'll get some money at once." The servant of the Zhang family said with certainty. Changzi shouted happily and strode to the back door. They all came and went from the back door. The front door was the Yamen, so they couldn't go back and forth. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time, "You are just a servant. How dare you make decisions? Are you lying to them?" The servant of the Zhang family could not know Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He said to him, "Deputy County Magistrate, you may not know the affairs of the Zhang family. The servants of the Zhang family are different from those of other places. Those who can be brought out to do things are naturally trusted by the master. As long as they think it's good for the master, they can make decisions. Oh, what if they make a mistake?" Registrar Official Zhan asked at the side. "If you make a mistake, you should think about what you did wrong. Next time, try to do the same thing. Don't give up eating for fear of choking." The servant of the Zhang family said with a trace of pride. He was qualified to be proud. Which family's Zhuangzi could be compared with the Zhang family's? Which family's servant could be treated like the Zhang family servant? The master believed in any servant. As long as they worked hard for the master, it was okay even if they did something wrong. According to the little child, ability was not a problem. Attitude determined everything. As long as they were not fools, they could be cultivated slowly. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't say anything after hearing the words of the servant of the Zhang family. They could only think that Zhang Zhong was crazy. How could he give this kind of power to his servant? The two of them didn't want to stay in the wooden yard anymore. They walked to the next yard. They even forgot to ask the servant of the Zhang family where Zhang Zhong was. The two of them continued to look and walk. The courtyards were totally different from the ones before. They couldn't guess what was going on in one of the courtyards. When the two of them turned to the 11th courtyard, they finally found Zhang Zhong. The 11th courtyard was also the biggest one. There was also a digging pit here. The pit was bigger and deeper than the second one. Zhang Zhong stood at the edge of the pit and looked at it. He roughly looked at the courtyard. There were about 300 people. A smaller courtyard couldn't fit them all. There were 2 yamen runners and a scribe beside Zhang Zhong. They talked with him from time to time. Registrar Official Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at each other and walked to the side of Zhang Zhong. Registrar Official Zhan said, "County Magistrate Zhang, are you looking for us?" "You're here? That's great. Yes, I'm looking for you too. You came from the front, right? How is it? Do you have any ideas on your way here? What did you think of? Tell me." Chapter 324. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were shocked by Zhang Zhong's expression and tone. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Zhong. Could it be that his son was in a coma and his father's brain was also not working well? "Tell me, what do you think?" Zhang Zhong still had that smile on his face and asked again. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't answer. He felt that Zhang Zhong was really crazy. Registrar Zhan couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong asked this question. He hesitated and said, "There are quite a lot of courtyards, and each of them is not small. It's just that I can't figure out what exactly they are going to do. I'm confused." "Confused, that's right. Do you have the idea of coming over to take a look when they are finished?" Zhang Zhong was more happy when he heard Registrar Zhan's words. He asked again. Registrar Zhan didn't say anything more, so he just nodded. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong and felt that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong shouldn't treat them with such an attitude. Did he come here just to ask what they thought of his courtyards? That's right. It's better than nothing. Then tell me, do other people also have the same idea when they see it? Zhang Zhong patted Registrar Zhan's shoulder with satisfaction. Registrar Zhan was still in a daze and didn't avoid it. Well, County Magistrate Zhang, you'd better be straightforward. Why did you ask us to come here? Don't tell me you want us to see what your future home will be like. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wasn't used to this kind of thing. It changed too fast. Yesterday they were cheated of a few thousand strings of coins and forced to release the people in prison. Today it became like this. Zhang Zhong's smile became more sincere and said, Actually, I asked you two to come here because I really want you two to see my future home and tell me your thoughts. Of course, you two are busy with official business and can't just talk about this kind of thing. The most important thing I asked you two to come here is to ask the question just now. Do you want to continue to wait for the completion of the courtyard? You have the idea, so do others. Yes, County Magistrate Zhang. We admit that we have that kind of idea. Then, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao had to follow the conversation. He really wanted to know what Zhang Zhong was up to. And then it's simple. There are a lot of mountains on the east side of our Huayuan County, and there are even more dangerous places. If the river is connected, there will be more people coming and going. It's also not far from the capital. As for me, I was thinking if I could pull some people over for sightseeing. As long as we build up the place, the scenery there will be beautiful. When more people come here, there will be more places to spend money. The two of you can also let your family members start a business. With a way to make money, you don't have to think of other ways. Whether it's greed or accepting other people's money, you have to be on tenterhooks. It's not worth it. Zhang Zhong said to the two with a sincere smile. However, the two of them had just been tricked once yesterday, so how could they believe Zhang Zhong's words? They thought that he might have found out about them going to the dock yesterday, so he found an excuse to scare the two of them. He was waiting for the two of them to retreat so that he could monopolize the other side. At the thought of this, the two of them became gloomy. Zhang Zhong also saw it. Wei Wei shook her head and continued saying, "Just now I only talked about making money and spending money. If we want to build up the place, we need a lot of people. We don't look for people from other places, but only the people in our Huayuan County, especially the farmers. The spring plowing is over, and they don't have any other income at home. We find them to do the work first and then reduce the rent. When the people have more food in their hands, they will spend money to buy things. Although this year's rent has been collected in advance, there is still next year, or the yamen will give them some wages. Otherwise, they may not be able to survive until this year's harvest. County Magistrate Zhang, the yamen has no money now. How can we give them? What's more, even if we build the place according to what you said just now, when we build it, people will think about what this place looks like. But the mountain and the river are in the opposite direction. It's far away. Who will come here for no reason?" When County Magistrate Xiao heard Zhang Zhong mention the rent, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He added, "Collecting rent is the former County Magistrate Wen's business. It has nothing to do with us or you. Naturally, someone will take care of County Magistrate Wen. Do you think we don't eat and give the food to the people? Only you, County Magistrate Zhang, have the ability to do that. We can't." Zhang Zhong stopped laughing. He felt that the two of them were really not presentable. Didn't they know that calculation was calculation and politics was politics? He frowned and continued, "Don't worry about the money. We will have it in 2 days. We don't need to worry about the lack of people coming. Of course, we can't wait for people to come, but we can ask them to come. My family has several small shops in the capital. There is a pear garden in the capital, and a similar place will be built next to the pier here. Many people come and go from the capital, no matter if they are from other countries or from other prefectures. They all want to come to the capital. They are not familiar with the capital. We can ask someone to show them around. They can go to my shop to eat, buy some trinkets, and walk around the pear garden. Let's talk about other places to visit here, such as the pier here between the clouds and the water, and Xiao Luoshui in Sanshui County, and the mountain in the east of our county. We can arrange everything for them. As long as they take out a certain amount of money, there will be someone to explain the legends and old residences to them. As long as they don't buy anything else, they don't need to spend more money. The money for the boat, the car, the accommodation, and the food will all be included. It will be much cheaper than taking the same boat, the same car, the same accommodation, and the same food. They will naturally be willing to come and take a look. They can't go back without seeing anything in the capital, right? They can save money and be safe if they follow our people. When they go to various places, if they are willing, they can spend money to buy something. Isn't that better? Zhang Zhong told the plan to the two of them, hoping to get their support. Before the two of them were removed, this matter had to be done. The people had started to eat wild vegetables and couldn't wait. Otherwise, they could remove the two of them and do it themselves. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's eyes lit up. They didn't think that they could do this. If they really arranged according to Zhang Zhong's plan, Huaiyuan County would indeed have more income in the future. It might even become another Sanshui County. If the two of them thought of this by themselves, they would really give it a try. However, this matter was thought of by Zhang Zhong, so the two of them could only follow suit. The two of them felt uncomfortable and looked at each other. After understanding each other's thoughts, Registrar Zhan said, "County Magistrate Zhang, aren't you a little whimsical? How can it be as simple as you said? You haven't said where the money will come from. Also, can you do the kind of thing that involves others? How will the money be divided? You haven't said these. County Magistrate Zhang, many people think like you, but that won't do. It's better to do things honestly. If you think too much and can't do it, you will implicate the people in the county and make them suffer. Registrar Zhan is right. How can it be as simple as County Magistrate Zhang thinks? If it is feasible, why don't others do it? Could it be that everyone else is a fool?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also echoed. The two of them gave advice to Zhang Zhong in a tone of experience. Zhang Zhong thought of the people who ate wild vegetables, so he had to continue saying, "I will take care of the money. Even if there is no money, I will pay for the things over there. As for the matter of pulling people here, of course, it will be done by my family. As for how to divide the money, we can talk about it slowly. This is a small matter. So do you two agree?" "County Magistrate, I agree with this matter. How many places have you made to make money in Sanshui County? You have this ability. Others didn't think of it before because they didn't have this ability. Who would have thought that Sanshui County would change from a middle county to a Shan County?" A yamen runner next to them also listened and watched. He also knew that the former Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate didn't get along well with the new County Magistrate. However, even if they didn't get along well with each other, they couldn't fight with the lives of the people in the county. The County Magistrate was obviously thinking for the sake of the people. These two people who only thought of themselves actually opposed for the sake of opposing. If this continued, the lives of the people would not be able to continue. Thinking of this, the yamen runner spoke out to help Zhang Zhong. With a leader, other yamen runners and officials like Deputy County Magistrate Dao also began to support, including the people who were digging the hole and heard the conversation. They also made silent protests against Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Seeing that the two of them were a little isolated, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao realized that this matter was not easy to handle. If they didn't agree, today's matter would be known by the whole county. Their reputation was not good to begin with. At that time, there might be people besieging the yamen. If they agreed, today's matter would also be spread out. They would also lose their reputation, just less. However, once there was a political achievement, it would all belong to Zhang Zhong. It was very likely that before the two of them could get rid of Zhang Zhong, his political achievement would come out. This was difficult. No matter whether they opposed or supported, there wouldn't be a good result. The two of them pondered there. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry now. He said to the people who supported him, or to the people on this side, "In the future, our county's life will be better. I plan to make Huaiyuan County a Shan County like what I did to Sanshui County. At that time, there will be more people and it will be lively. The yamen will have money to do more things for the people." After Zhang Zhong said this, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally couldn't keep silent. They knew that the people's hearts had been won over by Zhang Zhong. If they didn't say something, the two of them would be finished. Chapter 3:25. County Magistrate Xiao is right. County Magistrate Zhang, don't worry and just do it. Even if you do something wrong, we will take responsibility for you. Don't worry. Registrar Jean understood what County Magistrate Xiao meant and echoed. Unfortunately, those people were not fools. How could they not understand why the two of them said this? Especially those who knew about Sanshui County. They did not believe that the county magistrate could not do a good job. After the two of them finished talking, they were ready to leave. They really did not want to endure those people's gazes. Some looked at them with disdain. Some looked at them with disdain, and some looked at them with disdain. Anyway, none of them were good. Seeing that the two of them agreed, Zhang Zhong immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? I will take out the money first. When the government office has money in the future, you can give it to me. I am an official and cannot use my own money to do things for the imperial court. I will be impeached. If the two of you agree, let's write a document." When Registrar Jean and County Magistrate heard that Zhang Zhong wanted to take out the money first, they exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. County Magistrate Zhang is right. Then let's do it. I will write it right away. When I finish, you just need to stamp it. County Magistrate Xiao was happy. He felt that Zhang Zhong had finally become stupid at this time. When the government office has money in the future, then just wait. If they were to build on the mountain, the total cost would be at least a few thousand strings of coins. If they only relied on the government office's money, how long would they have to wait? Registrar Jean was also happy. He thought about making money. There would be a sum of money in his hand soon. He would open a shop there and wait for Zhang Zhong to bring people over. Then he would be able to benefit from it. When he thought of this, he also said, "Yes, County Magistrate Zhang can do this. The people of my county are really convinced. I can't help much here. Why don't we build a shop at the foot of the mountain and let County Magistrate Zhang do it more easily?" After the two of them finished talking, they hurried to the front to write the document. Zhang Zhong was finally relieved after he finished one thing. The Registrar Jean beside him could not stand it and said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, if you do this, what if the government office has no money? And that about the shop opened by someone else, my lord, aren't you?" Sigh. "It doesn't matter. We'll have money in a few days. As for the shops, it's better to open more. It's not like people will go there just because we open more shops. When things are done, we can start doing other things. At that time, we'll need everyone to work together. Whether or not the people of Huayuan County can live a good life depends on everyone." Zhang Zhong wasn't worried about money, nor was he worried about others taking advantage of him. His precious son had already thought about these things, so he didn't need to worry too much. The people in the surrounding yamen had never heard such words before. They all excitedly promised. When the people who had stopped working started working again, they felt that they had more strength. Even if no one was watching, they would not slack off. After a while, the registrar and the county magistrate came back and asked Zhang Zhong to stamp the official seal. They happily said that they were going to take a look at the mountain, but they ran away again. In fact, they went home to sleep. Zhang Zhong didn't expect them to help him. He would be satisfied as long as they didn't make trouble to a certain extent. He found a servant and asked him to go back and transfer money to build the temple on the mountain. The mountain was actually quite famous. Sun Simiao lived there. Now that he was dead, many people would go there to build a temple. Originally, they were going to build a temple, but now that the Buddha was destroyed, they had to change it. When the time came, many people would go there to burn incense and pray that there would be no illness or disaster. At dusk that day, the yamen posted a notice again. One was to recruit yamen laborers, and the other was to recruit laborers. The laborers would come to work. The first 20 days would be counted as normal, and the rest would be paid. As for the reduction of rent and transfer, it could only be discussed next year. The people in the county had paid double last year. After the spring plowing, there was no food to eat. Rent and transfer were not important. What the people needed most was money. Another advantage was that when they worked, the yamen would take care of their meals. In the past, they had to bring their own meals from home. The yamen laborers were naturally recruited from gangsters. The treatment was good, but at the same time there were many restrictions. If anyone dared to do anything against the rules, they would be beaten dozens of times. If the gangsters didn't want to be yamen laborers, they could find their own jobs. The work of yamen laborers was most suitable for gangsters. They had enough brains and were familiar with some of the things in their industry. Now that Huayuan County was as chaotic as Sanshui County, they could only use this method. As for whether the gangsters were obedient or not, it was too simple. First, they would give them something, then beat them and use the carrot and the stick. If the people didn't fight with the officials, no matter how powerful the gangsters were, it was useless. Moreover, the people now knew that the new county magistrate, Lord Zhang, came from Sanshui County and was followed by 20 guards from the prince's mansion, who would dare to be disobedient. In the beginning, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had the idea of using these guards. They wanted to write a memorial and say that Zhang Zhong had overstepped the boundaries. However, after thinking about it, they didn't dare to do so. When the time came, not only would they be offended, they could also say that they had sent someone to deliver something and had not returned. What else could they do? As soon as the notice was out, the people who had finished their work and returned home began to talk about what they had seen during the day. The elderly, women, and children at home all listened. As a result, from the next morning, the matter of County Magistrate Zhang's love for the people was exaggerated again. These two notices were the best proof. As for Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, naturally they appeared in the mouth of the people as negative characters. When the two of them went out for lunch at noon, the people they met looked at them differently than usual. This situation made the two of them very depressed. They regretted that they had said that they didn't agree yesterday. Later on, they had agreed. They were forced to do so. Now, the people in the county town were the first to know about it. It wouldn't take long for the people in the county town to know about it. The two of them found a small restaurant and stopped the car. They went in and sat down. After waiting for a while, no one came to greet them. "Where is he?" Registrar Zhan had been suppressing his anger on the way here just now. Last night, when he thought that Zhang Zhong would lose money, his good mood was gone. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Oh, isn't this Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate? I went in to do something just now. You two also know that I can't handle this small business by myself. What would you like to eat?" The shopkeeper, who had several positions, came over and asked, "Give me a serving of sliced lamb face and 2 pots of wine. Add more coriander in the sliced lamb face." Registrar Zhan ordered a dish. The two of them didn't intend to eat much. They just wanted to drink some wine. "Registrar Zhan, we don't have the sliced lamb face anymore. Would you like to order another one?" The shopkeeper said apologetically, "Then give me a serving of tofu mixed with spring onion and stir-fried bamboo shoots." Registrar Zhan ordered another dish. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." The shopkeeper began to transform into a chef and ran to the back of the restaurant. At this time, another 2 people came into the restaurant. They were 2 ruffians. When they came in, they took out a string of about 70 copper coins and waited there. After a while, the chef came back. The 2 dishes were placed on the table and the wine was warmed. Only then did he look at the 2 ruffians who had just come in. As soon as he saw the 2 ruffians, the shopkeeper couldn't help but frown. He said to the 2 ruffians, "Fong Si, Fong Wu, get out. Don't think you can eat and drink for free in my restaurant today. I'm not afraid of you. The county magistrate has changed. If you want to find trouble, I'll go report it to the government office right now." "Uncle Jiang, you're mistaken. How can we eat and drink for free? Earlier, my brother and I came here twice. We don't have any money on us, so we owe you 65 copper coins. Here's 76 copper coins. You can give me and my brother a bowl of noodles, and I'll give it to you. You can order whatever you want for the remaining 7 copper coins. After we finish eating, we still have to go to the yamen to be yamen runners. After we go to the government office, we'll go to the government office to serve us." One of the two ruffians said to the shopkeeper with a smile, which made the other people who were eating the noodles very surprised. The shopkeeper also didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. He looked at the two ruffians carefully and then at the money on the table. Fong Si, you're not lying to me? I'm not lying. Uncle Jiang, please take the money first. Seeing that the shopkeeper didn't believe him, Fong Si picked up the money on the table and threw it over. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it. It was really heavy. Since the money was in his hands, he naturally didn't doubt it. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, Fong Si, Fong Wu, this is not like you. Uncle Jiang in the county, it used to be County Magistrate Wen. Now it's County Magistrate Jiang. My brother and I want to be government officers. The notice said that if we did something in the past and didn't make people forgive us, we can't be government officers. Uncle Jiang, my brother and I want to change. Can you forgive us? Fong Si begged. His brother Fong Wu also seemed to look at him eagerly. The shopkeeper looked at the two ruffians and sighed. Fong Si Wu, your father died early. Only your mother raised you. You know how to be a good person. Don't do stupid things in the future. Lord Zhang is the master of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He is very capable and can't tolerate sand in his eyes. It's good to be government officers. Your mother won't have to worry about money in the future. The shopkeeper didn't say anything about forgiveness, but everyone who heard him understood what he meant. The two ruffians also shouted happily. The shopkeeper took the money and went in. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of lamb's face, and 2 pots of warm wine. He sent them to the two ruffians' table. I know you can drink, but I can't let you drink too much. If you say something wrong when you go to the government office, you can't be government officers. Eat well. Uncle Jiang, 7 copper coins can't buy lamb's face. You can't buy wine either. What are you doing? Fong Si was stunned when he saw the food and asked, Nothing. I'm just giving you 2 food. In the future, I'm counting on you to protect the safety of the county. Eat. After you're full, go to the government office and talk. When the people from the government office come, I'll ask them and I'll help you. Eat quickly. This money is nothing. You're a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf. The shopkeeper said happily. He knew all the people around him. As long as the 2 ruffians could work hard in the future, giving some food was nothing. Chapter 326. Registrar Jean was furious. When he asked just now, he said that he didn't have it. Now he actually gave it away. Did he think that he and the deputy magistrate were not here? Deputy magistrate Xiao pointed at the tofu mixed with shallots on the table and said, Why is this tofu a little sour? There are also bamboo shoots. It's hard to bite them. Registrar Jean, you are talking about the lamb's face. You really didn't have it just now. Later on, someone sent it over. If you want to eat it, I'll get it for you. Deputy Magistrate Xiao, it's not the tofu, it's the soy sauce. You will get used to it after eating it. The bamboo shoots are grown old, not me. The shopkeeper said calmly. In fact, he did it on purpose. His family had only paid taxes for 2 years. For example, the tax for setting up a stall was collected daily. For a small shop like this, it was collected monthly. He was afraid that he would not be able to pay the taxes. Last year, the Yamen collected 2 years' worth of taxes in one go. He even had to borrow money to pay the taxes. In the past, he didn't dare to treat the registrar and deputy magistrate like this. But now he dared. There was a new county magistrate. Everything was different. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean also knew what the shopkeeper was thinking. The news was spread this morning. If it was a new county magistrate, the people might not dare to treat them like this. But Zhang Zhong was different. Needless to say, he was the top scorer. He was also the head of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County and had 20 imperial guards following him. Comparing the 2 of them, they were naturally much worse. Of course, the people were not afraid. How could the registrar and deputy magistrate, who had no foundation, want to fight with the master of Zhangjie Zhuangzi? The 2 of them also couldn't explain this to the people. It didn't mean that you were powerful just because you had a foundation. Sometimes, even a small official could pull down a big official. The people didn't understand this. They only looked at their power and status. Forget it. Let's change to another restaurant. Registrar Jean stood up gloomily. He threw down his chopsticks and wanted to leave. Registrar Jean, you haven't paid for the meal. The shopkeeper couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the other side. Everyone who wanted to eat all thought of these two officials. Deputy Magistrate Shao was more stable. He took out his money and counted 15 copper coins according to the price of the dishes. He put it on the table and didn't say anything. When he passed by Registrar Jean, he pulled Registrar Jean. Seeing the two of them leave, the shopkeeper cleaned up the table with a smile and muttered, "You collected my taxes for 2 years, and now the weather has changed." "Brother Bayan, are we going to let that shopkeeper go just like that? He's clearly doing this on purpose. Is he bullying the two of us?" Registrar Jean complained as he sat in the car. "What else do you want? Bring the lawsuit to Zhang Zhong? Or should the bailiffs come and arrest him?" The first one was a self-inflicted humiliation. But do you think any bailiffs will listen to us for the second one? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have treated them so well back then. Now all of them are like humans. They have done a lot of bad things in the past. Deputy County Magistrate Shao also felt aggrieved. If Zhang Zhong did not rely on his reputation in Sanshui County, how could he make the people in Huaiyuan County become like this in just a few days? As for those bailiffs, they were all shameless. All he did was give some things and take care of a meal. How could they be bought over? If he had known earlier, he would not have kept those bailiffs. He would have kept those bailiffs who were capable and honest. He did not believe that Zhang Zhong could buy them over with those things. Registrar Jean also thought so. He took a few deep breaths and then felt better. He said, "Just bear with it for a while. It will be easy when we get the money. Haven't you sent the ginseng to those people yet? It's not that easy to find. Do you think you can get 100-year-old ginseng just because you want to? You may not be able to get it from the palace. Let's go home and eat. It seems that we can't eat good food outside. We collected too little tax in the past. They still don't know how to be afraid." Deputy County Magistrate Shao was still hungry. He only ate 2 mouthfuls just now and still felt uncomfortable. He decided to go home and eat. The two people's cars turned towards their own homes. All the people who saw their cars would mutter and spit at them, who asked them to not be the county magistrate. With the support of the new county magistrate, the people also became bolder. The bailiffs in the yamen naturally did not have to go home to eat. They did not have money in their accounts, but Zhang Zhong had money. At noon, he did not take them to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. There were too many people there and they could not squeeze in. The rooms that were left were not suitable for the bailiffs to eat together. Among the servants who followed them, there was also a cook. Lunch was prepared by the cook with a few assistants. The cook used a big pot to cook 9 dishes. There were 3 meat dishes and 6 vegetable dishes. There was also a bowl of egg drop soup. The staple food was steamed buns and rice. Every person in the yamen could choose 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. There was no limit to the amount of rice. These were the lunch boxes that Zhang Xiaobo sold. The only difference was that there were more types of lunch boxes and fewer types here. Even so, no one in the yamen said that they were not willing to eat. If they did not eat in the yamen, what could they eat at home? After the people in the yamen finished choosing, the rest were sent to the people who were working. If it was not enough, they would cook some more. Zhang Zhuangzi now had a lot of pork in storage. They had frozen it and asked someone to send a cart of it. It could last for a few days. Zhang Zhong also ate with the people in the yamen. As long as he was not working, he looked kind. When he was working, he would do what he should do. The only difference was that the dishes he ate were better than others. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. There would also be some mushrooms or wood ears in a bowl of soup. The menu was not set by him. He had no choice. His son and daughter-in-law specially set the menu according to the season. They said that it was something about nutrition. He did not understand what it meant. Anyway, he could not refuse the dishes that his son and daughter-in-law asked to eat. Moreover, they had to eat the same dish for 10 days. After the meal, they had to eat a specially prepared fruit plate. Everyone, come and try this. The food is sent here from Jinlai restaurant. I have no choice. I am not allowed to eat other people's food. The food I eat every day was set on the first day. Zhang Zhong said to the people in the yamen. There were not only some officials, but also yamen runners and handymen. Everyone was either squatting or sitting in the yard to eat. Zhang Zhong looked at the food that others were eating and then looked at his own. He felt a little embarrassed to eat. It was okay to eat alone. If they ate together, others would be watching. The people in the yamen did not have the same thoughts as Zhang Zhong. Since when could the county magistrate eat with them? They could eat together and eat other people's food. No matter what, they could not be picky. He Kangji was also here. The meat dish he ordered was chicken stir-fried with bamboo shoots. The 2 vegetarian dishes were roasted radish strips and stir-fried dried vegetables. At this time, there were no fresh vegetables. There were leeks, but he did not order them today. It was his first time eating like this, so he was a little confused. When he heard the county magistrate's explanation, he said, "Sir, you can't eat like us. What does your family do? There are restaurants one after another. If you eat like us, won't it weaken your family's reputation? What's more, sir, there are not many dishes. There are only 4 dishes. They are also rice, although the rice is a little different. Sir, you can eat at ease. Don't worry about us. 1 meat dish and 2 vegetarian dishes. Look, there is also a shrimp and cucumber slices over there. Can cucumber be considered a vegetarian dish now? That shrimp is also meat. Sir, you don't have to give us face. We are satisfied." While speaking, he Kangji pointed at a person who was in charge of cleaning. That person's vegetarian dish was shrimp and cucumber slices. At this time, that person also raised his head and said, "Sir, if you let me eat with you, I will feel good even if I eat chaff, let alone such good food. I will remember this meal for a lifetime. When I go back, I will tell the child that the county magistrate treated me to a meal today." Zhang Zhong felt that this person was already taking care of him by cleaning in the yamen. He did not know how to speak at all. If other county magistrates heard this, they would immediately fire him. However, he felt comfortable when he heard this. A person who did not know how to speak was telling the truth. Some villagers in Zhuangzi were like this. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Zhang Zhong also ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. In the future, this rule will be set. Not only lunch, but also dinner. If you want to stay for dinner, you can tell in advance. The cook will prepare it. In the morning, you can eat at Jinlai restaurant. Those who are still waiting at midnight will also have a simple meal. It can be fried rice or wonton. You can choose whatever you want. Sir, there is still dinner at midnight? That's too troublesome. Chow Daobi said in surprise. It's not troublesome. In the future, there will be people who will be on night duty. You can eat like this, but it will be more troublesome for my 2 children. It has always been like this in Sanshui County. There are snacks in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi. You can forget about eating them. Zhang Zhong now treated the people in the yamen as people in Zhuangzi. When everyone heard about snacks, they laughed. He was already an adult. Why would he eat snacks? Zhang Zhong said a few words and did not say anything else. He lowered his head and ate. The fragrance of the food floated in the courtyard. When everyone was eating, they felt that this was the best meal they had eaten in their lives. I have a question. Who is in charge of the recruitment of yamen runners? Everyone was eating, and there was no one guarding outside. In the end, a 17 or 18-year-old man came in. He stood there for a while and waited. Finally, he could not help but ask. The people in the yamen turned their heads to look. Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and asked, "You are from Huaiyuan County? What did you do before?" That person was obviously a little afraid. After entering the yamen, He looked around and finally stopped his gaze on Zhang Zhong. The look in his eyes immediately changed. He said, "Sir, I am here to be a yamen runner. I am from Huayuan County. I used to do this." As he spoke, his hand moved. No one knew how he did it, but there was a thin, small blade in his hand. Everyone understood. He was a thief. Judging from his hand movements, he was quite skilled. The yamen runners did not recognize him, which meant that he had never been caught before. Chapter 3:27. Zhang Zhong looked at the person in front of him who was at a loss. He thought for a while and said, "Show us what you've got." "Here?" That person was a little uneasy and asked back, "Right here. Everyone, stand up and stand close to each other. Let him come over and see whose things he can steal." Zhang Zhong felt that it was very good to have a thief as a bailiff. In the future, when he patrolled the streets, as long as he saw someone stealing, he would be able to find out. Now, what he needed to see was how this person was able to do it. The people who were eating all stood up and gathered together to see how this thief would steal. The person smiled embarrassedly and said, "Everyone is looking at me. How can I steal? When I came here just now, I stole from 2 people. I've decided not to steal anymore in the future. Sir, look, these are also the things of the people in the yamen." As the person spoke, he took out 2 seals from his arms and waved them in front of the crowd. He said, "One is from Deputy Xiao, and the other is from Registrar Jean." A bailiff immediately ran in front of the person and took the 2 seals. He breathed out and pressed them on his hand. He said, "They are indeed from Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao." Ha ha ha. No one knew who was the first to laugh, but everyone started to laugh as well. Even Zhang Zhong's mouth moved. That was to say, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean had already lost their seals. Put the 2 seals in the signing room first. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean come over in the afternoon, hand them over to them. "Well, from now on, you are a bailiff in Huayuan County. Tell us about your family. After 3 days, someone will go over and verify it. Then you can do your job." Zhang Zhong knew that there were many people following Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao, but they lost the seals. It was not because they were careless. It could only be said that this thief was too good. "Ah, can I really be a bailiff? I don't need to take the exam anymore. My name is Louis. I have grandparents, father and mother at home." The man started to talk and everyone started to sigh. No wonder he wanted to steal. One person couldn't feed 7 people. Apart from him, the elders and younger siblings in the family all had white spots on their bodies. He didn't dare to meet people outside, so he could only hide in the mountains and open up some land. He would depend on the weather to eat. Sometimes he could eat for a few days when the weather was good. Normally, he would dig up some grass roots. When he came out to steal things, he would sell them. The money he stole would directly buy things. He lied to his family that he had found a good job and could earn money. His family didn't know. He was afraid that people would see him when they went down the mountain, so they didn't know what he was doing. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there are always some things that can't be done by manpower. Well, you are now a bailiff, but you can only do things after 3 days. We have to send someone to your house to check. "Ah, really? That's great. Big brother, I'll return your money pouch to you," Lu Yi said as he took out a money pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to the bailiff who came to take the seal. The bailiff took the money pouch and looked at the county magistrate. "Your Excellency, from now on, as long as Brother Lu is on patrol, there will be no thieves." The others, including Zhang Zhong, didn't expect that the bailiff's money pouch could be stolen. This skill was amazing. Louis' skill was immediately recognized, and everyone welcomed him. "That since I'm a bailiff, can I eat something?" Louis suddenly said. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, he said, "I came out this morning and saw the notice. Someone read it to me. I knew that the government office was recruiting bailiffs, so I wanted to come, but I was a little scared. Until now, I haven't eaten anything, other than stealing the seal of the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. I haven't stolen a single coin. Then why? A bailiff asked. I will be a bailiff in the future. I feel that with my skills I can be a bailiff. How can a bailiff steal things? Louis explained. Then why did you steal from the deputy county magistrate and the registrar? The bailiff asked again. I heard from others that they don't listen to the county magistrate's orders. Even if it's a good thing, they still oppose it. That's why I stole it. Louis explained again. Everyone understood that the deputy county magistrate and the registrar had angered the people. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't blame Louis. He only needed to send people to the mountain to see if there was that family and if that family knew Louis. He said, What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it for you immediately. Louis rubbed his stomach and looked at the food boxes in front of everyone. He pointed at one of the food boxes and said, I can eat this. I can eat even if others eat it. I'm too hungry. Okay, you eat this. Zhang Zhong didn't say anything and took his food box in front of Louis. Those people in the yamen didn't know what to say. They wanted to reprimand him, but they didn't know what was going on. Louis took the food and ate it. After eating for a while, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He felt a little embarrassed and said, I'm too hungry. It was difficult to steal things last night. Those thieves seemed to be staring at others. If someone didn't understand, they would grab them and beat them. Later, I found out that it was because of the notice. Everyone wants to be a bailiff. Yesterday, I was stared at by 4 people. It wasn't easy for me to steal, so I stole some steamed buns and ran back home to give them to my family. I didn't eat it all. Why is there fungus in the soup? When everyone heard his words, their first thought was that he was an expert. He was definitely an expert. He could steal steamed buns while being stared at by 4 people. What level did he have to reach? What you ate was the county magistrate's food. His Excellency hasn't finished eating yet. A handyman said, It's fine, it's fine. In a moment, I'll have someone send some snacks over. If you feel that the food doesn't taste good, tell me, and I'll have them change it. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the food. If he wanted to eat, he could eat it any time. Talents were hard to come by. He didn't think like this before, but later on he gradually found out that people with skills, even if it was stealing, were also talents. This was called a sword with 2 edges. Sir, Louis didn't know what Zhang Zhong was thinking. When he heard others say that he ate the county magistrate's food, he didn't know how to express his thoughts. Eat. In the future, do your job properly. Especially if you see someone stealing on the street, you must catch them. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and said he could think like this, but Louis couldn't think like him. His nose turned sour and he nodded. Sir, you can rest assured. In the future, as long as I pass by a place, no one will dare to make a move. Zhang Zhong chuckled and approved of him, but in his heart he was thinking, if my son makes a move, what can you do? If not for the fact that Xiao Bao was still young, who in this world would dare to make a move? Thinking of the scene where his son made a pair of chopsticks disappear in front of the 2 families, Zhang Zhong gently shook his head. Of course, he didn't know that his son, Zhang Xiaobao, had to pay such a high price when he was learning how to steal. He had to get soap with boiling water and narrow holes to catch oil droplets between his fingers. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating lunch. The 2 people ate a lot of dishes, but the amount of each dish was very small. Zhang Xiaobao had a kind of strict devotion to food. He could eat expensive food, but he absolutely couldn't waste it. Xiao Bao, the construction on the mountain over there, started today. You haven't told me what attractive place there is. What if no one comes? Wang Wan only knew that the construction on the mountain in the east was starting. She was worried that the traffic was too small and they would lose money. If they lost money, it would be better to directly change the money into things for the people. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the last piece of chicken on the second plate in front of him. When he put it to his mouth, he said to Wang Wan, Do you know what this place was called at that time? Yaowang Mountain. Sun Simiao was here. Now he is dead. In the past, he lived a good life. What kind of rich person was he? He wrote when he had nothing to do. How can no one come to such a good place? We have to help advertise and let the world know who lived here. Then we can find a few people who really study medicine. Then we can let them help treat the people who come here. As for us, we can open a candlelight shop at the foot of the mountain. Most people wouldn't think of it, right? When we make money, we can take out a part of it to give free medicine to those who don't have money to buy medicine. We have to promote this place. Then we can get a few scholars to write poems. We can also help advertise. Ah, this is Yawang Mountain? That's not right. I have been here before. There was such a big lake here. Why is it gone now? Wang Wan didn't expect that this was the place where Sun Simiao had stayed. At the same time, she was a little confused. Zhang Xiaobao put the chicken in his mouth. At that time, there was no water in the Dead Sea. We had to rely on manpower to pump water to replenish it. At that time, the Yellow River was cut off. You can go and take a look now. How can it be the same? Do you still remember what that lake looked like? We can make a lake. Su Shi can build a Su causeway. We can make a Zhangwang lake. That's fine too. If we make a lake, the scenery will be better. We can also raise things in the lake and collect more boat fares. Wang Wan understood after Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Geography would change. For example, some rivers might not be there now. The one that changed the fastest was the desert. At night, one would sleep by the river. In the morning, the river was gone. That was how magical it was. Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree with Wang Wan's way of thinking, who said that we should collect boat fares. As long as we do all the work, the money will be very cheap. We don't expect to make a lot of money here. What we earn is the joining fee. If we don't pay, our tour guides will ignore those places. For example, during the free activities, if Jin Lai Restaurant doesn't pay the joining fee, our tour guides can say a few words. If they eat and drink in places that don't have a unified signboard, they won't care if they eat and drink and get sick. What is the first impression of others? It's those places where it's easy to eat and get sick. In fact, people have eaten and gotten sick in the past. Xiaobao, you are too bad. Wang Wan replied. Chapter 328. Zhang Xiaobao peeled another prawn and placed it on Wang Wan's plate. He continued, You don't have to force me. I'll say it myself. Yes, it's not that simple of an arrangement. I still have a backup plan. Any industry has its own rules, and the tourism industry is the same. What makes the most money? The right to set the price when doing business, what can still make money, and the right to set the standards when the rules appear. We first proposed the concept of tourism and formed a series of tour guides. Then we are the standard setters of the tourism industry. If we say that a certain place is good, it will be good. Then how can we say that it's good? I know. If it's good for us, it's good. If it's not good, it's not good. Is that what you mean? Xiaobao, I just realized that you have a gentlemanly demeanor. Oh, it should be called the demeanor of a gentleman. Then tell me, what's the next step after that? Don't look at me like that. I know you. If you take the initiative to say it, there must be something you're hiding. This is called avoiding the main points and attacking the weak points. Don't you know what the Special Second Department does? Do you know our purpose? Wang Wan was not blinded by Zhang Xiaobao's initiative. Even if the right to set the standards was indeed shocking to many people, and they were shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations, she was an exception. To her, if Zhang Xiaobao said that he would pull down the moon tomorrow to take a look, she would also think that there must be Saturn or Mars hidden somewhere. She realized that during this period of contact, she had thoroughly understood the nature of an international swindler. That was the bottom line of people like them was not something they said, but something they did in the end. Until the last critical moment, no one could figure out what was in their heads. Even if Zhang Xiaobao had already explained a lot in the past, and it seemed that he had really exhausted all his ideas and was at his wits' end, she still could not be sure that this would really be the case. Comrade Wang Wan, let me solemnly tell you something now. When the last trump card is revealed, When the story ends, only regret is left. Is your purpose a policy? I understand that. Isn't it to punish the past to avoid the future and treat the sick to save people? I've already thought of this. All right, let me tell you. In the future, our tour guides have to prevent certain things, such as cheating customers, seducing customers, etc. We also have to have a team doctor who follows the tour guides. We can't let anyone fall ill because of illness, especially not in Sun Simiao's house. Originally, I wanted to keep some secrets, but now that you've asked, I don't have any. I feel that there are actually two sides to this matter. To be specific, it's, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell us the truth. It's not a team doctor or a scammer. That's just an assistant, okay? It's about the details. As for your ability in this area, there's no need to think about it. It's just a matter of tactics. I'm asking about the strategy now. After Zhang Xiaobao had explained some things, Wang Wan still did not believe him. If others knew about this when she was older, they would definitely criticize her, but she still insisted on asking. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the prawns that he had just peeled for Wang Wan and muttered, I've peeled the prawns for you for nothing. I don't have a strategy. I'm just thinking that in the future, the tourism industry needs to understand the culture, geography, environment, special products, mineral resources, and so on. We can use the coal in Elm Village. Don't other places have it? Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Let the tour group get you some information about various places when they're earning money, just like the messenger. But that's social information, and this is resource information. You clearly had this plan, but you didn't say it out loud. You had to wait for me to ask personally. Is there a follow-up? I always feel that it's not that simple. Just like how you pushed Sanchu County to Shan County step by step, giving your father a kind of credit and a kind of competitive incentive during the speech. Who would have thought that the auspicious signs you made back then would be like this? I don't really believe what you said about chance encounters. I feel that even if you didn't encounter them, you could still do it. So now I want to ask you, Sanchu County's layout, is it really just to win the hearts of the people this time? As long as you're willing to spend money. Won't you get the hearts of the people if you want to? Wang Wan looked at the real Zhang Xiaobao in front of her and recalled all the information about him. Suddenly, she felt that she didn't seem to know him well enough, or rather, she couldn't keep up with his thinking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, In fact, I don't have any ideas. The main thing is whether Huayuan can become Shan County. If Huayuan can also become Shan County, then I can continue to push for the next step. It's too early to talk about it now. Cuckoo! When Huayuan also becomes Shan County, you can realize your dream. I know that you've always wanted to personally command an army and fight against the enemy. I will find a way to find such an opportunity for you. But you have to train the army in advance. Really? How can you do that? Wang Wan had always wanted to personally command an army. She felt that she was the best. She had learned this at the beginning. She didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make her wish come true. She had learned it and won the championship in some exercises. However, no matter how realistic those exercises were, they couldn't be compared to a real battlefield. She had always wanted to play her role and be a female general, the kind who strategized. But now, she only saw Zhang Xiaobao strategizing. She really admired Zhang Xiaobao. He was indeed talented in this area and was willing to work hard. His ability to analyze information and figure out human nature could be said to have reached a superb level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive so many people. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaobao's plan for her, Wang Wan realized for the first time that sometimes some people's feelings for some people couldn't be expressed with words. If she didn't force him today, Zhang Xiaobao would never say. He couldn't possibly lie to her about this kind of thing. His deception was nothing more than hiding some things. Wang Wan admitted that lying had already reached the level of art for Zhang Xiaobao. The situation he was facing now made him feel disdain. He only needed to use normal methods to earn money. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating like a child Wang Wan suddenly understood that Zhang Xiaobao was actually very lonely. He was constantly searching for that trace of warmth and family, just so that he could live like a real person and not laugh at the wind and clouds. Xiaobao, do you feel lonely at the top? Wang Wan thought of this and suddenly asked, Just so. I still have my family, the village, and you. I want to see the day when you can also feel this way when you command the army. The world is so big. Who else can do it but me? I'm looking forward to being a talented military commander. Seeing that Wang Wan did not continue to ask about the plan, Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also admired Wang Wan, this strong woman, for being able to give up her own ideas and endure it. I feel that there is a problem with the era we appeared in. If it was the Southern Song dynasty, I would definitely let those people around the country know how powerful they are. The true embodiment of military command is actually very simple. It is to make others unable to hit you, so you can hit others, and form a large number of troops in every place. Wang Wan was happy in her heart and told Zhang Xiaobao the ultimate goal of military command. Zhang Xiaobao nodded after listening. Brilliant. In fact, deception is the same. Don't let others deceive you, and don't let others deceive you. Let's eat. It seems that all things in the world that are targeted are like this. For example, football. You can kick into other people's goal, but you can't let others kick into your goal. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Oh, then let's continue to eat. In fact, there is really a difference. Take the current polo, for example. I always feel that it is not played well. Everyone is gathered together to grab the ball. Do you remember what the formation was at the beginning of football? Wang Wan ate a mouthful of water and said, she loved to eat this kind of food, no matter what season it was. What formation? Zhang Xiaobao really did not understand this aspect. The 1010 formation. There are various evolutions later, such as 442, 352, 541, and so on. There was even a scary formation, which was the 1353 formation. Wang Wan said next to him, Are you lying to a fool? Can there be 12 people in a team? Even if Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the rules of football, he knew that a team had 11 people on the field. The goalkeeper came out. Don't think that the goalkeeper can't play football. Their ball control skills are even better than some midfielders. Do you understand what I mean? The tactical evolution of football took a long time to complete. At that time, no one dared to say that they could fully understand the changes of this formation. Then what about polo? Who is Li Longji? Literature, music, politics, sports, as long as it is something that people can be involved in. He is basically not ordinary. Polo is one of them. If you make a better polo field and give more rewards, then there will be fewer people who come to play polo. Wang Wan's thoughts were very active at this time. She was there giving Zhang Xiaobao ideas. Chapter 329. When Zhang Zhong arrived at the foot of the mountain on the east side, there were already many people gathered there. Not only were there people from Huaiyuan County, but there were also people from other places who came to visit their relatives or look for work. Some were holding shovels, some were carrying pickaxes, and some were carrying baskets. They all knew that they were going to build a better path up the mountain to prevent people from being squeezed down when there were too many people. Zhang Zhong had already sent people back to Zhuangzi last night to deliver things here, including all kinds of tools, ropes, and so on. He paid for it first. When the time came, he would take the money from the yamen and naturally sell the things at home. The grocery store couldn't always keep the goods in stock. When he arrived, it was already 3 p.m. Fortunately, he was riding a horse. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while. The people who delivered the goods here would probably have to wait for an hour or two. In order to wait for them, Zhang Zhong asked the yamen runners to be in charge of choosing people. First, they could use people from the county. If there weren't enough people, they could use people from outside. The young and strong people were in charge of building the road, and the slightly weaker people were to assist at the side. If there were women, they would be in charge of cooking and boiling water when the weather was hot. The yamen runners walked to the front of the crowd. They didn't bring a register, so they couldn't recognize everyone. They could only let the people look at each other. After all, this project was for the welfare of the people of Huayuan County. Sir, if you do this, won't it be a waste of money and manpower? He Kangji also followed over. He also rode a horse. He felt that the other side hadn't prepared for the matter mentioned in the morning, and it would be a waste of energy to do it here first. Zhang Zhong knew what he was thinking. He had already arranged for someone to go over and give instructions. The rest of the matter was to find some elderly people here and ask them about their legends, stories, and so on. When the time came, the tour guide would recite them for others to hear. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to clean up his grocery store, he wouldn't have prepared to take things out from home. When he heard He Kangji's question, he said, He Kangji, I don't want to work so early. The dew in the morning and evening is still a little cold. Then why does Sir still want to do this? He Kangji naturally couldn't think of what it meant to stimulate domestic demand. Many of the commoners have already run out of food. If it weren't for the wild vegetables, they wouldn't have any food to eat. Let me do the math for you. I'm planning to hire 2,000 people to work on the mountain. The yamen is building my house 24 hours a day without rest. At night, they will carry lanterns and work. Rotating back and forth, I need 800 to 900 people. These people were paid. The candles for lanterns and other things had to be bought in the county. Food had to be bought in the county as well. If there wasn't enough in the county, they could get some from elsewhere. My family could get some, and some merchants would also come over to sell. Merchants had to pay taxes when they sold things, and they also needed people to help transport their goods. The tax money was collected by the yamen, and the people who transported the goods also received their wages. The people in the county raised some chickens, ducks, and pigs, and usually kept them for themselves. I have already asked Zhuangzi to send some chickens and piglets over to let the commoners raise more of them. The commoners were afraid that they wouldn't be able to sell them, so they were waiting for the people here to start working. At least they would have meat every day. When the commoners see the situation, they would realize that the people working in the county didn't eat enough. When the people outside come over to sell, they would also send some of their poultry and livestock to sell for money. After selling all of them, I will send out another notice. 1 month later, the roads in the county will be built. This road can't be finished in a short period of time. In the entire county, as long as there are people, the roads will be built there. Zhang Zhong stopped talking and looked at He Kangji. He waited for He Kangji to speak. If He Kangji could follow this train of thought, he was prepared to put him in an important position in the future. He Kangji didn't know that the county magistrate beside him had the idea of putting him in an important position. He wouldn't specifically think about this, but he did try hard to think about it. In the past, he really didn't think about this kind of thing. At this time, after Zhang Zhong mentioned it, he felt as if he had seen something new, something very magical. After a quarter of an hour, He Kangji woke up from his various thoughts. He looked at Zhang Zhong with admiration and said, Sir, I understand. As long as the notice says that when the roads are being built, more poultry or livestock will be used to let the commoners raise them, the commoners will believe it. After all, there is an example here in the mountains. There will be more people raising them, and they won't only keep them for their own families to eat. The chicks you catch will only take a few months to grow up. If they don't wait to lay eggs, they can be killed and eaten in more than 4 months. As for the pigs, we directly catch half of them and raise them. In less than 10 months, they will grow up in 6 or 7 months. When they are sold, the commoners will have spare money in their hands. They will want to buy things. This year's rent has been collected in advance. When the time comes, there will be more food and they won't have to worry about food. They had to buy other things or save up for their children to choose a wife or build a house. As long as a portion of people were willing to spend money, there wouldn't be enough things here. Merchants would ship things here, and the docks would be more prosperous, and the taxes would be higher. I just thought about it. As long as we do this for 2 years, the yamen won't be short of money, and the commoners' lives will be better. Sir, you are the real parent official. For the sake of the commoners, you actually took out money first. I don't know when you will be able to make up for it. Sir, if you are promoted in the future, let me, He Lingwan, follow you. I don't want to be a small official anymore. I will just follow you and help you copy documents. As He Kangji spoke, he made up his mind. In the future, he would follow Rinpoche and see what else Rinpoche could do. It was really amazing. In such a difficult time, as long as he took out the first sum of money and invested it, he could move the whole county. If every county magistrate of Huayuan County was not greedy and followed Lord Zhang's path, what would become of Huayuan County after 10 years? Zhang Zhong did not expect He Kangji to think so much. Although he was not completely right, it was not bad, especially when He Kangji surrendered before Zhang Zhong asked him to put him in an important position. This saved him a lot of trouble. In the future, he would need someone to help him do things, so He Kangji was useful. Sir, do you think I am still lacking? Can't I follow you? He Kangji was full of hope. When he saw that the county magistrate did not speak, he asked anxiously. Zhang Zhong smiled at him and said, "Just follow me. Let's settle this Huayuan County first. In the future, you can follow me to other places. You will still be an official. If I am promoted, you will also be promoted. If I change departments, you will also be with me." He Kangji was happy at first, but later he was confused. Whether he could be promoted or which department he would be in did not seem to be decided by the county magistrate. Now, the county magistrate could change his position. Could it be that he could go to the capital in the future? Zhang Zhong also knew this, but he was not afraid. He had a good son. If he said that he was the best in the state, then he was the best. If he said that he was the top scorer, then he was the top scorer. If he said that he was the county magistrate, then he was the county magistrate. The most surprising thing was that he could decide where he was going to be. It was as if the imperial court was his son's restaurant. Looking at He Kangji's puzzled eyes, Zhang Zhong laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, He Kangji, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. You will know in the future. As you said just now, you are still lacking. You need to learn more. If you don't understand, you can ask. The people's livelihood is a college examination. It is much more difficult than being the top scorer." Sir, you are right. It is difficult. But I feel that the top scorer is not easy. There is only one person in each field. Sir, you are still young, but you have already passed the examination. Sir, what should we do next? When He Kangji heard the county magistrate say that he was lacking, he was not angry at all. Zhang Zhong used his hand to point at the road they had come from. The next step is to distribute the goods. The commoners can't work without good tools. I transferred some from the farmstead and earned some money while I was at it. He Kangji looked back. Sure enough, there was a fleet of carriages there. They must be carrying tools. He did not care where they were from or who made the money. He just wanted to see what this place would become in the future. It was fine as long as it could catch up with Sanshui County. There were many rich people who wanted to build houses there. Living there was comfortable. Master, last night you sent someone back to the manor to deliver a letter. The family is ready, and the things have been transported here. There is also a letter from Madam. Madam asked me to tell Master to quickly finish the construction of the house here and move the family here. Madam can help Master take care of trivial matters. A servant who followed them here handed a letter to Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Zhong at the same time, Soon. If you work 24 hours a day without rest, the house will be finished in about 10 days. Lead the people over there to distribute the goods. Don't be in a hurry to go back tonight. Rest in the Jinlai building here. I still have something for you to do tomorrow. Zhang Zhong ordered again. He waved his hand and let the servant go. He Kangji watched and listened at the side, seeing the county magistrate's servants dressed well and following the rules. He admired Zhang Zhong more and more. The commoners had already made their own choices and assigned the work to them. Those who did heavy work would naturally receive more wages. At this time, When they saw that the county magistrate had prepared people to work for them, they stood in line and came to receive their work. There weren't many people here today. Perhaps there would be more tomorrow. There weren't many outsiders either. Even if they joined, they couldn't stop them from working when they didn't have enough manpower. As long as the people were not forced to a certain extent, they were very obedient. Even if there were wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, they would not think of rebelling. Now that they had taken the tools, they immediately started to work. Originally, Zhang Zhong planned to start tomorrow. After more than 2 hours, the sky would gradually become dark. Looking at the people working there, Zhang Zhong realized that something was missing. He didn't ask anyone to prepare food, so he hurriedly asked someone to go back and get the ingredients so that they could cook here. The firewood was taken from the mountain. With the rake, they could get a lot of firewood to start the fire. Chapter 330. While the people at the foot of the mountain were busy, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were also busy at home. They were busy looking for something, and the seal was gone. Who saw my seal? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao kept repeating the sentence. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember where the seal was lost. It was still used at noon. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? The servants at home were afraid that the master would vent his anger on them if they went over it this time, so they all hid and let Deputy County Magistrate Xiao struggle. The servant who accompanied him last night was also helping him. Seeing that the master was anxious, he advised, "Master, why don't you go to the yamen and tell the yamen runners and ask them to help you look for it? Or you can ask Registrar Zhan." "No, I can't go to the yamen. If the people in the yamen know that my seal is lost, they will definitely tell Zhang Zhong. I am afraid that Zhang Zhong will use this matter to make trouble. Let's go and ask Registrar Zhan first." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao did not have time to sleep at this time. He changed into casual clothes and went out to Registrar Zhan's house. He was worried that Zhang Zhong would need to report to the imperial court first after he knew that the seal was lost. Then he could only wait for the imperial court to issue another seal. This would waste a lot of time. Without the seal, there were some things that could not be done. If those merchants bought land and he did not have the seal, it would be easy for him to not get any benefits. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao reached the door of Registrar Zhan's house, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Registrar Zhan was also coming out. The two of them looked at each other and asked at the same time, "Did you see my seal?" "What? Your seal is also gone." The two of them said at the same time again, "What should we do?" "Brother Baiyang, you have to think of a way. The seal is gone. We can only ask Zhang Zhong to report to the imperial court. If he gives the land away now, we will not get any benefits. We can't do anything bad to him. If we want to report to the imperial court will not recognize it if we don't have the seal." Registrar Zhan was anxious now. He also thought of the issue of the land and asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to think of a way. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't have any good ideas. He was also anxious. He paced back and forth in front of Mr. Zhan's house. From time to time, he would stop and say a few harsh words, saying what he would do after he found out who took the seal. While the two of them were fretting, the copywriter who used to have a good relationship with them came over and said, "Sirs, is it because you can't find the seal?" "What? How do you know? Did you take it?" Xin Yuan, to think that Registrar Zhan and I have treated you so well. You actually took away our seals." "Fine, tell us, what do you want?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao thought that Shen Yuan wanted to get some benefits from them by taking away their seals. So he asked angrily. Shen Wendan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly explained, "My lord, my two lords, how would I dare to take your seal? It was stolen by a person called Louis. When the two lords came out of the restaurant after eating, he is now a bailiff, and the two lords' seals are still in the signing room." "Who is Louis? Bailiff? Good, he dares to be a bailiff. See if I don't. Since the seal has been taken back, then let's leave it at that." Xin Yuan, To think that Registrar Jean and I have treated you so well. Thank you for telling us about this matter. Otherwise, we would still be anxious. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard that the matter of the seal had been settled, he originally wanted to take revenge. However, he suddenly changed his mind. After all, he had to go through Zhang Zhong to deal with the bailiff. He could only find an opportunity in the future. He had just criticized Xin Yuan, and now he praised him. Shen Yuan didn't dare to argue about the matter just now. His purpose of coming here was not just because of this. He smiled and said, "My lord, it's good that you are not anxious. My lord, I have an idea. What do you think will happen if we steal the seal of the county magistrate? Didn't we help a person who specializes in stealing things before? He is now living in the county. Let's find him and let him steal the seal of the county magistrate. Then we can do more things, and we don't have to worry about the county magistrate. What do you think, my lord? This is not appropriate, right? If someone finds out, the crime will not be small. If not, his head will fall to the ground. Why don't you go and arrange it? After the matter is done, you will be rewarded. If it fails, you can take the money and go far away." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was really tempted, but he didn't want to do it himself. So he pushed it to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan had done a lot of things with them, so he had no choice but to agree. Shen Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his idea would get him involved. Looking at the two people's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will arrange for someone to find that cat burglar. Once he is found, I will let that person leave Huayuan County. But he can't leave without taking a single copper coin, right? I don't have that much money. Let's do this. Brother Shangyun, since it's in your house, you can take out 100 strings of coins and give it to that person. Take a few strings of coins and give the rest of the money." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Jean. Registrar Jean had no choice but to agree. He turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and 2 strings of copper coins. He said, "Silver is easier to spend. Copper coins are heavy if you take too much. We only have this much silver in the house. 50 taels is enough. We can even set up a small house outside." Shen Yuan wanted to keep a portion of the 100 strings of coins for himself, but he didn't expect Registrar Jean to only take 50 taels of silver. If it was given to the person who did the deed, it was not a small amount. After putting away the silver, he picked up the copper coins that weighed more than 10 kilograms and left with both of them. After Shen Yuan left, Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were no longer in the mood to sleep. Both of them went to the yamen together to take back their seals. After asking the yamen runners, they found out that Zhang Zhong had gone to the mountain. Both of them smiled sinisterly. They felt that they could teach Zhang Zhong a lesson soon. Zhang Zhong was still at the foot of the mountain, doing business. How would he know that someone was plotting against him? In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, the sky was a little cloudy. Zhang Zhong looked at the sky and said to Hikangji, "It seems that it will be raining for the next 2 days. We need to get people to prepare some straw raincoats and bamboo hats. Buy them, and let the people make them themselves. If they can make it, we will buy them for them to wear. Also, people who live far away can't travel back and forth. Set up some tents here. Tell the people at the docks to tell them that we need 500 tents that can accommodate 4 people. Let the merchants name their price. Whichever tents are good and cheap will be used. Forget it. Ask if there is anyone in the county who specializes in this and let them hire people to do it. We will only give them 2 days, 500 tents. I understand. I will arrange it now. They have to pay taxes when they sell tents. Hiring people can make more money for the people." At this time, Hikangji didn't need to be reminded to understand why the county magistrate changed his mind. He agreed and turned around to find someone to make the arrangements. The people who were working didn't know how much the county magistrate had thought for them, but the people who were waiting to cook were at the side. They finally understood how good the new county magistrate was to them. They whispered to each other, and all the topics revolved around the new county magistrate. "Zhang Zhong, also asked people to tell the people who were working that they couldn't have a safe place to sleep for the next 2 days. He asked them to hold on a little longer. They could light more bonfires to warm themselves. At night, they would be given more pancakes and bone soup. After doing this, Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said to the servants at home, "Go back and tell Cuckoo that I won't go back tonight. I will stay with the people. Let her read Arya by herself today. That's all for now." The servants knew. When they went back, they told the young master and young lady. But when they thought of this book, they felt a little scared. This book was all about explaining some words. It was so boring. Only the young master and young lady could read it. Night fell quickly. The clouds in the sky became denser. The stars and moon couldn't be seen. Bonfires were lit one by one. There were also curtains to block the rain. The rain hadn't fallen yet. Looking at the sky, it seemed like there was going to be a big one. The cooks had already prepared the food. There was only one rice. There was only a stew dish with some meat and bones. There were also some wild vegetables from the mountain. Zhang Zhong asked people to bring the eggplants, but no one was willing to eat them. They dug the wild vegetables themselves. There were also some mushrooms that were added to the stew. The garlic sauce was also prepared. A big bucket was placed there. When it rained later, they would scoop it out and dip it into the fatty meat slices. The people were willing to endure hardships. Originally, Zhang Zhong wanted to let them eat when it was dark. In the end, none of the people ate. They lit torches and continued to work. They would eat when it rained. The appearance of the people made Zhang Zhong decide that he must build Huayuan County as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would let down the people and his official robes. After waiting for another 2 hours, the rain finally fell under Zhang Zhong's expectation. The people who were working finally stopped and came to eat. Those who were in charge of cooking quickly filled the bowls for those who were working. Zhang Zhong also came over with a bowl. Those who were filling the bowls did not dare to move. A servant of the Zhang family also came over and said, "Master, shall we eat something else?" "We'll eat this today. We usually eat too much other food. It's only one time. Let's eat more. I'm hungry too." Zhang Zhong held the bowl and said he wanted to try the taste of the food. If it didn't work, he would ask someone to come over and teach him. A dish with meat should not be bad. He also added a lot of oil and seasonings. Zhang Zhong felt that his method was normal, but the people didn't think so. The people who served the rice were so moved that tears flowed down. They specially picked some fatty meat slices for the county magistrate. Zhang Zhong frowned. He didn't want to eat this. He wanted to eat some wild vegetables and mushrooms, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would the people think of him? Zhang Zhong's actions instantly closed the gap between the commoners. When the commoners saw that the county magistrate was also eating this and was enjoying it, they also ate happily. Today, they completely understood what kind of official the new county magistrate was. Chapter 331. In the mountains, pickaxes fell one after another. The sweating did not stop. Mud trucks came and went, and the rain poured down. It was just dawn, and the rain was still falling. It seemed to be getting heavier. The people put on the straw raincoats and bamboo hats that were sent to them and hurriedly ate breakfast before throwing themselves back to work. Zhang Zhong, who had stayed with them all night, also got on the carriage and headed to the county office. Horses could not be ridden anymore. Zhang Zhong gained a lot from this night, and the people approved of him from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen also got up. The two of them really did read Airy yesterday. In fact, it was like reading a dictionary. After reading for 4 hours, their minds were muddled. The two of them ate tofu pudding. There were 3 long brocade boxes on the table, each with a ginseng in it. The long whiskers were as thick as a strand of hair at the bottom, but they were not broken. There was even a red string at the top. This was the ability of those merchants. Zhang Xiaobao did not know where they found these 300-year-old ginseng. Last night, in the middle of the night in the rain, 3 ginseng. With 3 ginseng, Zhang Xiaobao could go out to play. 3. They don't want money. It seems that they want father to do something for them. All right, keep it. You must keep it. After a few hundred years, it will become 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then our plan can begin. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to read ginseng, so he was not sure if it was 100-year-old ginseng. He thought that the merchants did not have the guts to cheat his father. He could not accept the ginseng for free. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bribery? Zhang Xiaobao decided to help the merchants think of a way to make money after they bought the land. I have never seen you calculate like this. What 1,000-year-old? It's a fossil. Let's go to Yushu village tomorrow. It's time to dig the coal there. Do you think there will be oil where there is coal? Wang Wan closed the 3 boxes and said to Zhang Xiaobao, How would I know? Even if there is oil, I don't know how to refine it. I'll be satisfied if I can burn coal in the winter. In a while, get someone to call my father back. We have to get back the money we invested as soon as possible. Invest more. It's best if we invest the money for the road as well. When that time comes, it'll be too late even if someone wants to object. Zhang Xiaobao finished the last mouthful of the bun, clapped his hands, and jumped down to find someone to call for his father. Because of the rain, Zhang Zhong took the bus back again. He set off from the mountain in the morning and arrived at his destination at noon. The wheels of the bus broke down twice on the way. Zhang Xiaobao was a little anxious while waiting. Those merchants were even more anxious than Zhang Xiaobao. They were waiting for the county magistrate to come back from a tea stall opposite the yamen. They drank tea from morning until noon. Once they saw the tea, they would feel salty and astringent in their mouths. They ate some snacks, but they didn't know whether they were full or hungry. The owner of the tea stall poked the middle of the shed with a stick to get rid of the rainwater on top of the shed. He brewed a new batch of tea and added some salt, ginger, and other things. He brought it to the merchants who were waiting here and said, It's very wet outside. Why don't you come in and have a seat? No, we'll wait here. Can't you not put so much in the tea? I don't know how it tastes in my mouth. Go to the docks and have a look. There are only tea leaves and water. It's much better than this tea. A merchant said this for the 4th time. Ever since they drank tea at the docks, they didn't want to drink this tea anymore. Unfortunately, the docks didn't sell tea leaves, only tea water. It was very expensive, and they didn't know where it came from. He didn't know, but the owner of the tea shop knew. This time he explained, Everyone, it's not that I don't want to sell that kind of tea leaves. I've also tasted it. The taste is indeed different from this tea. But that tea was made by Zhangje Zhuangzi and sold to the docks. I don't know how to make it. There are many kinds of tea dumplings and tea cakes in my shop. Even if you don't put the salt and directly soak them in water, the taste won't be the same. If you can find the recipe, I'm willing to pay 500 strings of coins. Don't even think about it. With the recipe, I won't sell it, even if it's 50,000 strings of coins. I'll open my own tea stall, the merchant replied. At this time, a person beside him stood up and looked towards the east. His face showed a happy expression and said, Don't worry about the tea. The county magistrate is back. Everyone turned their heads and looked. Sure enough, the county magistrate's carriage appeared in the rain. Several merchants didn't care about the rain outside and rushed out. The last person threw down the tea money and ran while shouting, Wait for me! Wait for me! Zhang Zhong stopped at Jinlai Tower before coming over. He knew that someone had sent the ginseng and could proceed to the next step. So you're back? How's your son? A merchant rushed to the side of the carriage and asked with concern. In fact, he was reminding Zhang Zhong that the ginseng had been sent. Zhang Zhong lifted the curtain and said to this person, Yes, I just went to see him. He has already woken up. The medicine last night was really good. Did you send the ginseng? Tell me, what do you want? My lord, I want the recipe for that tea. The merchant suddenly changed the topic they had agreed on before. Oh, the recipe of the tea? That can't be done. It doesn't belong to my family. It belongs to the Wang family. How about I send you some tea? 50 kilograms. What do you think? Of course. Zhang Zhong wouldn't give him the recipe. The tea was not only for money, but also as a gift. When the merchant heard that he only wanted to send tea, 50 kilograms was indeed a lot, but it would be used up one day. Moreover, there was also some tea at the dock. He shook his head and said, "Sir, then we want to change it. We want to buy a piece of land near the dock. What do you think?" "Oh, that's easy. Buy a piece of land? Is it a piece of land without an owner?" Zhang Zhong asked deliberately. At this time, the carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the government office. Someone held an umbrella for them. Zhang Zhong got out of the carriage and motioned for the merchants to go in and discuss with him. At this time, a fast horse galloped from the side. A person wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat was walking on the road. It seemed that he didn't hear the sound of the horse's hooves. The people around him immediately shouted at this person. Seeing that the horse was only a few zhang away from the man finally reacted. Shocked, he suddenly jumped to the side and bumped into Zhang Zhong. Only then did the guards of the prince's mansion come to their senses and protect Zhang Zhong. When they got off the carriage, just now, Zhang Zhong was surrounded by merchants. The guards had been outside the carriage the whole time. In a moment of desperation, the man rushed quickly and didn't have time to block them. Seeing that Zhang Zhong was fine and that person was not an assassin, they were relieved. They secretly decided to protect him more closely in the future. Otherwise, if the little prince found out, it would be troublesome. "How is it? Are you hurt?" Zhang Zhong asked the person who was almost trampled by the horse. "No, I'm not hurt. I'm just scared." "Sir, you do your thing. Don't worry about me." The person seemed to be frightened and said with a trembling voice, "Why don't you rest in the government office?" Zhang Zhong saw that the person was fine and invited him. The person shook his head so hard that the water on his bamboo hat splashed onto Zhang Zhong's face. After saying this, he lowered his head and left in a hurry. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He took the person into a room in the government office and asked someone to bring tea. He sat there and repeated what he had just said. The leader of the merchants said honestly, "Sir, there is a field over there. It's owned, but we can buy it. He will agree if we give him more money. But there is a field over there. Sir, do you think we can buy it for other things? Here is what we will do in the future. Erniu has already told us." As the merchant spoke, he took out a lot of envelopes and put them on the table. It was the proposal that Zhang Zhong asked them to write. Zhang Zhong casually took out one of the envelopes and looked at it. He nodded and said, "This is not bad, but there is a field over there. You will have to pay more money. Are you willing to do that?" Yes, we are willing." The merchant thought that the penalty would not be too high. A field used to grow rice would only produce once a year. A few strings of coins per mu was not a small amount. It was a few times more than the cost of growing rice. Zhang Zhong nodded again. "It's good that you are willing. We will see what is suitable for growing in that field. We will pay according to the price. We will pay once a year. But this matter is not decided by me alone. The Registrar General and the Deputy County Magistrate also have to agree." "Agreed, sir. Registrar General Jean and Deputy County Magistrate shall have agreed. They told us about it the night before yesterday. You said that the two of them agreed. Do you think they will agree just because they agreed? They have not come to me before. How about this? Let them come to me, and I will ask. If they really agree, you will take over the land. Do you know that there is a difference in the local tax?" Zhang Zhong said with a look of disbelief. We know. The tax will be higher. We will pay. We are willing to pay. County Magistrate, we will go to the Deputy County Magistrate and the Registrar General now. We will let them talk to you then. Is that okay?" The merchants knew that the tax was high, but they could earn more. Seeing that the matter was settled, they agreed immediately. They were afraid that the county magistrate would change his mind, so they went to look for Registrar General Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were exhausted. Zhang Zhong was not back. so they could only help to solve some cases. Usually, they could solve cases according to their preferences, but today they could not. There were still bailiffs and the deputy county magistrate at the side. Both of them had no choice but to solve the case seriously. It was not a big matter, but just a small matter. But they had to solve it. Luckily, they had hired many bailiffs. For example, whose house was washed away by water, whose chicken was lost, who took over whose land, etc. It was good to have bailiffs. They could continuously send them out to solve the case. Just now, when the rain was heavy, there were fewer people. They took some time to rest, and the merchants came to look for them. Registrar General Jean, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, the county magistrate, has agreed. I would like to ask for your opinion. I would like to ask for your opinion. The esteemed person found the two of them. As he spoke, he gave them 10,000 strings of coins, 5,000 strings of coins each. With the money, they could exchange it for real money or silk. Chapter 332. County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you agreed to let those businessmen buy the fertile land. County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhang came to Zhang Zhong because of the 5,000 strings of cash. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't say whether he agreed or not. Instead, he asked, Do you think that the fertile land should be sold? The two paused and exchanged glances. Registrar Zhang spoke first. County Magistrate Zhang, I don't see any fertile land there. It's clearly a wasteland. Leaving it, there won't produce any crops. Why not sell it? Who said that it's a wasteland? Just now, those businessmen also admitted that it's a fertile land. They are willing to pay a fine every year according to the amount of crops that can be grown in the field. Registrar Zhang, don't tell me that you can't even differentiate between fertile land and wasteland. Zhang Zhong didn't follow Registrar Zhang's words. He rebuked and reprimanded him. Registrar Zhang didn't expect that those businessmen were willing to pay the money now. He thought that it was like what they had agreed on. In that case, Zhang Zhong could decide by himself. Why did he need to ask the two of them? County Deputy Xiao was also puzzled. He wanted to guess what Zhang Zhong was thinking, but he couldn't. He could only cough softly and said, County Magistrate Zhang, since it's like this, then sell it. You can also collect more taxes. When the time comes, you can make up for the money you paid. When County Deputy Xiao talked about the money, he realized that Zhang Zhong wanted to get back the money. Although the money from selling the land and the fine couldn't be compared to what Zhang Zhong paid, at least they could get back some of it. At this time, Zhang Zhong said, Since everyone has agreed, then write a written agreement. When the higher-ups pursue the matter, we can also advance and retreat together. When they find the owner of the field, spend money to buy it and let them do their own thing. Lord Zhang is straightforward. We will write it now. Registrar Zhang didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so straightforward. He even changed the way he addressed him after getting the 5,000 strings of cash. Deputy Xiao didn't have much to say and agreed. The three of them each had a copy of the written documents. When the case was investigated, the three of them had to bear the responsibility together. After talking about this matter, Registrar Zhang and District Deputy Xiao thought of the land on the other side of the mountain. There was no one there, and it belonged to the government. Both of them wanted to buy it first and build a shop as soon as possible. They didn't know what kind of shop to open and would think about it in the future. They didn't expect Zhang Zhong to bring it up before they could say anything. There's one more thing. It's about the mountain. The land on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain is like this. I want to rent out the land on the mountain, for example, to build a pavilion. If people do business in the pavilion, they will have to take some money. What do you think? Good. County Magistrate Zhang is right. There will be more and more people there in the future. Naturally, we will have to rent it. What about the land at the foot of the mountain? County Magistrate Xiao really admired Zhang Zhong's thinking now. He even thought about this. Zhang Zhong knew what both of them were thinking. Anyone who knew about that place would try to occupy it. Just now, when he was waiting for the Registrar Zhang and District Deputy Xiao, the nephew of the former Minister of Revenue, by Go, had sent someone over to talk about it. It was a pity that, although the place was good, he couldn't give it to his nephew. Not to mention him, even his own house couldn't occupy it. That was the place where Sun Simiao used to live. There were even going to be tombstones there. How many medical doctors were studying there? How many doctors and apprentices were yearning for it? His son had said that the place would be very prosperous in the future. There would be countless people coming and going. There was also going to be a Taoist temple there. No one could monopolize this kind of place with humanistic thoughts. It was like a pilgrimage. They could only give up the benefits and return the income to the county. The only thing they could occupy was the water bubble there. In the future, they could make it into a lake. It was connected to the river not far from there. They could have some ideas on it. As for the mountain, they could give it to the people in the imperial court, including the emperor. Zhang Zhong knew what his son meant. He wanted to sell the land to the two of them very cheaply. At that time, the two of them would be unlucky, but it would take a long time. How much money could the two of them have? Losing 2,000 or 3,000 strings of coins was enough to make them go crazy. How much money could the businessmen give them? How could they build the place quickly with that little money? It wasn't their own house. They didn't care about thousands of strings of coins at all. Just the title of Zhuangyuan cost them more than 100,000 strings of coins. Of course, this was impossible. His son and daughter-in-law were full of such things. Lord Zhang, say something. Just as Zhang Zhong was thinking about something, Registrar Zhan couldn't hold it in any longer and approached him to ask. Zhang Zhong came out of his thoughts and said, I know what the two of you mean, but that place can't be given to the two of you. He's like this. Zhang Zhong said part of what he was thinking about just now. He didn't say the part where he made money. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't expect there to be so many things, but they couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong didn't take this opportunity to harm the two of them. At that time, no one could save the two of them. Sir, what are you? Even if Registrar Zhan had always wanted to get rid of Zhang Zhong, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Zhong's magnanimity. He clearly had the opportunity to harm the two of them, but he didn't. Instead, he said it. Zhang Zhong didn't answer him. Instead, he said, here's what I'm thinking. The government office will pay for the construction of shops there. When the time comes, we'll rent them out and rent them again every 3 years. Whoever pays the highest price will be able to rent it. Whoever has the most ability will be able to rent it. When the time comes, everyone will do business together. Even if I'm no longer the county magistrate, the new county magistrate won't dare to have any ideas about that place. There's no money in the account now. I can pay for it. When the yamen has the money, they will give it to me. In the future, when they rent it for 3 years, the minimum price for each shop will be 1,700 strings of coins. As for the bigger shops, the price will be higher. If the two of you are willing to rent them, I can rent a few rooms to you first. You don't have to compete with others for this. My family is also planning to build a few. As for the other people in the yamen, as long as they can afford it and don't rent it for others, they can be set aside first. As for those shops, whoever rents them can run them for 3 years. During these 3 years, they can't rent them out. This is to prevent the price from being too high. If the people who come can't afford it, then the place will be wasted. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao listened to Zhang Zhong's words. They were speechless for a long time. They really couldn't understand what benefits Zhang Zhong's family would get from doing this. They could even give up such a big benefit. It seemed that everything was for the sake of the people of Huayuan. This kind of thing was impossible for the two of them. If they didn't take the opportunity to make more money, what was the use of being a good official? Was this the difference between the rich and the poor? That's right. The Zhang family didn't have to work hard to make money. They opened their own businesses, but they couldn't. They had only made some money in the past few years. Registrar Zhan was a little shaken. He didn't want to continue to deal with Zhang Zhong. He looked at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He was suppressed by Zhang Zhong's magnanimity and his dignity of wholeheartedly serving the people. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a gentleman and he was a villain. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was also thinking about it. However, he didn't feel that there was a difference between a gentleman and a villain. He just wanted to live a better life. He wanted to be above others. What he thought was, didn't the current emperor get the position after the Xuanwu Gate? Thinking of this, he made a decision. County Magistrate Zhang, since this is the case, let's write another document. He wanted Zhang Zhong to take out more money. Anyway, the Yamen couldn't have money immediately unless those businessmen were willing to give Zhang Zhong money. Now it seemed that they wouldn't. The Zhang family was rich and had given him ginseng. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Okay, let's write it." The two of them wrote the document as fast as they could and pressed their own seals on it. Zhang Zhong reached into his pocket to take the seal. When he touched it, his face suddenly changed. There was no seal in his pocket. Where did it go? Well, that matter hasn't been settled yet. Let me go back and think about it. That's all for today. When the businessmen buy other people's land, we can do business there. Zhang Zhong took out his hand from his pocket and said to Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were stunned. Seeing that Zhang Zhong didn't want to say anything else, they could only leave. Brother Bayang, are we still going to deal with Zhang Zhong? He helped us today. Otherwise, if we really bought that land, we might even lose our lives. Registrar Zhan said to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao after walking out of the door and dozens of steps. What? Are you afraid of him? Don't think that I don't know that he didn't say those words for us. He was afraid that we would be delayed for too long. If he really wanted to harm us, he would have to wait for us to fix that place first and for him to bring a lot of people over. When would that happen? He can't wait. He wants to bribe us and make us listen to him. Both of us are older than him. His family is just a little rich. If he wants us to listen to him, he can dream on. After this year, you will be 30 years old. Are you willing to be his assistant? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao obviously thought differently from Registrar Zhan. He was used to being domineering. Even when County Magistrate Wen was here, his words had a certain effect. County Magistrate Wen just wanted to discuss with him. Registrar Zhan didn't have much of an opinion. When he heard Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's words, he immediately explained, "No, I don't think so. I just think that it's too difficult to defeat him. Let's give him a boost and let him get promoted. At that time, won't we have the final say in Huayuan County? Dream on. At that time, Huayuan County will be like Sanshui County. The one with the surname Cheng left, and the one with the surname Jia came immediately. We can't let him do his job well. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. Let him get promoted? Why don't we get promoted? Even if he gets promoted, he will still have a higher position than us." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said angrily. He was afraid that the people around him wouldn't continue to do things with him. "My lord, my two lords, you are here. Look, what have I brought?" Suddenly, a person ran in front of them. It was Shen Yuan. When he arrived in front of them, he put his hand into his other sleeve. Chapter 333. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Shen Yuan in confusion. When Shen Yuan took out a piece of the seal from his sleeve and saw a touch of yellow light, they finally understood what it was. "Put it away. Don't talk. Let's go." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao pushed Shen Yuan's hand and let him put the seal back into his sleeve. The three of them hurriedly came to a place where there was no one, and then they felt relieved. Shen Yuan took out the seal again. The two of them hurriedly looked at the words "Seal of Huayuan County Magistrate" on it, and quickly let Shen Yuan put it away. "Shen Yuan, have you arranged for the two people over there?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked cautiously. Yes, the two of them left together. The person who delivered the seal told me that after this matter, he didn't owe us anything anymore. He was alone and wouldn't come back in the future. He also told us not to think of ways to find him. Xin Yuan had an indescribable feeling of excitement. He found this matter was so exciting that he stole the seal of the county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally felt relieved and said, "No one will find him in the future. You keep the seal well. It's better to hide it in a place where no one knows. Humph. Let's see how he can carry out the government order this time." Registrar Zhan's expression changed, and he also said, "When the businessmen buy that place and come here to exchange the deed, Zhang Zhong won't be able to do anything. Of course, people like us can report to the higher-ups if we lose the seal. The higher-ups won't care about people like us. But if a county magistrate loses the seal, he might lose his official position." Shan Yuan felt that he had done an earth-shattering thing, so he also said happily, "Hurry up and let those businessmen talk about the matter of buying the land." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt that he couldn't control himself and wanted to shout. Now he knew why Zhang Zhong had changed his mind when he went to take out the seal. The seal was gone. A county magistrate had actually lost his seal. How capable was he? Could he do anything for the people? That was when there was a seal. Now let's see who can save you. The three of them returned to the front with similar but slightly different feelings. They still had to continue to solve the case in the afternoon. This was not Sanshui County. Everyone in the Yamen could only stroll outside and chat with the people. There were still many things to deal with in Huayuan County. However, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao no longer felt unhappy about helping the county magistrate deal with these things. He had already regarded himself as the county magistrate now. Many things in Huayuan County had not been completed yet. Now that Zhang Zhong had stepped down, it was natural for him to take over as the county magistrate of this county. Zhang Zhong was very anxious now. How could the seal be gone? He called the guards of the prince's mansion to ask them. After some analysis, they finally figured out when the official seal was lost. It was the person who was startled by the horse and stole the seal the moment the horse bumped into him. Zhang Zhong wanted to seal the whole county and only allow people to enter but not leave. He also wanted to check everyone's body. However, he knew that it was impossible. Once he did that, everyone would know that he had lost the seal. That would be the end of him. Besides, if that person hid himself, where could he find him? Huayuan County was so big that there were not so many people. After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong had to send out 18 of the 20 guards of the prince's mansion. He asked them to think about what the person who bumped into him looked like. They would ride around and look for him. If they found him, they would catch him. Although he knew that there was little hope, he had to put his last hope on it. When the 18 guards left, County Deputy Xiao and the others also knew about it. They were secretly happy. The businessmen were also urged by them to hurry up and buy land. This was a small matter, and they did not need the official seal of the county magistrate. This made County Deputy Xiao slightly disappointed. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Zhong looked at the drenched guards and asked. Everyone shook their heads. "Go back to Jinlai restaurant." Zhang Zhong had no other choice. He called out and walked out. When he walked to the door, he saw Registrar Zhan. County Deputy Xiao and Shen Wendy were also preparing to leave. The three of them looked very happy. It seemed that they were going to have a gathering outside. "County Magistrate, you are going too? Why don't the four of us go and have a meal together?" County Deputy Xiao saw Zhang Zhong and changed the way he addressed Zhang Zhong. He was so confident that he could win. He said to Zhang Zhong with a smile of exultation, "No, I have to go and see my son." Zhang Zhong was not in the mood to chat with them. After saying a few words, he quickly got on the carriage and left. "Humph! Let's see how long you can be the county magistrate." Bah! County Deputy Xiao looked at the carriage that he could not get on now and spat fiercely. On the way, Zhang Zhong was in a trance. He really did not know what to do. What would happen if he lost his official seal? After a while, the carriage finally entered the courtyard where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed. Zhang Zhong walked out of the carriage as if he had lost his soul. He walked into the house of his son and daughter-in-law. The moment he entered the house, he smelled a fragrance. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood to eat. He went to the study and found no one. He went to the bedroom and found no one. He went to the side hall and found no one. He smelled the fragrance and went directly to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy there. They were steaming something in the pot in the kitchen. The two of them were also pouring soup into the steamed buns. The two of them were chatting while they were cooking. Xiaobao, it's too troublesome to do this. Why don't you put in frozen stuffing? Other people use crab stuffing. Do you think the shrimp stuffing is delicious? I don't care about that kind of cooking method. Let's make the best ones. At this time, the shrimp stuffing is the most fragrant. If you don't taste it carefully, the taste is actually the same. When my father comes back, I have to teach him how to eat it. Otherwise, it will burn his mouth. Who says it's the same? There is someone. Wang Wan was talking when the two of them turned around at the same time. The sound of steam in the pot and the comfortable environment here affected their perception of the outside. At the same time, Zhang Zhong did not have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, the two of them would have discovered it earlier. Father, you are back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I made a new dish for you, soup dumplings. It's delicious. You can try it later. Father, what's wrong with you? When Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had come, he said happily. Suddenly, he found that his father's expression was a little strange. No, nothing. I will try Xiaobao and Cuckoo's cooking in a while. You go ahead with your work. Zhang Zhong's mood was better at this time. Looking at the two children busily making food for him, he felt that no matter how difficult the days were, he would be able to persevere. Whose family's children could make such delicious food at such a young age? He had never seen such a thing before. So what if he lost his official seal? With his identity as the top scorer, he would not be beheaded. In addition, he had offered something. Even the emperor had to think about it carefully. At worst, he would quit being the county magistrate and go back to Sanshui County. So what if he was the county magistrate? He still had to listen to his family. It was not too difficult to find a chance to start again in the future. Well, let's eat first. Let's taste the food made by my son and daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong's mood was much better. He turned around and went to the dining room, waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao continued to cook, waiting for the soup to be poured in. When the pot was ready, Zhang Xiaobao began to stir-fry. He had a very small pan with a flat bottom. He put the things cut with a small kitchen knife into it to stir-fry. Wang Wan was watching the pan. After busying for half an hour, the soup dumplings were ready. Zhang Xiaobao also made two dishes. One was stir-fried shredded beef with coriander, and the other was stir-fried prawns. The two dishes were made at the same time. The beef had been blanched with water first, and the two dishes were served one after another. Zhang Xiaobao put the dishes on the tray and held it with one hand. Wang Wan used a bamboo clip to pick up the soup dumplings one by one on the plate with vegetable leaves. The two people came to the dining room one after another. Father Zhang was sitting there. He had already thought it through. He would report this matter directly to the capital and not ask for help. He believed that there would be people in the capital who would help. If it really didn't work, he would go back home. As for the death penalty or exile, it was impossible for him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the soup dumplings and vegetables on the table and sat together opposite Zhang Zhong. Father, try the soup dumplings made by your son. Father, when you eat this soup dumplings, you have to first make a small bite of the soup dumplings and then... Forget it, Father, let's put it this way. The soup in the soup dumplings is very hot, and there's a lot of soup. Be careful when you eat it. Don't burn it. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell his father how to eat the soup dumplings, but after saying a few words, he felt that it was unnecessary. Wasn't it just too hot? He just had to be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong picked up a steamed bun and placed it on the plate. He carefully made a small bite of the steamed bun with his chopsticks, looked inside, and blew on it again. A burst of hot steam rose up, and he nodded. It was indeed hot, so he made the bite bigger and blew on it again. Only then did he put his mouth on it and suck it. Sure enough, there was a lot of soup. His son and daughter-in-law had just poured it in. After drinking the soup, he stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and slowly chewed it. When he swallowed it, Zhang Zhong exhaled. "Father, is it edible?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he picked up a shrimp and placed it on his father's plate. "Yes, it's delicious. It's even better than the frozen dumplings." Zhang Zhong was not praising it because of his son's cooking. It was indeed delicious. He had never eaten it before. The dumplings were made with hot noodles, while the steamed bun was made with dough. The taste was different. Zhang Xiaobao laughed happily. "Father, if you like to eat, eat more. There is a pot in the kitchen. It's enough. In 2 days, your son will make a small vegetable box and cat ear soup for you. Oh, right, there is also wine. I'll go get some," Zhang Xiaobao said as he jumped off the chair, ran to another room, and came back with a jar. Zhang Zhong had no worries at this time. He picked up the wine bowl and drank a mouthful. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a gratified smile. Chapter 334. Zhang Zhong's chopsticks and prawns fell on the table at the same time. He stared at his son and asked, "Xiaobao, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also looked back. The two of them showed an expression of as expected. Wang Wan jumped down and took back a pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao also peeled off the shell of a prawn and put the meat on his father's plate. Then he said to his father, who was in a daze, "Father, I was just guessing. Think about it, what can make you worry? Zhang Kaijin and Xiao Qi, those two idiots, are not worth your trouble. We don't lack money. Little Luo Shui still has between the clouds and the water. We are making money every day. Plus, we have other businesses. It won't take much effort to get tens of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to worry about the officialdom. In the capital, we have taken care of all the people who should be taken care of. Money, tea leaves, fungus, and so on. If there is any trouble, even if they don't help, they should at least send a message. You are good to my mother, and it can't be because of other women. You pity the people, and we are doing something to help them." After thinking about it, other than losing the official seal, there is no other reason. It must have been stolen by those two people. "Father, to be honest, I really don't like this kind of method. Did someone suddenly bump into you, and you don't know what happened? Are you waiting for the seal to disappear?" Zhang Xiaobao said. If Zhang Zhongxin's chopsticks were not in his mouth, they would have fallen again. He was dumbfounded. It was as if his son had seen it with his own eyes. "Father, don't keep thinking about the seal. Let's eat." "Forget it. I'll give you the seal first." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks, jumped to the ground, and ran again. After a while, he came back with the seal in his hands and tiptoed to put it on the table in front of his father. He sat back down on the chair and said to his father, "Father, this is the real one. Don't lose it again. If you lose it again, we'll have to use a fake one. I borrowed a seal from you that day and made 2 fake ones when I got back. One is for you to carry with you at all times, and the other is placed somewhere else. This one has really been kept under Cuckoo and your son's couch all this time. Father, let's eat. This method is really too old-fashioned. Your son originally thought that it was superfluous, but I didn't expect that someone would actually use it." Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and picked up the seal. Looking at the words, Huayuan County Magistrate Seal, he was stunned again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued eating. It wouldn't taste good when it got cold. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, Zhang Zhong finally came back to his senses. He slammed the official seal on the table and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Who can compare with me? Who could? I have a good son. It's just a small trick. My son doesn't like it at all. Ha ha, let's eat. Today's steamed buns are really delicious." Zhang Zhong was very happy. When he got the official seal that day, his son borrowed it for one night. He thought that his son was really curious, but who knew that his son actually made a fake one? He thought that the seal had already been prepared, and the only thing left was to engrave the words. It was nothing more than preparing for a rainy day and anticipating the enemy first. Looking at his son and daughter-in-laws in different appearance when they were eating, he felt that this was the real demeanor of a general. After being busy for a while, those who should be worried were worried, and those who should be laughing were laughing. Those people actually brought back a fake seal. The real seal and the fake seal were the same, but they were made in batches, so there was still a difference. When the time came, whoever took out the fake seal would have to wait for bad luck. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. He didn't want to praise his son anymore. He picked up a soup dumpling and threw it into his mouth, not caring if it was hot or not. He exhaled as he chewed. "Father, why don't you put the real seal in the hands of the guards and take the fake seal out? Tonight, you still have to go to that mountain. You can sleep there at night and come back in the morning. Leave the work to the two of them. You have won the hearts of the people, and they will suffer. In the future, you can come back at night to eat something. When you reach there, you can take a nap. Wake up in the middle of the night and have supper with them. You can sleep after eating. Tomorrow I will go with Cuckoo to walk around. We have to choose a good place for the lake. After a few days, the dock will be able to build boats. I will ask them to build a few boats for pleasure. When the lake is ready, we can put them in the lake. On the other side of the mountain, we can build a road that connects to the lake. Our family can also earn more money. Father, don't you think so?" Seeing that his father was happy, Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the next step. Wang Wan listened and gave Zhang Xiaobao a smile. When Zhang Xiaobao said to make a fake seal, she didn't think it was necessary. Now she knew that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything that could happen. His plan was almost perfect. If there was a little flaw, it would be the sublimation of art. Others would feel proud when they came up with a plan, but Zhang Xiaobao had already returned everything to normal. This was the style of a person who was wanted by countless countries. His existence was a legend. Zhang Zhong didn't think as much as Wang Wan. He didn't know his son's past. He only knew that it would be difficult for the Zhang family not to become a big family in the future. He couldn't imagine what the Zhang family would be like in the future. He stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth. Looking at the official seal on the table, he swallowed the steamed bun and said, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I can teach you for a few days. Take a good look at area. If you can memorize it, try your best. After a while, I will leave. Let the guard take the real seal. I will take the fake one. Father, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. I promise that you will eat different things for a month. If there are enough materials, you can eat different things for a year." Zhang Xiaobao liked to see his family happy, so he came with his father and resolved all possible crises in advance. Zhang Zhong couldn't tell what his mood was at this time. It was just like when he lost the seal. It was like a dream. He picked up a piece of beef, ate it, and said, "Well, I will come back every night to eat the food cooked by my son and daughter-in-law. Be careful. Don't burn it." The three of them ate a pot and a half of soup dumplings. Zhang Zhong ate the most. He ate one after another and drank 2 bowls of wine. He left his son's place a little shakily. Before leaving, he didn't forget to touch his son's head. At this time, the guards had just finished eating and thought that they didn't have to go out. However, Zhang Zhong found them and handed an official seal to the leader of the 20 guards. He said, "Take it. This is the real one. I have a fake one in my arms. Come, ride with me to the mountain to have a look." The leader of the guards took the official seal in a daze. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He actually wanted to ask if the one he lost was also a fake one. He weighed the seal in his hand and said, "Sir, don't worry. Even if I have a breath left, I won't lose the real seal. Brothers, get on the horses." It was still raining outside. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He was in a good mood now and didn't care about the weather at all. He got on the horse and galloped towards the mountain under the protection of the guards. Those merchants had already listened to County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean. They went to find the owner of the land. The owner didn't know the value of the land. After the merchants offered him 30 strings of coins per mu, he agreed happily. The merchants sent someone to the county town to report that night. Registrar Jean, County Deputy Xiao, and Shen Windian were still awake. The three of them found a small shop and ate and drank inside. In order not to eat yesterday's food, Shen Windian went in first to order the dishes. Registrar Jean and County Deputy Xiao went in after the dishes were served. The three of them ate and drank in the shop while waiting for the news from the merchants. Well, from now on, this place won't be Zhang Zhong's world. Wait for me to get promoted. At that time, you won't be short of benefits. County Deputy Xiao, who drank too much, said loudly. There were only 6 diners left. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the new county magistrate was going to be unlucky. In the past, they didn't care about this. But this time it was different. The new county magistrate was a good official who was willing to make decisions for the people. If he really quit and let the original registrar take over, Huayuan County wouldn't be able to have a good life. The 6 of them still remembered how Registrar Jean, County Magistrate Xiao, and those people in the government office treated them when the person surnamed was the county magistrate. When the 6 of them were frowning, Registrar Jean seemed to be unwilling to do so. He said to County Deputy Xiao, "Brother Bayong, we lost our seals. The county magistrate didn't say that he wouldn't give it to us. So what we do now is not good. After all, we need to rely on him to make a fortune in the future." What's not good about it? What's not good about it? You can say it louder. I can't hear you. Make a fortune? Do we still need him to make a fortune? I can do it. I know. Isn't it just fixing the mountain and sending people to the capital city to say how good this place is? It's simple. After I become the county magistrate, I'll send people over. Brother Shangyun, you can't hesitate at this time. You can easily get yourself into trouble. Listen to me. When you understand, let's see what ability Zhang Zhong has. He dared to make us lose our money. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't think that he can make Huayuan County good. In fact, it's all fake. I can do it without him. I know it. I just didn't have this opportunity before. Give me a chance, and I can do better than others. Wen is not a surname, and Zhang is not a surname either. County Deputy Xiao said. He held the bowl, and some wine spilled from time to time. He didn't seem to notice it. With a special smile on his face, he put the bowl to his mouth and drank. Most of the wine flowed into his clothes. A small part went into his mouth, and some went into his nostrils. He choked and covered his head. Chapter 335. Zhang Zhong rode his horse in the heavy rain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found that the people had not eaten and were still working. It was so dark that he couldn't see the situation there clearly. "The Lord is here, the Lord is here," a sharp-eyed child shouted, and other people also found the county magistrate coming through the rain. Zhang Zhong dismounted and wiped the rain on his face with his hand. He looked at the people under the shed. At this time, there were not only people working, but also some children with their families. Some of them gathered together and looked at him with curious eyes. "Where is the person in charge? What's going on? It's so dark. Why aren't you eating? Why are you working?" Zhang Zhong shouted loudly as he saw the flickering figures under the shelter. Immediately, a person in charge ran over and said respectfully, "County Magistrate, everyone is not tired and wants to work more. Don't worry, we didn't go up the mountain at night." In the afternoon, someone gave an idea to let everyone just dig before dark and only transport at night. It's easier to transport the soil than to dig, and it can be transported even if you can't see. Who gave the idea? Zhang Zhong didn't expect that the people in the county could use this method to work. It's Brother Pan. "Come here, Brother Pan. The Lord wants to see you." The person in charge shouted to the crowd, and a 12 or 13-year-old girl squeezed out. She didn't know what was rubbed on her face, but there were streaks on her face. She was wearing a pair of straw sandals. The front part of the sandals was open, revealing her big toe. Her pants were shorter and were patched up like her clothes. In her arms was a naked 2-year-old child. The child grabbed the clothes around the girl's neck with one hand and waved the other hand, curiously, with a half-clenched fist. "Brother Pan, come here." "Lord, this is Brother Pan who gave the idea. Her family name is Zhu, and that child is her younger brother. She has an older sister and 2 younger sisters. One is 9 years old and the other is 7 years old. One is called Brother Wang and the other is called Brother Dai." The steward beckoned for the little girl to come over and introduced her to Zhang Zhong in great detail. Zhang Zhong immediately understood. There were 4 sisters in the family, and one of them had a younger brother. From the name, one could tell that there was a boy in the family. "Yes, sir." The little girl Pan took a few steps forward and called out timidly to Zhang Zhong. "Oh, okay. Brother Pan, how did you come up with that idea?" Zhang Zhong tried his best to make his voice as gentle as possible. He waved his hand and asked the person who was preparing the clothes for him to come over. He took the dry clothes from the person's hand, pulled off the blue silk shirt inside, and wrapped it around the naked child's body. "My lord, how could I bear to do that?" "Brother Pan, the Lord is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer." The steward felt a little distressed for the torn clothes, but at the same time he was grateful to the county magistrate in his heart. He urged the little girl who didn't dare to speak. Brother Pan touched the silk cloth with her hand and felt the smoothness of it. Finally, she mustered up the courage to say, "My older sister is married. When I am at home, I have to take care of my younger sister and younger brother. I also have to work. I can't do it alone, so I thought of some things to do first and then to do later. That is, when I am chopping firewood, I let my 3rd sister take care of my younger brother when I am picking vegetables, and let my 4th sister do the laundry. In the courtyard I can see them. When I go in to cook, I let my 4th sister take care of my younger brother and watch the pot, and let my 3rd sister light the fire. When I am cooking, I can see them." Brother Pan couldn't explain it too clearly. She gave a simple example, which seemed to have nothing to do with the idea of working over there. Many people may only understand the general idea, but Zhang Zhong could understand the things contained in it. This was what his son and daughter-in-law talked about when they were arranging things in the family. Thinking that his son and daughter-in-law would always spend a lot of effort to cultivate some smart children, Zhang Zhong decided to keep this little girl. "Good, well said. Reward." Zhang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately took out a dozen copper coins and handed them over to Brother Pan. "Darren rewarded you. Quickly take it, otherwise Darren will not be happy." The steward saw that Brother Pan didn't dare to reach out his hand, so he urged again. Zhang Zhong watched Brother Pan take the money and asked the steward, "Why are there so many children and old people?" "Darren, they are all working people's families. You let people eat a lot of food every day. Everyone found that as long as some wild vegetables are mixed in, more people can eat. The children can pick the wild vegetables, and the old people can help to repair the household furniture, weave baskets, and so on. In the morning, the people close to the family called their families over. Darren, these people don't need to be paid. The food we eat every day is still the same food, oil, and salt. We won't let Darren spend more money." The steward was a little worried and explained to Zhang Zhong, emphasizing that they didn't need to spend more money. He was afraid that the county magistrate would drive them away. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was not caused by him, but now that it was under his control, he could not just grab the person surnamed Wen from the capital and make him spit out the money without a single cent missing. "Well, let's do it like this first. Tomorrow, let people send food, oil, and salt. Add a little bit, and we'll be fine after this period of time." Zhang Zhong could only arrange like this. Driving people away was absolutely impossible. "Thank you, Darren. Everyone is relieved now. Darren, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat here in a while, the steward said happily. The people around him, who were also worried, were now relieved. I've eaten. You guys eat. I came over to take a look. Eat early and rest. I still have to continue working tomorrow. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable when he thought that there would be fat slices for him when eating. The steward waved his hand and asked the people around him to disperse. Darren, I'm not tired. Usually when I find something to do, I can only get one meal. Once I work, it will take an entire day. Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything more. He followed the steward, who took a set of dry clothes to a corner and pulled up a curtain to change his wet clothes. This night was another night that made the people happy. The mark of the county magistrate as a good official had been deeply engraved in their hearts. The next morning, Zhang Zhong woke up and ate breakfast with the people. He prepared a little and looked up at the sky. The light rain was still falling. He knew that today was the time to face some things. He flipped over on his horse and led a group of guards. Under the respectful farewells of the people, he splashed the water and left. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao also woke up early in the morning. After freshening up, they took a carriage and went to the yamen. The merchants also brought the sellers of the fields over. The door of the yamen was half opened and propped up with a stick. They began to deal with the things that would happen today. Maybe it was because of the rain, or maybe the people really didn't have anything to trouble the yamen. After waiting for more than 2 hours, no one came. When the sound of the horses' hooves came, it also told the people that the county magistrate was here. Zhang Zhong came to the entrance of the yamen. He dismounted from the horse and landed on the ground. He straightened his official uniform, which was already wet, and stepped in. There were also people who prepared dry clothes for him to change into. After a busy period, Zhang Zhong finally came to the signing room while Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao were anxiously waiting. What happened to the two of you today? Last night, I went to the mountain to have a look. The progress is good, Zhang Zhong said to Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao indifferently. Deputy Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong's appearance and thought to himself, "You can just pretend here. Let's see what you will do later." Then he said, "County Magistrate Zhang, the people in the county live and work peacefully. There is nothing to do today. Oh, those businessmen have come and bought the land. Why don't we deal with their land first? Isn't it a little too rushed? It's still raining outside. Even if we buy the land, we can't immediately build the house," Zhang Zhong said so deliberately. Sure enough, his words made Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao reveal an expression that said they already knew it. Deputy Xiao wouldn't let go of the opportunity. He continued, "It's raining now, so we can't build the house. But we can do other things. The main thing is to let the businessmen rest assured. Look, Registrar Jean and I have written down what you said. As long as they come and read it, we three will stamp it and it will be done." When he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word stamp and looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. Zhang Zhong cooperated with him and hesitated for a moment. He said, "Why don't we take a good look at it? If there is something not suitable, won't someone suffer losses? Whether it's suitable or not depends on what the businessmen say. County Magistrate Zhang, I think you won't think it's not suitable. Why haven't you come yet?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at the door when he was talking. Zhang Zhong thought that when he came in, Shan Wendan passed by behind him. He should be looking for the businessman. Seeing Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looking at the door, Zhang Zhong also looked at the door. Speak of the devil. In less than 10 breaths, the sound of footsteps could be heard. After waiting for a few breaths, Shan Wendan came with a group of businessmen. First, the person who sold the land and the businessmen made a deal. In this kind of deal, it didn't have to use the county magistrate seal. There were 3 people in the yamen who could take care of things. Any one of them would do. Therefore, Zhang Zhong didn't take out his seal. Deputy Xiao didn't force him. He stamped with his seal and waited for the person who sold the land to go out. He said to the businessmen, This is the document drafted by the county. Take a look. Is there anyone who disagrees with it? A piece of paper was sent to the businessmen. They just went through it. Yesterday, they already knew what was written on it. Each of them had a copy. After glancing at it, they shook their heads to show that they didn't disagree with it. Put your fingerprints. Deputy Xiao stamped the paper with his seal one by one. Registrar Jean also followed suit. Then the businessmen put their fingerprints on the paper. One by one, they put their fingerprints on the paper and put their red fingerprints on the paper. After the fingerprints were put, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Zhong. Deputy Xiao finished a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Zhong respectfully. County Magistrate, it's your turn. Chapter 336. Zhang Zhong took the paper and looked at those businessmen. The businessmen didn't know what was going on with the people in the government office. They were expecting the county magistrate to stamp the paper. This was something that they could exchange with ginseng. Zhang Zhong then turned his gaze to Shen Wendan. Xin Yuan jumped in fright, thinking that the county magistrate already knew that he was the one who hired someone to steal the seal. He quickly lowered his head, his hands trembling by his side. His reaction made Zhang Zhong's eyes light up. He was worried that he couldn't find the person who stole the paper. Unexpectedly, there was someone who looked at him with fear. This meant that this matter at least had something to do with him. Wei Wei nodded. Zhang Zhong then looked at Registrar Jean. Registrar Jean returned a complicated look and said nothing. Of course, he wouldn't tremble either. The last one was Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong fearlessly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhang Zhong smiled and deliberately said to County Deputy Xiao, "Can I stamp the paper?" "Are you kidding, sir? How can this kind of thing be taken lightly?" County Deputy Xiao sneered. "Oh, in that case I will stamp it." As Zhang Zhong said, he put his hand into his chest and slowly took it out. Under the eyes of the people with different thoughts, Zhang Zhong held something wrapped in silk cloth in his hand. He pulled the ink pad closer and slowly undid the silk cloth. When the last button was undone, a golden paper appeared in front of everyone. When Zhang Zhong picked up the paper and was about to dip it in the ink pad, Xin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is impossible. How can the paper be in your hand?" "Shut up. What are you talking about?" County Deputy Xiao didn't expect Xin Yuan to be so immature. He scolded him and said to Zhang Zhong with a smile, "Sir, Shen Wendian means that you didn't ask your subordinates to take care of your paper?" Zhang Zhong was finally sure. He nodded. "Yes, Shen Wendian must want to know why I didn't ask my subordinates to take care of it. Guards." The last three words were shouted to the outside. Immediately, 2 guards came in and waited outside. "Shen Wendan wants to know why the seal isn't in someone else's hands, but in my possession. Take him out and tell him why. You must tell her that you understand," Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. He hated this Shen Yuan to death and wished that he could strangle him to death right now. If it wasn't for his son's preparations, it wouldn't have been easy to handle this time. The 2 guards who came in immediately understood what was going on and replied, "Yes." The 2 of them reached out with one hand each and grabbed Xin Yuan's shoulders. Like a little chick, they carried Xin Yuan out of the room. Shen Yuan finally reacted and shouted, "It's none of my business. Deputy Xiao, help. Registrar Jean, help. It's none of my business." Zhang Zhong didn't seem to hear him and continued stamping the seal seriously. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao didn't know what to do now. They stared at the seal in Zhang Zhong's hands and seemed to be trying to figure out what had happened. Could it be that someone saw Shen Yuan hiding the seal? Zhang Zhong ignored Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao. As he stamped the seal, he said to the merchants calmly, "I came to Huaiyuan County to be the county magistrate because I want to let the people in the county live a good life. I know what you all wanted to do a few days ago. Originally, I wanted to do a good job, but I feel that it's the nature of merchants to pursue profit. There's no right or wrong in making money. So, I let you all stay and let Ernie take you to see the land. I hope you can understand my good intentions." The merchants were frightened when they heard this. If they didn't see the county magistrate stamping the seal one by one, they would have thought that this matter was over. A clever merchant immediately said, "Sir, don't worry. We understand. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely help you to let the people in Huayuan County live a good life." Zhang finished stamping the last seal and put away the seal that belonged to the yamen. Then he said, "There's no need for that. There's a chance in the future. There's a chance in front of you now. You all have a lot of money. There are 16 of you. Let's start with 5,000 strings of cash each. With 80,000 strings of cash, you can do a lot of things." "Ah, sir, isn't that too much?" "That ginseng." A merchant couldn't help but say. A merchant couldn't help but speak up. 5,000 strings of cash was too much, and he had to mention the ginseng. Zhang smiled and said, "The ginseng? 3 of them are here. My son's illness has been cured long ago. It's just that he's naughty and pretended to be ill. If you all want it, I'll ask someone to get it and return it to you all." No. Sir, we don't mean that. We just want to ask if the ginseng is enough. If it's not enough, we will go and get more. Sir, we know that your family is not short of money. The money will be used on the people in the county. Sir, you are a good official, but you should have a name. Another merchant pulled the one who spoke just now to the back. He stood up and explained to Zhang. Zhang was prepared for this. He was still as polite as before. "Name?" "Yes." "Didn't the documents say that you will be fined for the land you occupy? You will pay according to the highest price of the things that can be planted on the land." "Sir, are you talking about planting flowers? But that is a field. We need to plant food." "Sir, tell us what kind of plants will cost the most. We are willing to pay." This merchant should have thought of this. He thought that the most expensive thing to plant was the rice from the Zhang family. He sold the seeds by caddy. Even if he could produce 5 dan of rice from 1 mu of fertile land, it was only 500 caddies. 100 coins per caddy was only 50 strings of cash. So what? Of course, we can't plant flowers. You know that my family grows black fungus, right? Then let's calculate according to the amount of black fungus. I still have about 10 dan of dried black fungus at home. When I plant them, I only took up slightly more than 1 mu of land. If we calculate less, 1 mu of land will be 5 dan of dried black fungus. How much would that cost? Zhang said slowly. His words were like thunder in the merchant's ears. This was still considered less. 5 dan of dried black fungus would be 500 caddies of dried black fungus. How much would a caddy of dried black fungus cost? The cheapest place would cost about 10 strings of cash. When there was a shortage, there was no market. Even if it was priced at 20 strings of cash, there would still be people fighting to buy it. If this was the case, each of them occupied about 2 mu of land. How much would that be? 20,000 strings of cash. It couldn't be calculated like this. Not only were the merchants confused, Registrar Official Zhan and District Deputy Xiao were also confused. They didn't want to think about the stamp for the time being. They were thinking about how much money Zhang's family had. Zhang knocked on the table and said, "How is it? Do you understand? Have you thought it through?" Yes. In the future, the land will be calculated according to the price of the vegetables in the winter. You only need to pay a few hundred strings of cash per mu of land. It's close to the capital. If you occupy that land, don't tell me you want to make a lot of money in the past. Understood. Sir, we understood just now. Each person will pay 5,000 strings of cash. We will send it to the yamen in 2 days. Not a single coin less. According to the rules, there should be 40% of the silk. Sir, don't worry, we will choose the better silk and send it to you. The merchants wiped their sweat. They just exchanged glances and knew what to do. Paying 5,000 strings of cash was better than paying 20,000 strings of cash every year. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to make money this year. It would be good if they could break even. Zhang Zhong also didn't want to ask for copper coins. Silver, copper, and silk were all used as currency. His son said that the imperial court had mandatory requirements for currency. With 80,000 strings of cash, his family could withdraw money first and then repair this and that. It was enough. How much money did the imperial court have this year? 80,000 strings of cash. It was a huge amount of money to spend on a county. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood on this matter. He comforted them. 5,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. When you finish repairing things over there, I will give you a few pointers. You will benefit a lot. Yes, sir. We will go back and prepare. When the time comes, please give us more pointers. The merchants were relieved. The Zhang family's ability to make money was needless to say. The county magistrate didn't seem like the kind of person who didn't keep his word. One by one, they happily said a few words, and then left one after another. After the merchants left, only Zhang Zhong, Registrar Zhan, and Deputy Xiao were left in the room. Zhang Zhong smiled and said to the two people, "This time, I have to thank the two of you for facilitating this matter. If the two of you hadn't been busy there, how could I get so much money for the yamen? I don't know how Shen Wendy's side is going. Let's go and have a look." As he spoke, Zhang Zhong got up. Ilua's contract was in his hand. He didn't want to put it in the yamen. What if someone stole it? Even the official seal was stolen. What else couldn't be stolen? Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao were most afraid of Zhang Zhong mentioning this matter. However, Zhang Zhong still mentioned it. Registrar Zhan was the first to compromise. He said to Zhang Zhong, "County Magistrate, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can get 80,000 strings of cash for the yamen in one go. That's great. In the future, our Huayuan County will definitely catch up with Sanshui County. Milord, when this lowly one does things in the future, I hope that Milord can give me some pointers like what you just said to the merchants. This lowly one is prone to making small mistakes. If I accidentally offend Milord, please be magnanimous and not hold it against this lowly one." Registrar Zhan had to say this. He wasn't sure if Shen Wendy could handle it. If he confessed everything, what should he do? Well, not bad. Registrar Zhan has seen things clearly. If you can still do things in the yamen in the future, then do it well. The yamen is short of money. Zhang Zhong didn't want to let Registrar Zhan off so easily. If he didn't let him know how powerful he was, he wouldn't have time to deal with him if something happened again. Registrar Zhan understood and said, "You're right. Those merchants gave me and Deputy Xiao 5 strings of cash in advance. Actually, it was for the yamen. I forgot to mention it yesterday. I'll get someone to send the money over later." "That's good. What did Deputy Xiao say?" Zhang Zhong asked Deputy Xiao.